Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into brand new what-if story. Sirius and Remus raised Harry Potter to be unstoppable. Here's a quick summary. Rescued from the Dursleys at 4, Harry is raised by Sirius and Remus, finally finding the loving family he deserved, and the strength to become someone extraordinary. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Let's start the story. Albus Dumbledore requests urgent meeting with Sirius Black and Remus Lupin concerning their 4-year-old godson Harry Potter. He added the end bit as that was the one thing that would ensure that they did really hurry. He got the impression that they would run halfway around the world to Harry if he needed them. Sure enough, it was only a few seconds before a tall masculine long-haired wizard landed lightly on the rug, followed by a sandy-haired figure. It made it a lot easier to contact them when they lived in the same house, Dumbledore thought, and it will make it easier when Harry comes to live with them. If they want him, a little voice in the back of his head murmured. He soon shook it off though. The idea that Sirius and Remus would refuse to raise their 4-year-old godson was indeed laughable. "What's the matter with Harry?" the dark-haired man yelled at exactly the same time as his companion. Dumbledore laced his fingers together nervously as he wondered where to begin. As he received no reply, Sirius said slightly quieter this time, "He is okay, isn't he?" Concern edged his voice. "It is hard to decide where to begin," Dumbledore murmured. "Do take a seat, you will need it," he added silently. The two men dropped into chairs facing the old man without protest. "It has come to my attention that Harry is being mistreated," he stated, simply deciding to get straight to the point so that it was not dragged out further. He held one hand up to quieten the loud protests and squeaks of horror that his simple statement had created. "I have made a serious mistake and I beg you not to think less of me because of it. We all only have one ambition, and that is to help Harry. We must not waste time quarreling. He's not staying there a second longer," Sirius announced. "I told you this would happen. I told you they were awful and you didn't listen, and, you lied to me." Realization painted across his face. You said he was okay, you said he was happy, and you lied," pointing a finger accusingly at him. "I cannot apologize enough, and while I realize this is very upsetting for you, we need to make plans concerning Harry's future," Dumbledore said tiredly. Plans? We don't need any plans. My godson is coming home with me right away," Sirius shouted, causing Fawkes the Phoenix to squawk a protest from his cage in the corner of his room. "Well, and Remus, of course," he added as an afterthought. "I was hoping you would say that," Dumbledore said, smiling for the first time that morning. "Because Harry needs to be moved to a safe, loving environment as soon as possible, and of course I thought of you two straight away." The men stared at each other in wonderment before the news finally sunk in, and Remus, who had stayed silent since stepping into Dumbledore's office having inquired after the well-being of his godson, said astonished, We get Harry." He and Sirius did a kind of victory dance around the cluttered room. Dumbledore wondered how he could have ever thought that the Dursleys were more suitable guardians than the gentleman in front of him was beyond him. It was obvious that they loved Harry more than any other living person. "You may go and collect him tomorrow, and Sirius, whatever you might find, try not to act rashly. You will be no use to Harry in Azkaban," Dumbledore said with a smile. Sirius was well known for his hot-headedness, and he seemed to base his life on act now and think later. He didn't bother warning Remus. He was the exact opposite of Sirius, and Dumbledore had never known him to do anything stupid or rash. He also was very gentle and seldom lost his temper. "We need to go and get ready," Sirius exclaimed. He and Remus ran towards the flames, and only pausing to offer their former headmaster a hurried thanks, they disappeared into the flow network. While these two wizards literally danced at the prospect of their young godson coming to live with them. The said godson had finally silently cried himself to sleep, totally ignorant of the good fortune and escape that was soon to come his way. Harry was rudely awoken by plaster falling into his open mouth as his cousin thundered down the stairs. He very nearly said a word he had heard his uncle say when he hammered his finger instead of the nail when he was boarding up a hole in Harry's cupboard, as he claimed that Harry was spying on them through it. Harry wasn't sure what made his uncle think he wanted to spy on them. He had far better things to do. He just wasn't sure what they were yet. At least, he thought miserably, when he was locked up he couldn't run around after them doing pointless jobs. He sighed as he turned over, gasping as pain flooded his body. He lay still, his eyes watering as he struggled to regain a comfortable position. It had been at least a week since he had got the beating, and yet it still hurt just as much as when it had first happened. As he lay there, the beautiful smell of cooking bacon wafted through the door. His mouth watered. He hadn't eaten for 3 days and bacon was one of his favorite foods. He buried his nose in his flat, stained pillow to stop the smell tormenting him. He had to not think of food. It was one of his most crucial survival methods. Meanwhile, over at Marauder Cottage, Sirius and Remus were excitedly preparing for their young charge. They were going to go to Privet Drive as early as possible because they couldn't bear to think of their young godson in any more danger than they could possibly help. The sooner they got there, the sooner they could take him away. Neither had slept well last night. Sirius was conjuring up all sorts of images of what they had done to his godson. Remus was worrying about a whole load of imagined scenarios. Like, what if they were too late and they had killed Harry? What if Harry didn't like them? What if they had rubbed off on Harry and he was like them now? What if Harry blamed them? What if they couldn't cope? Millions of possibilities swam around the young wizard's mind as he waited for the sun to rise. They had both been very glad when morning came. Sirius was now pacing impatiently in the hall as he waited for his friend to be ready. When he finally descended down the stairs, Sirius ran forward and, grabbing hold of the sleeve of his jumper, proceeded to drag him down the hall and out of the front door. Remus managed to shake his jumper free before he got out of range of the door so he could lock it. "Be patient," he advised Sirius before strolling down the garden path. Sirius was just preparing his retort when he realized that Remus had gone without him, and not wanting to be left behind, he hurried after him. Once they were safely out of range of the safety spells Dumbledore had surrounded the house with, they turned and apparated to the top of Privet Drive. Sirius surveyed the area curiously before they strode towards number 4. So this was where his godson had spent the last 3 years of his life. This was the place he had been abused. And spent such misery. It looked so ordinary. He wasn't sure what he expected. He knew there wouldn't be a great big sign that said Child Abuse Street or anything, but he had expected something to say that something bad was happening on the street. It was just so normal. It freaked him out and he quickened his stride slightly. Counting the house numbers in his head, it was not long before number 4 came swirling out of his mouth. The house was a carbon copy of all the others on the street. There was nothing about it that made it stand out. He paused at the gate, breathing deeply as he prepared himself for what he might find. Remus stood behind him and appeared to be counting. When he was on 49, Sirius couldn't stand the suspense of finally seeing his godson any longer. He wrenched the gate open and practically ran up the garden path. Remus hot on his heels. Reaching the door, Sirius raised a hesitant hand and knocked confidently. He heard the sound of screaming and wished fervently that it was not Harry. He had absolutely no experience of raising children, and a difficult child was the last thing he needed. There was the rattle of the door being unbolted, and then finally it swung open to reveal a horse-faced woman holding a very fat, crying bone-headed kid. Definitely not Harry, Sirius thought in relief, must be Dudley. The woman, who Sirius now recognized as Petunia, Lily's sister, glared at them suspiciously, and then after studying them for a few minutes a flash of recognition flitted across her face and she gasped. Why you're one of them. You were friends of that freak she married." She made to slam the door, but Remus shoved his foot in the way, and this was all Sirius needed to distract her. He barged into the house and Remus followed suit. "You can't just barge in here," she complained. "This is our house and you are trespassing. I'll call the police," she threatened. "Oh, please do," Remus said softly. "I'm sure they will be interested in how you have treated our godson." She gasped but did not reply. She concentrated instead on backing as far away as possible. Sirius meanwhile was looking around worriedly for any sign of his godson, but he was nowhere to be seen. There were toys littered everywhere, but all of them had a sticker on labeling them Dudley. There was no sign that another child lived here at all. "Where is he?" Sirius spat. He was in no mood for small talk. He just wanted to get his godson and get out of there. The house reminded him too much of his own childhood and neglect, as his parents had ignored him and idolized his younger brother. He guessed Harry must be feeling some of the same feelings that he had. He also had another reason for wanting a fast departure. He was trying desperately hard to keep a lid on his temper, but he wasn't sure how much longer he would be able to hold it. "Where is who?" Petunia inquired, feigning innocence. One look at the men's faces told her that they were not messing around, and so after shouting for her husband she hurried out of the room to give little Dutters his bottle. Sirius vented his anger slightly by muttering exactly what he would do with little Dutters' bottle if they didn't hurry up and give him his godson. A portly man stamped into the room and nearly fell over a stuffed toy that was lying in the middle of the floor. He kicked it furiously across the room where it landed under the fridge. "Get out of my house," he ordered loudly, his mustache bristling. "Gladly," Sirius declared, "when you have given me my godson. You want him." The man who Sirius realized must be Vernon, Petunia's husband. He exclaimed this statement as if he had said he liked eating wardrobes or something equally ludicrous. "Of course we want him," Remus said impatiently. Vernon seemed to snap out of his trance. "Good," he crowed, "good. We don't want him. You can take the ungrateful little freak and get out of my house and never come back." Remus blinked in surprise. He had expected anger, maybe even misery, but certainly not this. The horrible man was celebrating. Remus couldn't believe it. Sirius meanwhile had no trouble believing it, as it was exactly the same reaction as his parents, but his anger was now fighting to get out and he actually had to grip the table so hard his knuckles went white in order to prevent himself from punching this bully in the face. "Where is he?" Sirius growled through gritted teeth. Vernon did not seem too keen to share this information. In fact, he was now backing away rather speedily, just as his wife had done. It made worry bubble in both men's stomachs as they wondered exactly where Harry was, as everyone seemed so reluctant to tell them. Waving a hand vaguely towards the staircase, he hurried into the room the rest of his family had taken refuge in, and they heard his shoving furniture against the door. That didn't bode well, to say the least. Glancing shakily at each other, they mounted the staircase. Surely the boy couldn't be that hurt. Just a few meters away from them in the cupboard Harry sat, his knees brought up to his chest as his cheeks still tear-stained. What did these people want with him? They must have been talking about him, even though he didn't think they had mentioned his name, because Uncle Vernon had called him an ungrateful freak and Harry was the only person he ever called that. Didn't someone also say he was their godson? But his godfathers were Moony and Padfoot, weren't they? Now he came to think of it, the voices had sounded familiar. The more Harry thought back to the days where he was loved, the more he realized that these people that were in his house must be his godfathers. "The people," he breathed, "who loved me." For the first time that year, hope and excitement filled Harry, and he forgot that he was in agony and jumped to his feet. But what, he thought, dread suddenly taking the place of some happiness, if they saw him and realized that he was just an ungrateful freak and left him? After all, he had thought his parents loved him and they had left him, but weren't they dead? He puzzled, was that different? If these people really loved him, then where had they been for the last 3 years while Harry needed them? Despite all these misgivings, he still hoped against hope that they would take him away. That they would love him. They just had to find him first. Upstairs, Sirius and Remus were getting more and more frustrated. They had tried every room up there and every one of them seemed to be Dudley's. They all were covered in the bright red stickers that were really starting to tick Sirius off, as very single one seemed to remind him that Dudley got toys and Harry got beaten. He vowed to buy his godson every toy possible when he finally got him home, if he ever found him, that is. Dursley had definitely pointed at the stairs, so where was he? He noticed Remus strolling off, so he followed him in the hope that he had a new idea. Remus stopped in the middle of the stairs and said, "Harry," loudly but still keeping his voice soft and calm. A talent that Sirius had always been envious of. "I'm in here," a weak, slightly shaky voice announced. "Huh." Sirius could hear his godson, which was a relief, but he certainly couldn't see him or tell where the voice was coming from. As far as he could make out, it came from under them, but surely that wasn't possible. "Whereabouts, Harry?" Remus inquired again, much quieter this time. Now he knew Harry could hear him. "In the cupboard, under the stairs," the soft voice whispered again. Sirius had to strain to hear him, but Remus, with his extra sharp hearing due to being a werewolf, heard it loud and clear, but immediately wished he hadn't. "They kept my godson, James' son, in a bloody cupboard," Sirius spat. They raced down the stairs and Remus nearly collided with Sirius when he came to an abrupt halt outside the door. "It's so tiny," he murmured. Remus had never heard his friend sound so close to tears before, and he lay a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The cupboard had 3 thick bolts running across it, and a heavy-duty padlock was secured across the middle as well. "Just like a prison cell," Remus whispered. Unable to stand it any longer, Sirius reached down and with shaky hands managed to undo the bolts. Glancing up, he saw a key hanging off a ragged bit of string on the wall. Wrenching it down, he slipped it into the padlock. It turned easily, and taking a deep breath to prepare himself for what he might see, he swung the door open. A small tear-stained face stared back at him. "Hello, Harry," Sirius said softly, delighted to finally be reunited with his godson, who he was overjoyed to see was the carbon copy of his late best friend. "We have come to rescue you." Harry gazed at the person who he recognized as his Uncle Padfoot, and his heart beat faster and faster. "Sirius," he gasped. Why you remember me?" Sirius exclaimed, surprise and delight evident from the expression on his face. Harry nodded shyly. "You turned into a dog," he declared. "I can't believe you remember me." He turned to the man waiting impatiently behind him. "He remembers me. I noticed," he said somewhat dryly, but he couldn't help feeling happy for his friend. "Now move out the way, I want to know if he remembers me." "No way," Sirius exclaimed, "I'm not done yet." Remus groaned in frustration. Maybe he wasn't that happy for his friend. "You can come away from here, Harry, and you can live with us. You can come right now and you never have to come back here," Sirius explained. Excitement edged his voice, however much he tried to keep his voice neutral so as not to influence his godson's decision. Inside, his stomach was turning. What if Harry said no? Harry snapped his head up and looked into his godfather's eyes, as it a trick. But in his heart he knew it wasn't. He could feel love radiating from the man in front of him, and he nodded his head slowly. "Marvelous," he said so loudly that Harry shrank back in fear. Sirius noticed but chose not to say anything. Harry would have to get used to loud noises because there was plenty of them wherever Sirius went. Personally, he thought the house would be anything but quiet, but they could sort things like that out later when they were home and Harry was safe. "You get your stuff together and I'll make your aunt and uncle sign something and then we are all set to go." Harry looked at his godfather worriedly. Get his stuff together. He didn't have any stuff. It was people like Dudley who had stuff, not ungrateful freaks like him. Any minute now Sirius was going to realize that he didn't have stuff, so he was a freak and he would be bundled back into his cupboard before he could say, "Broken dreams." He would probably get beaten later for it too. His uncle would be sure to find a way to twist things so that it was all Harry's fault. Harry," Sirius said gently, nudging Harry out of his troubled thoughts. His godson had not moved yet and Sirius was concerned by his expression. "Sorry," Harry cried out, jumping to his feet and banging his head on the ridiculously low-sloped ceiling of the cupboard in the process. Sirius' face registered surprise and then concern when he realized his godson's head was bleeding. "Ouch," he said sympathetically, "are you okay?" He reached out for his godson and Harry scooted backwards in terror. In horror, Sirius realized Harry had thought he was going to hit him. "I'm not going to hurt you," he said soothingly. When his godson looked disbelieving, he gave up and went back to an earlier conversation. "How about I help you pack? You tell me what you want to take and I will put it in a bag. Have you got a bag you want to take anyway? We could put it in that." The sooner they got out of there the better, Sirius reasoned to himself. Maybe at their own house Harry would be less afraid. He looked inquiringly at his godson as he waited for an answer to his question. Noticing him looking at him, Harry shook his head wordlessly. He didn't have a bag, but he also didn't have anything to put in bag, and he was now certain that the second Sirius realized this he would leave Harry just like everyone always left him. "No matter," Sirius murmured, "I've got deep pockets, so what do you want to take?" Harry glanced up at him and then became fascinated by the floor. Sirius realized he was not going to get an answer. "Do you want me to just pack everything?" he queried, trying to get an answer out of his godson. Harry looked around himself in surprise. Everything? Was he referring to the Hoover and all the cleaning stuff? Because Aunt Petunia wouldn't want him to take that. The only other thing in the room was the moth-eaten blanket that he still had clenched in his fist and was stained with blood. He didn't want to take that, but eager to give his godfather something that he could say was his, he passed it to him hesitantly. It was the blanket he had been wrapped in when he first came as a baby. Sirius himself hesitated as well as he studied the horrible blanket. Perhaps it was just something that he couldn't sleep without, and that's why he wanted to take this more than anything else. Either way, if that's what Harry wanted to take, then it could come. In horror, Sirius realized that that was the only bedding Harry had. He didn't even have a pillow. He swallowed hard and, plastering an encouraging but very fake smile on his face, he said, Good. Now what about the rest of your stuff? Harry's heart fell as he realized that his godfather was not yet satisfied with his packing. He felt his eyes on him and vaguely thought about running but quickly decided that it was a stupid idea. For one thing, he didn't want to give Sirius and Remus any more reason to not take him in, and he wanted them to think he was good. He also didn't want them to think that he didn't want to live with them and hurt their feelings, especially as he did want to live with them more than anything else. Another reason was that his godfather was blocking the only exit, and so the idea was a no-go anyway, plus Remus was out there waiting for them as well, so he would just grab him, and he was still sore from his last beating and he would probably get another beating for trying to run. Phew, that was a lot of reasons. Overall, he decided he should probably just tell the truth and get it over with. At least then he couldn't build up more hope than he already had. Yes, he would be locked back in his cupboard, but they would find out eventually anyway and might be cross at Harry for not telling them. Besides, hadn't someone once told him that honesty was the best policy? Now Harry thought about it, he was sure that someone had, and he was even more sure that that someone was his dad. Sirius cleared his throat. His godson was just staring into space with that sad look painted on his face, and Sirius wanted to speed things along a bit because he really wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Harry jumped violently at the unexpected noise and Sirius stared at him in surprise. He had been going to nudge his godson but had felt that in current circumstances that wasn't the best idea. He had believed that clearing his throat was the least scary way of getting his godson's attention, but he must have been wrong. Sirius wondered how Harry would take to living with a noisy, outgoing person like himself when he was terrified of him clearing his throat. Leaning out of the small cupboard he was currently crouched in, he murmured to Remus to get them to sign the stupid form while he sorted out Harry. Eager to help, Remus left and unbarricaded the room the Dursleys were in with a lazy flick of his wand. Squeals of terror came from within, and Remus noticed Harry peeking out of the cupboard. He winked at him before striding into the room. Harry was just getting over the shock of Remus winking at him. "Surely you only did that to people you like, not freaks like him," when Sirius said kindly. "Let's get the rest of your stuff packed and then we can go." "Urged Sirius," Harry said bravely. "I haven't got any stuff, only the BB blanket." He bit his lip anxiously as he awaited his godfather's reaction. He had stuttered slightly on blanket as he was close to tears. He looked at his feet just in case any tears did fall. He knew that it was bad to cry. A hand gently rubbed his back, and although he flinched, he made no attempt to move away. "Why?" his godfather challenged. Harry had been expecting many things, most of which involved physical violence, but he had not expected this. He looked at his godfather warily. Was it a trick question? What if he got the answer wrong? Sirius was not sure what made him ask, but now he felt quite glad he did. He wanted to know why Harry accepted this and why he seemed to think this was normal and quite reasonable. Harry wasn't sure what was prompting him to tell Sirius the truth and to trust him, but there was an emotion coming off him that Harry hadn't felt for a long time. Love and concern and compassion. Besides, he knew this man and he had always been nice to Harry. A long time ago Harry would have even gone as far as to say he had loved him, but he was a lot less generous with his emotions now. Harry knew that he was expected to answer, and so taking a deep breath he spoke straight from the heart. "Dudley is the one who gets stuff and I don't, because I'm a ungrateful freak." After the long pause, Sirius had not expected him to answer, and he was just about to change the subject when Harry had spoken. He said it so matter-of-factly that it was obvious that he believed it to be true. "No, Harry," Sirius croaked at last, his mouth dry. "That is not true at all. You are not ungrateful at all, and you are most certainly not a freak, and you deserve toys just as much as Dudley, if not more." "I do," Harry exclaimed in astonishment, wonder in his bright emerald eyes. "You do," Sirius confirmed with a slight smile. "Now if that's everything, shall we go? Do you want to say goodbye to your aunt and uncle?" Panic swept through Harry's body. He didn't want to say goodbye to them. He just wanted to leave, but obviously Sirius expected him to say goodbye. Sirius backed out of the cupboard, wincing slightly as he straightened up. His back ached from bending down for so long. Remus was standing just outside the entrance. "Am I actually allowed to meet my godson yet?" he inquired sarcastically. Sirius blushed. He supposed he had been a bit selfish spending all the time with Harry while Remus just stood outside, and he had also left him to do all the boring paperwork. "We have him until he is at least 17, Sirius reminded him. "You can have all the time you want later, and we couldn't both fit in the cupboard, could we?" Besides, at least Harry is used to me now, he said brightly in his very best let's be reasonable voice which he had copied off Remus. Despite his friend's impossibleness, Remus smiled slightly as he thought about little Harry coming to live with them. Harry himself crawled out at the moment, blinking slightly at the bright light in comparison to the dark cupboard he had spent the last few weeks and indeed most of his life. Sirius gave the cupboard one last glare of disgust before banging it shut with unnecessary vigor. Now Harry and his blanket had evacuated it. There was no sign that it had ever been anything other than an ordinary cupboard used to store cleaning equipment. Remus fished out a document from one of his many pockets and passed it silently to Sirius. Remus and both Harry's aunt and uncle had already signed it. Sirius added his signature before once more bending down to Harry's level. He had to sign to make the document legal. "Can you write?" he asked quietly. He hoped very much that the answer was yes, because otherwise they may have to wait months before Harry had learnt and could sign and therefore legalize the document. Thankfully Harry nodded, and with Sirius holding the paper still he shakily signed the form's last vacant space. Cheerfully Remus shoved it back into his robes and then they made their way towards the living room, where Harry guessed his family had taken refuge. Harry tagged reluctantly behind them, dragging his feet slightly. They couldn't hurt him though, Harry decided hopefully, not with Sirius and Remus there to protect him. He already trusted the two a great deal, though he hadn't technically talked to Remus yet, but from what he had overheard Remus was not happy about that at all. Smiling slightly for the first time in a long while, he entered the living room and immediately wished he hadn't. His cousin Dudley was eating a family-sized bag of crisps and complaining about anything and everything every time there was a gap in the conversation his parents were having with Sirius and Remus, which panned out like this. "We'll look after him really well," Remus assured them. "Huh?" Uncle Vernon puffed out all his breath in a way that clearly showed that he couldn't care less what they did with his nephew. "And we will keep him safe and happy," Sirius added. "Shame," Uncle Vernon yawned as if bored with the whole proceedings. Harry tripped over one of Dudley's many toys littering the floor and gave a little squeak of shock as he tumbled over. Sirius steadied him and then guided him over to stand in front of him. Unfortunately, the small incident reminded the Dursleys that he was present, and Vernon immediately began to enlighten him exactly what he thought of him. The words ungrateful and freak appeared most throughout the speech, as did a number of swear words and phrases such as, "should have died like you're no good parents," and "they will get tired of you and then you'll be stuck because we aren't ever offering you house room again." Sirius cut him off after this particular phrase as he saw that his godson was not only absorbing this information, he also seemed to understand it as he was looking more and more distressed by the minute. "House room. House room. You gave him a cupboard. That doesn't count as house room." He spat. He put his arms protectively around his godson, who struggled, and then when he realized his godfather was not going to let him go and that he was no match for him, relaxed slightly against the strong hold. He decided he found it surprisingly reassuring. Uncle Vernon continued his rant about their kind, when to Harry's and both Sirius' immense surprise Remus rose and punched him right in the face, causing him to stagger backwards before dropping onto the sofa. Remus stood there breathing deeply and then said cheerfully, "Let's go." He offered a hand to Harry, who backed off. "I'm not going to hurt you," Remus told the boy soothingly. "You hurt him," Harry muttered using his 4-year-old logic. "I hurt him because he was horrible to you," Remus explained calmly. "It was your revenge." "Harry's revenge," Harry said softly, liking the idea a lot. He took Remus' hand and in the other carefully picked up a robot toy that was lying on the ground. He pulled Remus towards the doorway and his eyes watched Sirius to make sure he followed. He could see Uncle Vernon moaning about his nose and Aunt Petunia fussing over him, and he could just see the top of Dudley's head as he watched TV. Taking careful aim, Harry expertly threw the robot so that it clouded his cousin straight on the head. "Harry's revenge," he squealed happily before sprinting out of the room with his godfathers hot on his heels as Dudley's screams echoed in their ears. As they disappeared down the garden path, Harry had never felt so exhilarated. He had got his own back on his cousin. He felt both of his hands being grabbed, and looking around him he saw that he had a godfather on either side of him. "Are you cross?" he inquired in his soft voice. Both of his godfathers shook their head and after looking at each burst into laughter. Harry joined in. He hadn't laughed for a long time. "How come I am the only one to get warned about not retaliating, and yet it's Remus that socks him one and baby Harry who throws things?" Sirius complained. I'm not a baby, Harry protested. His godfathers just looked down at the top of his messy black hair and smiled. He would always be a baby to them. Sirius looked sideways at Remus. I still can't believe you were the one who hit him. Dumbledore won't either. All these years of being good boy Remus, and really you're no better than me, he exclaimed gleefully. Remus chose to be dignified and ignored him. Instead he concentrated on his young godson. We just have to go to Hogwarts to get you checked over first, okay? Harry thought he remembered his parents talking about Hogwarts, but he still wasn't exactly sure what it was. Hogwarts? He asked curiously. We'll explain later, Remus said quickly as he could see Sirius was dying to go into a long detailed account of every single thing in the wizarding world, from brooms all the way down to enchanted toasters, and he wanted to get Harry to Madame Pomfrey as soon as possible, as in the sunlight Harry looked a lot worse than he had inside. Remus could see that he was dangerously underweight, and he could see scars and bruises all over his face and hands, which were the only bit of him not covered by the ridiculously big clothes he was wearing, which were obviously hand-me-downs from Dudley. It made Remus worry exactly what injuries were hiding under the clothes. He was filthy as well. He mustn't have had a bath for months, if not a year. We are going to have to apparate Harry, he said calmly. Hold on very tightly to me and don't let go. It may feel funny, but you're perfectly safe, so there's no need to be scared. Harry nodded nervously, but then gave a gasp of surprise as Remus lifted him into his arms. He began to struggle frantically. I have to hold you, Harry, but it won't be for long, and I promise I won't hurt you, Remus reassured him. Harry stopped struggling but was shaking slightly in Remus' arms. He was clearly terrified. Remus wondered sadly what horrors his godson had put up with in the past to make him so scared of simply being picked up. With a quick count of 3, the two wizards and their young charge disappeared into thin air. Harry clung tightly to Remus as he spun through the air. It felt as though he was being compacted down a tiny chute. However, Harry remembered this sensation from when he was smaller, and he realized he had traveled this way before. They arrived with a pop, and Harry looked around in wonder. In front of them was a massive castle. Remus still held him in his arms, and Harry wriggled slightly and looked pleadingly at him. He took the hint and carefully placed Harry on the ground, taking his hand gently. It wasn't that bad, was it? Sirius asked. He wondered why his godson was scared of him clearing his throat but not of sailing through cyberspace. Harry looked at him timidly and wondered if he was supposed to talk. He knew he wasn't allowed to talk unless he was spoken to, but Sirius had spoken to him, hadn't he? He wanted to tell him he had traveled that way before to show that he wasn't totally ignorant, but he wasn't sure whether he was allowed to say anything other than a basic yes or no. Uncle Vernon had only allowed him to say the bare minimum, if anything at all. However, he didn't think Sirius was like that, and didn't he used to chatter about everything to him when he had first learned to talk. He could sense them both looking at him, so he said quietly, I've done it before. Really? When? Sirius said kindly, exchanging a surprised look with Remus. When I was younger and Daddy took me to the Ministry of Magic, Harry replied cautiously. He wondered when Sirius was going to tell him to shut up. He had spoken more today than he had the last 3 years put together. Sirius stopped so suddenly that Harry nearly ran into the back of him. He gave a little squeak of surprise. Had he said the wrong thing? You remember when you were little? And you remember all about magic? Remus asked. Harry nodded uncertainly. Was he supposed to have forgotten? Once again Sirius and Remus shared a look. If Harry remembered when he was little, then he must also remember his parents' death. Neither of them said anything, and they just quickened their stride towards the castle. Remus because he wanted to ask the professor why Harry had such a good memory. Sirius because he wanted to vent his anger on someone, and as Dumbledore was the one who let his godson get into this mess, he seemed like a good person to start with, and Harry because his godfathers were holding his hands, so he didn't really have a choice. Harry was getting more worried by the second. He could feel that Sirius was angry, and he hoped fervently that it wasn't because of him. He thought back to when he had actually started to feel his godfather's anger and realized that it was after he had said he remembered being a baby. Perhaps it really was bad. Harry decided that he wouldn't say one more word until he was spoken to, and even then only the bare minimum. He didn't want to mess anything up, and that's how his uncle had liked it, and it was only when Harry started talking more that Sirius had got angry. They had now reached the front doors, which were thrown open in welcome the second the trio stepped onto the mat. Harry took a step back hesitantly, but his godfathers pulled him on. They climbed flight after flight of stairs, and Harry's legs were just beginning to ache when they reached a wooden door. A gold plaque entitled, "Headmaster," had been proudly placed in the center. "Sugar quills," Sirius said confidently. The door swung open and they all marched forward again. Harry began to feel slightly queasy. The silence was unnerving him. They were now standing in a circular room filled with all sorts of mysterious gadgets and objects. Harry gaped at them in awe, turning around as he walked to try and take them all in. He felt hands pulling him backwards and started to struggle desperately. Looking up, he realized it was Sirius pulling him away from a massive gold eagle that he had been about to walk into. He flushed embarrassedly. Sirius had been trying to help him and he had made it a lot harder for him. "Sorry," he whispered nervously. Sirius smiled at him reassuringly and then raised his hand and knocked on the wooden door coming off the room. It felt like all he had done all day was knock on doors, and it bothered him that his godson kept thinking he was trying to hurt him instead of help him, and was obviously still very wary of him and his intentions. "Come in," an aged voice requested from the other side of the plain door. Pushing the door with the hand that was not gripped around Harry's hand, Sirius swung the door open and the three entered the room, and the door swung shut with a bang which made Harry physically jump in the air and turn to look behind him worriedly. "Ah, Sirius, Remus and little Harry. Do take a seat." Dumbledore's smile faded slightly as he noticed the cuts and bruises littering the small boy. He silently cursed himself for not taking action sooner. "They kept him in a cupboard, Albus." "A bloody cupboard," Sirius growled. Albus stared worriedly at the young boy who was staring at the carpet guiltily. He hadn't heard what Sirius had said, but he did feel the anger radiating off him intensify, and he could feel the man's, who he presumed was the headmaster, eyes on him. Albus himself was feeling even more guilt than Harry. He hadn't realized things had gone that far, and he was feeling immensely sympathetic to the young boy. "Don't swear in front of Harry, Sirius," Remus said softly as his eyes also drifted towards Harry. Harry felt very much in the spotlight with all three men staring at him, and it made him feel very self-conscious and uncomfortable. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other and debated what he should do. They were obviously waiting for him to do something, but he had no idea what. Even if he lifted his gaze from the floor to meet their eyes, there were still three of them and he couldn't stare at them all at once. He contented himself to just shuffling his feet and hoping that they got distracted soon. In actual fact, none of the three were waiting for anything. Sirius was staring at him because just looking at his godson calmed him down and made him think of happy things like what Harry's reaction would be to his new room. Remus was looking at him because when Harry had bowed his head, he had noticed heavy bruising around his neck which looked suspiciously like they had been made by hands, and he was trying to work out exactly how recent they were and also fight the desire to be physically sick. Albus also had noticed this, but his sharp eyes had also picked up several other injuries that had previously hidden. Most of them looked suspiciously like burns. "I know you have probably come here to shout at me, but I feel that now is the perfect time to discuss a few implications of raising Harry. I was going to wait until he had settled in, but I think that you may not be able to understand Harry properly and therefore help him unless you know the full story. I don't deny that I deserve to have someone shout at me, but I implore you to return another day to do it, preferably without Harry." Dumbledore said quietly. "What do you mean implications? And what do you mean until we know the full story? He's my godson. Why do you know more about him than I do?" Sirius said somewhat aggressively. "I assure you I don't know more about him than you do, but I do however have some news about him which were before only suspicions but are now proven," Dumbledore explained gravely. "Well, what are they?" Remus said urgently, looking over at his godson again, who was now staring at the headmaster looking a little bit confused. He had forgotten his usual politeness in his panic over Harry's health. Did he have an illness? Was there something wrong with him? He looked normal to Remus bar the obvious signs of mistreatment. Dumbledore too looked over at Harry and he realized that the boy was staring at him. He was probably wondering what he was on about, Dumbledore thought wryly. This particular news was probably going to surprise even Harry. Harry was indeed very confused about the headmaster's speech. Implications. He had implications. He didn't have a clue what the implications were, and if they were going to change his godfather's mind about taking him home with them, then he didn't want to find out what they were either, and he certainly didn't want his godfathers finding out about them. If this Dumbledore person knew that Harry had implications, then he knew more about Harry than Harry did. Sirius was getting very impatient of waiting for Dumbledore to share the news with them, and he felt that he was just prolonging the wait to emphasize further that he knew something about Harry that Sirius didn't, and Sirius liked to think that he knew everything about Harry. Though he had to admit he didn't know much about the last couple of years of Harry's life, but looking at the thick bruising around his neck that hadn't escaped his attention either, he wasn't sure he wanted to know about that particular time period. "So are you going to share this great nugget of knowledge with us today or tomorrow, Albus, because it's getting late and Harry must be tired?" Sirius snapped eventually. "Oh, do excuse me, I was away into dreamland for a minute there," Dumbledore said apologetically. Sirius murmured something incomprehensive that he obviously had no wish for the headmaster to hear, and it was undoubtedly something rude because Remus with his sharpened werewolf hearing shot him a warning look, which Sirius returned exaggeratedly. Harry meanwhile was staring at the headmaster, waiting patiently to hear what his implications were. Personally, he thought he had more right than anyone to hear them, after all they were his. Dumbledore cleared his throat and said simply, "Harry is a genius." Sirius and Remus' mouths fell open and Harry himself sat on the floor with a plop. "But he's only 4 inches, Remus protested. "How can you tell already?" "Harry, spell encyclopedia," Dumbledore ordered. "Encyclopedia," Harry recited hesitantly. Was this another question designed to catch him out? Sirius and Remus exchanged looks of amazement. "That was your proof?" Dumbledore smiled. "How many 4-year-olds do you know that can spell that?" "He also has an immensely complex vocabulary and knowledge. At first appearances this is good news, very good news in fact, especially for when he comes to Hogwarts, but it will make him harder to care for, and if he is anything like his father, which I believe he is, then he will most likely use his brains for all kinds of pranks to drive you around the bend, and me when he arrives at Hogwarts." Sirius and Remus were looking at each other in disbelief. "But that's amazing," Remus exclaimed. "If James were here he would go on and on and on about it and how great Harry is." Sirius said happily, "He did anyway, and he didn't even know about this. He would be so proud." Harry sat there in stunned disbelief. "He was a genius. He also has a lot more magical ability than a regular wizard," Dumbledore continued, "which means he will do a lot more underage wizardry than a normal child." Normal child? Harry thought. Yes, that's definitely what he said, which must mean Uncle Vernon was right and I am abnormal. He realized Dumbledore was still speaking and he wrenched his attention back to what was going on around him. This will again make him harder to take care of, and he should be watched all the time in case he does something dangerous by mistake. Sirius and Remus were nodding solemnly. "He also seems to have some extra talents." Sirius and Remus leant forward slightly. "There was more. I have here a list of all the underage magic he had already done, and I assure you, it is quite extensive," he said, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon specs. "However, I can conclude from them that Harry can do some branches of magic, and quite advanced magic, without the use of a wand. He also seems to be able to create fire, and not only create it but control it." Looking at the rather shocked and disbelieving men in front of him, Dumbledore turned to Harry and said, "I wondered whether you would be kind enough to demonstrate, Harry. Personally, I am rather excited to see this particular trick." Harry glanced around the room worriedly. He always got in trouble for doing this at the Dursleys. What was to say here was any different? Remus studied his godson for a second and said, "You won't get in any trouble, Harry." Almost as if he could read his mind. Harry was incredulous. "I won't?" he asked suspiciously. All 3 men shook their heads and watched in awe as Harry waved his arms in a kind of circle and a small flame appeared. "I can make it bigger," he exclaimed, making good use of the fact that this was something he had been assured he was allowed to do, and he knew he wouldn't do it wrong. He also thought it would be a good chance to impress his godfathers. He moved his hands further apart and the flame size grew dramatically. It was soon bigger than Harry himself, and Remus was beginning to worry and was about to tell his godson to put it out when Harry said, "Or smaller." And he put his hands closer together so that the flame shrank to a tiny flicker about the size of a flame in a candle. "And I can hold it and it won't burn me." Harry was starting to warm to his topic and was more animated than he had been all day. "And I can put it down and it will stay there." He demonstrated, and sure enough the flame stayed exactly as it had in Harry's hand, "and if I want it to spread it will." "Don't demonstrate that one please, Harry," Remus said quickly, foreseeing the whole office burning down. "I used to use it to light up my cupboard," Harry explained randomly as if they had questioned his need for non-dangerous fire that stayed where he told it to. On your records it does show that you used it nearly every day. That's how I knew that it was one of your talents, and it will grow, you know. The older you get, the more you will be able to use it. I know now that it drains your magical ability and will make you feel tired now, undoubtedly not as much now as before because you have used it every night, so you will have made your power stronger, but when you are older and can control and understand it even more, you will make the power even more stronger, and there is no telling what you may achieve, Dumbledore explained. And I can throw it at people, Harry finished shyly as he was well aware that that was the one that adults usually dislike the most. Don't demonstrate that either, Remus said. To Harry's surprise, these people didn't seem very shocked or angry at Harry. In fact, Harry could swear that Sirius was laughing and Remus and Dumbledore had broad grins on their faces, showing that they were using a lot of restraint from joining him. There is another talent that I believe you have, but without talking to you haven't been certain, Dumbledore said, taking advantage of the silence. When Harry didn't reply, he continued. Can you feel other people's emotions, Harry? Harry nodded and glanced at his godfathers to see how they were taking the news. They didn't look angry, just surprised. You are hungry, Harry said softly. Dumbledore chuckled and nodded. Indeed I am, and I'm sure you are too, so we shall conclude the meeting shortly. He turned to Sirius and Remus. He may have other, how shall we say it, talents that may show themselves as he gets older. If you discover any, please report to me, and now I think a little trip to Madame Pomfrey would do Harry the world of good. Both Sirius and Remus nodded and muttered their thanks. They still had not quite forgiven him for letting Harry get into the mess in the first place. Sirius reached for Harry's hand and the three of them left the office and went down flight after flight of curved stairs before they reached a door which had a plain white and red sign centered proclaiming, Infirmary. They entered silently. Harry was starting to feel very nervous. The white beds and smell of disinfectant reminded him of hospitals. A bustling lady appeared from a door leading off the room carrying a pile of folded bed sheets. She looked up and seeing the three dropped all she was holding. Sirius and Remus started forward to help her pick them up, Sirius taking Harry forward with him. Once they were all back in her arms, she tossed the pile into a nearby basket and scrutinized them cheerfully. Mr. Lupin, I never thought I would see you in here again. Due to his monthly visits, Madame Pomfrey had got to know Remus quite well and she had become very fond of him. And Mr. Black, you gave me quite a few gray hairs with all your stunts when you were here. She waved her auburn hair at him threateningly. It caught the sunlight and glimmered. There were no gray hairs in it as far as Sirius could see. And Mr. Potter, she had finally glanced down to the youngest of the three. He needs a check-up, Sirius explained helpfully. He needs a bath first. Pomfrey wriggled her nose distastefully. If he is too dirty, then the magic won't work properly. She moved forwards to pick Harry up, but he gave a small squeak of terror and rushed to hide behind Sirius' legs. I get the hint, Mr. Potter. I believe he would prefer you to do it. Don't take too long, please. And then she strode back into the small adjoining room with a shout of, second door on the left. Remus sat on a small chair and took an abandoned paper off of a nearby table. He smiled reassuringly at Harry before opening it and beginning to read. Sirius strolled nonchalantly towards the room that Pomfrey had indicated. Harry scurried along after him. Did the nurse lady say bath? He had to have a bath. If there was one thing Harry didn't like, it was baths. It was even the one thing H would admit to being afraid of. He didn't want to cause Sirius any trouble and make lots of fuss, but he also did not want to take a bath. Once they were in the room, Sirius locked the door behind them. Harry looked at the heavy bolts worriedly. That had been his escape route. He backed off as far as he could until he hit the wall and then he flattened himself against it. Sirius watched him sadly. Harry still seemed to think that he was going to hurt him. Sighing, he went over to the large bath that took up most of the opposite wall and he began to fill it with water. As the tub filled up, Sirius held his hand under it to check that it wasn't too hot or too cold. He sneaked little glances at Harry every now and again. Harry was watching the swirling water with dread. The tub was filled far too quickly for Harry's liking. When Sirius had turned the tap off, he turned to face his godson. He wasn't sure how he was going to accomplish this. You have to take a bath, Harry, Sirius told him, selecting his words carefully. Pete, please don't make me, Harry cried. I'll be good, I promise I'll be good. Sirius frowned. Had the Dursleys used the bath in some sort of sick punishment for Harry? "It's not a punishment, Harry," Sirius told him gently, "it's about getting you clean." Harry looked disbelieving. Sirius had to distract him, but how? Scanning the room for some sort of inspiration, he noticed a pile of children's clothes in the corner. Pomfrey must have put them there when he was watching Remus read the paper. He strode quickly over to them and sorted through them. "Look, Harry, clean clothes. Why don't you choose what you want to wear after your bath?" Harry inched his way over around the perimeter of the room, taking care to make sure he didn't go anywhere near the bath. He stood silently and looked at the clothes. He showed no particular enthusiasm to choosing though. Sirius watched him out of the corner of his eye. Why was Harry so reluctant to share his opinion? In the end, Sirius himself chose a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Harry nodded when Sirius held them up, and Sirius realized with a sigh that they were back to the drawing board. He wished he could have spent another half an hour sorting through clothes just to prolong the bath. "Harry, do you trust me?" Sirius asked. Harry nodded but was looking worried. "Then please let me give you a bath. I promise I won't hurt you and I will make sure you're okay all the time." Harry was stuck. He couldn't refuse now. Sirius had been so reasonable and hadn't hit him, and besides Harry did trust him. At last he jerked his head very slightly, almost hoping that Sirius wouldn't notice. Unfortunately for Harry he did, and he very gently pulled Harry closer to him and started undressing him. He realized exactly how dirty the clothes were, and yet when he looked closer he realized it wasn't dirt, it was dried blood. He looked at it in horror and fought the urge to be sick. It was full of holes as well, and Sirius realized Harry had worn the same clothes for at least a year. When Harry was finally rid of all the horrible clothes, Sirius gave a little gasp of shock. Harry was covered in cuts, bruises and burns, and his ribs were poking out dramatically. He had a very long cut all the way down his tummy that looked like he had been cut with a knife. Some of the cuts covering his body were very deep and should have been stitched up by the look of them. There were so many injuries that Sirius struggled to take them all in. Harry looked at Sirius strangely, and Sirius realized that he was behaving oddly, and as he didn't want to scare Harry further, he forced a smile and said, "Now, there's nothing to be afraid of, okay? It's only water and it will soon be all over." Harry nodded mutely, and Sirius forced himself to look away from the horrible injuries covering Harry's small body. Anger was churning up inside him. He realized that Harry was panicking and remembered that he could feel emotion, so he must be able to feel Sirius' anger, and thought that it was because of him. He struggled to neutralize his emotions by thinking of how Harry would react to Christmas, but he couldn't seem to get the images of Harry being beaten out of his head. He picked Harry up tenderly and lowered him towards the swirling water. Harry stiffened at the contact and then began to struggle as he got nearer to the water. Harry had tried really hard to be brave, but the more he thought about the water the more he struggled. All too soon he was in the water and he panicked desperately, trying to get out. Water splashed everywhere as Harry kicked and thrashed about, and very soon Sirius was just as wet as Harry was. Sirius wasn't sure what to do. He silently cursed Madame Pomfrey for not doing this herself. Remus put down his paper as he heard the water crashing around. He hadn't turned a single page since picking it up anyway. He had been listening carefully for any signs of Sirius needing help. All he had heard so far was the soft murmur of Sirius' voice, though he couldn't make out the words. It seemed that the bath had only just started. He sighed as he heard tidal waves crash onto the floor. He wondered whether to go and help, but he thought he would wait to see how Sirius dealt with it. In the end, Sirius acted instinctively and just wrapped his arms around Harry and hugged him. At first this had made Harry flail around even more vigorously, but he soon relaxed into the strong hold. "Look, Harry," Sirius said softly, "the water's warm and it's not that bad, is it?" The look of disbelief that Harry gave Sirius showed that he was not inclined to agree. "Let's wash your hair," Sirius said confidently, as if he bathed scared infants every day of his life. His jumper was dripping wet from putting his hands in the water to hug Harry, so as it weighed his arms down he slipped it over his head. It was a lot easier to bath a child, Sirius realized, in a t-shirt, because then you can get your arms wet. He realized with a stab of excitement that these were the things he was going to learn, and he couldn't wait. There was some shampoo on the side of the bath, and Sirius squeezed some of that onto his hand and started massaging it into Harry's hair. Harry was totally silent now, though Sirius knew he was still scared because he could feel him shaking. Within 10 minutes Harry's hair had been shampooed and conditioned, and he was looking up at Sirius with his puppy dog eyes pleading to get out. Sirius wondered how to go about washing him. The number of cuts on his body meant that using soap would be painful for him and it might infect them. Sirius thought he had used his common sense more that day than any other time in his whole life. He decided to just use a soft cloth from the cabinet in the corner of the room. Water and a cloth would probably clean him up just fine. Apart from a squeak when Sirius went over a deep cut on his shoulder which looked suspiciously like it was from a belt and also heartbreakingly recent, there were no more incidents. Harry had shook violently the whole time Sirius was cleaning him and he had flinched and winced occasionally, but the ordeal was finally over. Sirius lifted him from the bath and cocooned him a massive fluffy towel which swamped him. Sirius was quietly seething about the treatment Harry had received at the hands of his relatives. He knew he wouldn't be able to discuss it with Remus if Harry had to be accompanied at all times, which meant Remus had to see it for himself before Pomfrey healed Harry. "Are you cross?" Harry asked, cautiously breaking into Sirius' chain of thought. Sirius guiltily remembered that Harry could feel when he was cross and so logically assumed it was at him as he was the only one in the room. Sirius assured him that he wasn't before standing up and walking to the door. He reached to unlock it but changed his mind at the last minute and turned to his godson instead. He needed to ask Harry first, he reminded himself. "How about Remus comes to dress you while I read the paper?" he inquired. It was the only way he could think of that let Remus see what Sirius had seen. Harry nodded enthusiastically and turning back to the door he unlocked it and stuck his head out the door. "Remus," he called. Remus had gone back to pretending to read the paper when the splashing had stopped and he looked up surprised to hear Sirius calling him. "Dress Harry, please." Remus got up to comply, surprised at the request. He looked questionably at Sirius as he passed but he shook his head and murmured, "You'll see." Pomfrey chose that moment to stick her head around her door and widening her eyes at Sirius' appearance said sarcastically, "I don't remember telling you to take a bath as well, Mr. Black." Sirius wasn't sure whether she was referring to the fact that he was soaking wet or the fact that he had taken so long. Unable to think of a good comeback, he stuck his tongue out at her childishly, which, fortunately for him, she missed as she had ducked back into her office. Remus disappeared into the bathroom and Sirius sat in the space that he had just vacated. He didn't bother picking up the paper because he knew he wouldn't read it. He was furious and he had to get the anger out of the way before Harry came back. He wondered half-heartedly if Madame Pomfrey would mind if he kicked a hole in her wall, but cast that ideas to the side when he realized that it was a bad example to set for Harry. He settled on the method that Remus used, counting, only he said a swear word after every number. He did it in his head, of course. He could just imagine Remus' reaction if he taught Harry some new words. After what seemed to Sirius like an hour, the door finally opened and Remus and Harry, looking very cute in his new outfit, trooped out. Sirius knew that Remus now understood his sudden desire to make him dress Harry as his face was ashen and his eyes were sparkling with unshed tears. Sirius' anger had deteriorated at the sight of Harry and he smiled at him now without a trace of insincerity. Pomfrey bustled out clucking softly when she saw Harry. "Right now, dear, you need to come with me and we will get you checked over," she began shepherding him out of the room. Harry looked mournfully at his godfathers before he disappeared from view. Sirius, who had been about to protest before Remus had stood on his foot, glared at the corner where Pomfrey had just disappeared around. "He's our godson, how come we don't get to stay with him?" Sirius burst out indignantly. "He'll be fine, Sirius," Remus said soothingly, "Poppy knows what she's doing." Sirius wasn't sure whether Remus had used Pomfrey's given name to reassure him or to make it seem less intimidating than saying Harry will be fine with a nurse that he hardly knows in a big room where anything could happen. He began to pace and Remus nervously picked up the newspaper again. About an hour later Pomfrey came back looking extremely grim and Harry hurried along beside her. Remus threw the paper down and Sirius stopped pacing. He sat down with a bump and to his great surprise and joy Harry ran towards him and threw himself into his arms. He hugged him protectively and shared a delighted look with Remus, who was feeling slightly envious. Sirius couldn't believe it. Just a short time ago Harry had been completely scared of him, yet now he was in his arms. He wasn't crying but he was holding onto him very tightly. Sirius lifted him onto his lap and although he tensed slightly he didn't make any protest. Remus, however, was now looking worriedly at the thick roll of parchment in Pomfrey's hand. She cleared her throat and they looked up at her expectantly. Mr. Potter has a shocking amount of injuries, this parchment lists them all. She gestured to what she was holding and they stared in shock at the thick parchment in her hand. It is the most shocking child abuse I have ever seen, and if I ever have any Dursley in my infirmary they will be getting poison, not medicine. The normally docile nurse was quivering with rage. It ranges from broken ribs, Sirius and Remus exchanged looks of horror, to deep cuts, heavy bruising and big burns. He had severe head injuries which I have sorted, and overall he is in a general state of mistreatment. He had a weight problem and is missing many important nutrients. She handed them a big box full of bottles and lotions along with the parchment which they tucked into the crate. You must use these twice a day until they have ran out. I've already given them him for today. The full instructions are on the bottles and it says which bottles are for which injuries on the parchment. If there are any more problems you must come and see me straight away, and right now he needs sleep, so let him sleep for an hour or so. She glared at them as if they had argued with her and then swept Harry into a big hug before returning to her office. Harry had squawked a protest at the hug and was now pressing himself against Sirius. Sirius lifted him onto the nearest bed and he burrowed in obediently. Remus pushed the box of potions under the bed and with a chorus of good nights and sleep wells, they left. Sirius led the way and they used the exact same route as they had to get to the infirmary. The headmaster had said to come back without Harry, and as they were going to, it would be a good way to vent his anger, Sirius decided, and Harry could get some well-earned sleep. Harry, however, was not sleeping. He was curled up in a ball trying very hard not to cry. These people had been nice to him and now they were gone with no mention of coming back, which meant he must be going back to the Dursleys. Suddenly he felt angry. Sirius had said he didn't deserve to be treated badly and he wouldn't lie to him, so he wasn't going back to the Dursleys. He would leave before they had a chance to send him back. He dropped carefully from the bed. He was still wearing his new outfit but his feet were bare. There was nothing he could do about that though. He ducked out of the room and ran as fast as he could towards the direction of where he presumed the entrance was. He remembered what his parents had told him about Hogwarts now. Well, his dad had told him loads of stuff, but the main bit was that Hogwarts was a school. Schools, Harry knew, would have teachers and teachers would stop Harry from getting away. There didn't appear to be any students, but then Harry remembered that it was summer, so they would be on holiday. They were one less thing to worry about. It felt as if he had been walking for hours, but in reality it was only about half an hour. He had also gone around in quite a few circles, but Harry never gave up on anything once he had begun. Finally he saw the big main doors that he had come in through hours before and he scuttled towards them. When he got close they swung open just like they had before and Harry took a few tentative steps forward. It was dark outside, and cold. There was a loud bang from behind him as the door shut. It scared him and he ran off into the dark, unfriendly night. An owl hooted somewhere above his head and Harry thought he heard footsteps behind him. He spun around but could see nothing. He had no idea where he was because everything was dark, so he could only see the dark outlines of shapes, making them appear more threatening. He turned back around and continued to walk aimlessly. He thought he was still in the Hogwarts grounds, but he didn't really know. He didn't really care so long as he was far away from the Dursleys. There was a crackle of sticks behind him and he stood still and listened. All he could hear was the faint swish of the wind. The grass was cold and wet on his bare feet and he began to think longingly of the infirmary and the warm cozy bed he had left behind. All of a sudden running away didn't seem like such a good idea after all. He should have stayed and tried to persuade them to let him stay at Hogwarts, or that nurse person might have taken him in. It was too late to go back now though. Even if he wanted to, he had no idea how to get back. He was lost and all alone and it was dark and he was scared. He wanted Sirius. He wanted Remus. He wanted someone to come and get him. Thinking about it logically, Harry realized that although they hadn't said they were coming back, they hadn't said they weren't coming back either. Maybe they had just presumed he knew they were coming back. He stopped walking. If they went back now and he wasn't there, then they would be very angry and they would definitely take him back to the Dursleys. But perhaps they weren't back yet. It suddenly became a matter of extreme importance to get back as quickly as possible so that he could sneak back into bed and no one ever needed to know that he had left. He started to make his way back in the direction he had just come, but he had changed direction so many times that he had no idea whether that was the right way back or not. He looked around in vain for any sign of light that would indicate which way the castle was. He was surrounded by thick darkness. He began to feel that he was the only person for miles around. Then suddenly he was shoved roughly to the ground, he felt hot breath on his neck and something sharp sticking in his back, and that's when he screamed. On the other side of the Hogwarts grounds, Albus Dumbledore was sitting silently in his office, finally alone after what had felt like hours of being shouted at. He deserved it, there was no doubt that he deserved it, but it didn't make it any pleasanter. He glanced at the aged clock levitating on the opposite wall. It had only been 45 minutes since the men had knocked on his door for the second time that evening. He listened to their footsteps dying away as they got further down the corridor. He glanced out of the window but could see nothing. Hogwarts was swallowed in darkness. He yawned and, leaning back in his chair, drifted off to sleep. In a small cabin on the outskirts of the grounds, Hagrid was pouring himself a cup of tea. He lifted the kettle off the merry fire dancing in the heat and carried it over to his cup. He was just about to pour when a scream broke the serenity of the night. It was a scream of pure anguish and terror. Hagrid grabbed his pink umbrella from the table and ran out into the dark night. Meanwhile, Sirius and Remus were getting closer and closer to the infirmary. They came through the door and over to the bed they had left Harry in. It was empty. Desperately, Sirius and Remus threw back the sheets on all the beds in the room in case they had gone to the wrong bed. They were all empty. Harry was gone. Harry struggled desperately against his captor. He finally managed to roll over and he looked up into the face of his attacker. He was Harry, with a long snout and bright eyes. He licked Harry's face. It was a dog. Harry immediately felt very stupid. He had screamed because of a friendly dog. He petted the dog absent-mindedly. He was thinking hard. Where there's a dog, there's a person. The dog hadn't walked here himself. Harry stood up and scanned the horizon for a human-sized silhouette. There was none. Where did you come from? Harry murmured. He loved dogs. Perhaps this one was a stray. He mused, maybe Sirius would let him keep it. Then he remembered that he was going home to the Dursleys and tears prickled his eyelashes. Fang! A voice bellowed from somewhere in the darkness. Hagrid had realized that Fang had gone and therefore may have been connected to the scream. Harry jumped to his feet. A person. So you're called Fang, I guess, Harry said with a smile. Fang! The voice shouted again. The dog woofed. The noise echoed in the dark. Harry looked around to see which direction the person was. Fang got up and disappeared into the shadows. That must be the way the owner is then, Harry thought. He knew that dogs could see better in the dark than humans, and they also had a better sense of smell. He turned and scanned the shadows for any sign of life. He finally noticed a massive figure walking towards him, mumbling incoherently. Harry didn't think you could get people that big, but he wasn't about to be choosy. A rescuer was a rescuer. As the man got closer, Harry became more and more certain that he was a giant. The feelings radiating off him were not human, and although none of them seemed to be particularly bad, some of them were unidentifiable. He remembered being told to never judge by appearances, so he held his ground. After all, Remus was a werewolf and he was a good person. The person was now practically on top of him. He bent down and studied Harry, who felt as if he should say something but he wasn't sure what, so he kept quiet. A flash of surprise and recognition crossed the giant's face and he choked out. Harry. Harry nearly fell backwards in surprise. Not only was this man a giant, he was a stranger, yet he knew Harry's name and who he was. Perhaps, Harry thought hopefully, still reluctant to give up on his rescuer, he was something to do with the school. But as the moon came out from behind a cloud and light up the stranger's face, Harry too gave a gasp of recognition. It was the man who had taken him on a motorbike to the Dursleys, which meant that he must know the Dursleys. What ye doin' out at this time by yeself? Hagrid said sternly. Let's get her home. He was going to take him back to the Dursleys. He must know them. Harry had to get out of there and fast. He took off running as fast as he could. He was a fast runner. He had had plenty of practice living at the Dursleys. He could hear the man shouting after him, but he didn't turn back. Hagrid couldn't understand why the boy was so upset about going back to the castle, but he knew that the boy shouldn't be out, so instead of following him, which he knew would be impossible in this level of darkness, he decided to go back to Hogwarts and tell someone. He imagined that whoever it was who had brought him here was looking for him and was very worried. Back in the infirmary, Sirius and Remus were more than worried. They had gone past the worried stage a long time ago. They were now at the knuckle-biting state of an absolute frenzy of anxiety. Sirius was furiously interrogating Madame Pomfrey on just how she had managed to not notice that his godson was gone. She agreed to help search and they split up. Half an hour later they met back up in the infirmary. They had run all around the castle searching for him, but he was nowhere to be seen. Sirius had even tried all the old secret passageways the marauders had used when they were at school, but with no luck. It brought back memories though, and thinking about how his best friend would have felt had he known he had lost his son spurred him on to look even harder. Now though, as he looked at the nurse and Remus both shaking their heads, the full reality of it all hit him. Sirius felt close to tears, which was a new experience to him. His godson was lost. Harry's bare feet were now bleeding, their protest at all the running they had had to do. He had ran across a stone pathway and had cut up his feet badly. He only stopped running when he was absolutely certain that the strange man was not following. He doubted he would be able to find him in this darkness anyway. Unfortunately, that also meant that no one else would be able to find him either. He didn't know what to do. Hagrid, who had a good knowledge of Hogwarts grounds, found the castle easily and was just mounting the main staircase on his way to the headmaster's office when he saw Sirius and Remus coming towards him looking extremely worried. He hurried up to them. "Are you looking for Harry?" he asked urgently. "Yes, why have you seen him? Please Merlin, tell me you've seen him." Sirius looked about ready to shake him. "I heard a scream." Sirius' face lost what little color it had left. "So I hurried outside and Harry was there, but he ran off. I think I may, Avenue frightened, I am. He is still outside though. He ran away from the castle." Hagrid paused for breath. Sirius and Remus didn't wait to hear any more. The second the words, "he's still outside," had passed Hagrid's lips, they were sprinting down the stairs. The doors burst open and banged loudly on the outside wall. The noise echoed through the night. They split up and searched frantically outside. Sirius gazed fearfully at the sky. It was so dark and his godson was all by himself. Hagrid helped, though he wasn't sure if Harry would be too keen to see him again anytime soon. Harry had heard the clang of the doors and was facing the direction the noise had come. Was it that man again? Or was it the castle? Harry started to walk backwards to see if he could see any sign of movement. He walked and suddenly there was no ground beneath him. He screamed as he tumbled into the icy bottomless depths of Hogwarts Lake. "Did you hear that?" Remus whispered. "You know my hearing, Remus." "What was it?" "Well, I think it was a scream. It sounded far away though." "It must be Harry. Where did it come from?" Sirius was getting hopeful. Remus hesitated. This was the bit that he knew would make Sirius panic. "The lake," he finally stuttered. Sirius gave him a terrified look before sprinting towards the lake. Remus right behind him. They reached it within minutes. Sirius looked queasily at the water. It was still. Harry had dragged himself out and run off again, for fear that his scream had attracted the giant's attention. He had made a startling discovery: he could swim. The water had been so cold that hurt though, and Harry's bare feet were now in agony. The water reminded him of baths at the Dursley house, freezing cold and being forced underwater so that he couldn't breathe. The cold baths had been better than the boiling hot baths though. Harry shook his head to clear his mind of the things he wanted to forget about. The current of the water had been strong and Harry had been underwater a few times. He coughed now from the amount of water he had swallowed. He had managed to get out fairly quickly and he knew he was now far away from the lake. He was wet, cold, tired and hungry. He thought wistfully of Sirius and Remus, but he shook his head again. He needed to use his head for thinking about what to do, not to think about what could have been. He saw that he was in an open space and he sat down. His feet could no longer support him. He would just wait here for someone to find him. After all, if he carries on wandering around, then no one will ever be able to find him. They will just keep missing each other. Harry felt that this was the most sensible idea he had had so far. Sirius and Remus were still staring into the midst of the lake, looking around hopefully for signs of their godson. Remus was staring at the lake thoughtfully. Suddenly he said, "Mer people." A few pretty heads bob up to the surface of the lake. "Have you seen a young boy?" "About 4. He asked politely. He fell in the lake, he fell in the lake," the mer people chanted. Sirius felt sick. His worst suspicion had been proved correct. He started preparing to jump in, but Remus stopped him. "Look at the water, Sirius, it's too late. It's too late, it's too late." The words rang in Sirius' ears. He had failed Harry. Harry was dead. Harry meanwhile was still sitting in his space, very much alive. He could hear someone approaching. Hoping very much that it was a good person, Harry stood up. The man came to a halt right in front of him. He had long, greasy black hair and a hooked nose. They stared at each other curiously for a minute. Snape was amazed. This boy looked like James Potter, which meant he must be his son, Harry Potter. Which meant, he held his breath. This was Lily's son. His face darkened as he realized that it was also Potter's son, but whoever he was, he shouldn't be out at this time and certainly not by himself. He wondered briefly how he could have got there but didn't dwell on the matter. It amazed him that he came out for a simple stroll on the grounds before the students got there in a few days, and he had come across a Potter. Well, Mr. Potter, we are in trouble, aren't we? His lip curled into a sneer. Harry nearly fell over. Here was another scary person, and he knew his name as well. He wasn't sure what he meant by we. Harry may be in trouble, but he highly doubted that this man was in trouble. Who did you come with? My godfathers, sir. That was how his uncle had liked being addressed, and Harry wanted to keep on this man's good side. Surprise flickered across Snape's face. The boy had called him sir. And as he was certain that he had no idea who he was, that must mean the boy had some manners. Certainly not like his father. So he had come with his godfathers, had he, the wolf in black. He had no desire to run into either of them. So they bring you here, and like the ungrateful little brat you are, you run off. They won't want you now, will they? You will be straight back to the Dursleys. Snape guessed that he was here so that Remus and Sirius could take him home, and he had heard a few stories of the Dursleys to know that Harry wasn't happy there. One look at Harry's face told him he had guessed right. Harry felt slightly angry at the man's words. He didn't even know him, so how could he say he was a brat? And there was that infuriating word again, ungrateful. Though with a sinking heart Harry realized that that was exactly what he had been. He was offered a chance and he had ruined it, like he ruined everything. Snape was horrified to see Harry's eyes fill with tears. His eyes, he had Lily's eyes. He felt like he was looking at her. While Snape was stuck in a trance, Harry took the opportunity to run. His feet seemed to get over the cold in the midst of this new danger. This person was obviously no friend, and he seemed to know the Dursleys too. Harry wondered if in the wizarding world everyone knew everyone. Perhaps they even knew the non-magic people, which would account for why they knew the Dursleys. Or perhaps everyone was on the Dursleys' side and Harry had no one on his. No one to turn to. Even Sirius and Remus didn't seem to be bothered that he had gone, and they must have noticed by now. Snape was horrified to see the boy run off. He hadn't meant for that to happen at all. He had noticed the boy was soaking wet and he didn't have any shoes on. He may be Potter's child, but he was Lily's too, and he didn't want him to get hurt. Besides, he had made a promise to Dumbledore, hadn't he? Well, undoubtedly people must be looking for him, so he would go and find them. It would be pointless chasing the boy. It was too dark and he would never keep up anyhow. Sirius and Remus were sitting on the bank next to the river. Sirius was staring at the swirling water and his own water was falling down his cheeks. Remus was staring at the moon, until a figure blocked it. He jumped to his feet reflexively. How can you look for the Potter brat sitting down? Or are you trying the whole wait and he'll come to you method? Because I hate to break your little bubble, but the child should be doing that, not the searchers, Snape sneered. He had finally found them and was totally shocked that they didn't seem that bothered that their young charge had run off. Sirius ignored him. Not even Snively could annoy him now. It didn't matter anymore. Nothing mattered anymore, not now. Harry was. He couldn't think about it. Remus meanwhile was looking thoughtful. How did you know we had lost Harry? He asked. I saw the little brat just a few minutes ago and obviously I presumed he was lost and that you were looking for him. You aren't doing a very good job of looking after him, are you? To lose him on the first day, Snape said. Spitefully. Sirius had shot to his feet, not because he had taken offense at Snape's words, in fact he hadn't even seemed to hear them. You've seen Harry? Remus asked urgently. Where? What did he say? Well, he was all wet and cold and he isn't wearing shoes. He glanced at them to see their reaction. They were looking panicky but strangely relieved. I talked to him, told him how much trouble he was in. Gee, thanks Snape. Talk about encouraging the child. Sirius cut in angrily. And told him how you would send him back to the Dursleys. Snape finished as if he had never been interrupted. There were cries of rage from the godfathers. Why would you even say that? Why would you? Sirius was yelling at him angrily, looking very much like he wanted to toss him in the lake. Remus wasn't bothered what he did with him so long as he got some important information first. So where is he? He asked impatiently. Well, he was in an open bit of space not far from the Whomping Willow, but he's not there now. He ran off when I mentioned the Dursleys. Sirius looked ready to murder Snape, but Remus had run off, so he followed quickly and contented himself with shooting him an evil look. Snape wanted to help. He wanted to help look for Lily's child, but he couldn't, not now. He had pretended not to care. If Sirius had told him to stay away, then he could have joined in and pretended it was only to annoy him. Sighing, he swept off to the castle. Harry meanwhile had found another open space a long way away from the last one. He sat there hesitantly before laying down. Maybe he would have to sleep out here. It was so cold. Harry thought wistfully of warm fires, then sat up with a jolt. He could make fire, and Sirius and Remus would see the light and come and get him, and if they didn't, then he would still be warm. He waved his hands professionally and had soon created a fire. It was bigger than the ones he made in his cupboard because he wanted it to be easy to see, and he had the use of so much space. Harry had never had so much space before. He didn't know why he hadn't thought of it before. They could have found him ages ago if he had, he thought crossly. Sirius and Remus meanwhile were scouring the ground desperately for a sign of their godson. Remus grabbed hold of Sirius' arm. Look, there's a light, Remus exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Sirius needed no further persuading. He ran towards the light, leaving Remus far behind. Remus ran after him, but even with his added agility, one of the few perks from being a werewolf, he couldn't catch up. Harry could hear someone running towards him. Sirius, he called into the night. Remus. It was Harry. They had found Harry. Sirius finally reached him. Sirius, Harry exclaimed in delight. Sirius picked him up and cradled him close. Harry burrowed into him, and that's how Remus found them, entwined together. He's all wet, Sirius, Remus exclaimed. We need to get him inside, else he will catch a cold. As they left, the fire dwindled out to nothingness. Sirius carried him all the way to the infirmary. Harry had never felt so safe and loved, and even though in body temperature he was freezing, he felt warm. Back in the infirmary there was a buzz of activity as he was dried, redressed in new clothes and warmed up in big blankets. Sirius had nearly had a heart attack when he had felt the boy's feet and he had put them in a basin of warm water. All the cuts on them had been healed by a wave of Pomfrey's wand. Finally Harry was sitting back on Sirius' lap, dry and warm, with Remus sitting next to him. He had never felt so contented in his life. Why did you leave the infirmary, Harry? Sirius asked gently. Harry gulped. He knew they would ask this, and the second they got the answer he would be bundled straight back to the Dursleys. I thought you weren't coming back. We would never abandon you, Harry. Whenever we go somewhere we will always come back. Sirius felt guilty now as he realized he hadn't explained to Harry that he would return in an hour. He supposed that it could have looked like they were simply leaving. What happened? He asked curiously. I thought that with you gone I would get sent back to the Dursleys, so I left before they could send me back, and I went outside and then I wanted to come back, but I didn't know how and I was lost. And then something jumped on me from behind. Harry was crying fully now. Sirius tensed. Something had jumped on him. Then he remembered Hagrid had said he had heard a scream. But it was just a dog. Sirius relaxed slightly. Then there was a big giant and he knew my name, so I ran off. That must have been Hagrid, Remus said to Sirius thoughtfully. He's a good person, Harry, one of our friends in fact, Remus said softly. So that's how he had known my name and about the Dursleys. He was Sirius and Remus' friend. He thought miserably of how he could have been found a lot earlier. Then there was a bang and I started walking backwards so I could see if the man was after me, and then there was no ground. Harry let out a fresh burst of sobs. And I fell in the lake. Sirius and Remus exchanged looks and Sirius started to rub Harry's back reassuringly. And then I was all wet and cold and I found a space so you could find me, but this other man found me first and he said I would go back to the Dursleys, so I ran again. Sirius scowled. Snape, he spat. Then I remembered my fire and I thought you would see that, and you did, and I'm so sorry. Harry buried his head in Sirius' chest and wept. Sirius whispered reassuring things to him and rubbed his back. And now you're going to send me back to the Dursleys, he finished. His head still buried into Sirius, so his voice was muffled. "No, Harry," Sirius said fiercely, "you are not going back there, ever. You are coming home with me and Remus." Harry was unable to tell him exactly what this meant to him, but he pressed himself against him and hoped that he could feel how grateful he was and that he knew how much Harry loved him already. "Never do that again though, Harry," Sirius scolded lightly, "we were so worried about you." He held him until all his sobs quietened before stopping altogether. "Why don't we do a little bit more Harry's revenge?" Sirius asked him with a smile. He was desperate to make his godson smile again, and it would be a perfect way to even up with Dumbledore. Harry nodded enthusiastically, and after saying a quick goodbye to Madame Pomfrey they set off to Dumbledore's office. Sirius whispered the password, and praying the headmaster had gone to bed they entered. He hadn't gone to bed, but he was asleep at his desk. "Harry," Sirius and Remus whispered softly in a little huddle as they brainstormed prank ideas. Then, chuckling softly, Sirius and Remus waved their wands, and laughing silently the three flowed out of the pink office, watching the painted red love hearts as they faded out of sight as the three disappeared into the flow network, Harry in Sirius' arms. Dumbledore was going to get quite a surprise when he woke up. With a plop, the fire spat out the three wizards. Sirius carefully placed Harry on the floor. Harry's mouth fell open as he took in the massive room he had landed in. It had high wooden beams and hot fire burning in the grate. The room was full of fancy furnishings, and overall it had a sense of friendliness and character. Harry had never seen such a nice room in his whole life. Sirius grinned as he saw his godson's expression. He grabbed his hand and they took him for a guided tour. The house was massive. There were 2 playrooms just for him, 3 lounges and lots of bathrooms, and that was before they even started on the bedrooms. The bedrooms were just wow. Each one was better than the last, and they ended up on Harry's, which he thought was the best of all. It had a massive double bed with broomsticks on the duvet cover, and the walls were painted red and gold. Sirius had even put up the Gryffindor flag on one wall. It was the walls that Harry liked best of all. They were full of photo frames, and every one of them had his parents in. There was his dad with his 3 best friends, there was Lily and all her friends, and there was some with his parents together, and then his favorite ones of his parents with him as a baby. Harry moved closer to one of them and fell backwards in surprise as it waved at him. The room was full of toys, and Harry studied each one with wonder. Remus and Sirius stood in the doorway and smiled as Harry took it all in. "This is my room," he exclaimed. They nodded cheerfully. "Do you like it?" Sirius asked, though he thought he already knew the answer. Harry said nothing, but he flew over to Sirius and Remus and gave them a big hug, and they took this to be a very definite yes. "It's late and you need to go to bed. Do you want something to eat first?" Remus questioned. Harry studied him carefully. Was he allowed to say he wanted to eat? Uncle Vernon had asked him that once, and when he had said yes please, he threw him across the room saying he was ungrateful. He never did get anything either. But these people didn't seem to be like Uncle Vernon. He decided to take a chance. "Please, could I have something to eat, sir?" he asked quietly. Sirius and Remus exchanged incredulous looks. "Sir?" Neither of them had ever been called that in their entire lives. "Of course you can. And you don't need to call us sir," Remus exclaimed. It was Harry's turn to look incredulous. "I don't." "Certainly not," Sirius said firmly. Harry couldn't believe it. Uncle Vernon had beaten him if he hadn't said sir at the end of every sentence, and yet these people said he didn't have to. Remus and Sirius had started going downstairs, so Harry scuttled after them. "So, what do you want?" Remus asked after reaching the kitchen. Surprise flitted across Harry's face, quickly followed up by fear. Sirius and Remus shared a look. What could be scary about choosing a meal? Harry was scared though. This was all new to him and he was on unfamiliar ground. He didn't know what the right answer was, and he didn't want to make his new guardians cross with him, so he chose to say nothing. Remus realized he wasn't going to get an answer and he was too tired to push it. "Is pasta all right then?" he asked, struggling to hide a yawn. Pasta was the easiest meal he could think of right then that would fill up his young godson. Thankfully Harry nodded enthusiastically. "I'll cook it then and you go and wash your hands." Harry was back in about 5 minutes and was astonished to see a big bowl of pasta sitting on the table. "How did you do it so fast, sir?" he asked. Remus winced slightly at the formal title but replied, "With magic, I'm afraid. I am too tired to cook a proper meal by hand, and you don't have to call me sir," he reminded gently. "Sorry, sir," he replied before blushing as he realized he had done it again. "Sorry," he repeated this time without the sir. Remus smiled sadly at him and then dished out the yummy-looking pasta. He and Sirius both started tucking in straight away, but Harry simply stared at his plate longingly. "Aren't you going to eat something, Harry?" Sirius asked. "I'm allowed to eat at the same time as you." "Of course you're," Sirius replied uncomfortably. Surely he hadn't had to just watch everyone else eat at the Dursleys. With a sinking heart, Sirius knew he probably had. Harry picked up his knife and fork and started attacking the food. Sirius raised his eyebrows at Remus. Harry had obviously gone past being hungry a long time ago and was now more starving. "When was the last time you ate, Harry?" Sirius inquired casually. Harry finished what was in his mouth before answering, which surprised both the men very much. Neither of them had ever known a 4-year-old with table manners. "What day is it, sir?" he asked politely. "Saturday, sir," Sirius teased. As Remus' method was obviously not working, he thought he would try his own. Harry chuckled and then seemed to be thinking hard. In fact, to Sirius' surprise, he seemed to be counting. "Monday, sir," he answered at last. Sirius dropped his spoon and splashed pasta sauce all over himself, which would have made Harry giggle if he hadn't been worried that he had said the wrong thing. "You haven't eaten since Monday," Sirius repeated. Harry shook his head ashamedly. "And what exactly did you have on Monday, Harry?" Remus intervened. "I had some toast crusts that Dudley didn't want," Harry said brightly. Sirius made a kind of strangled noise in the back of his throat, causing Harry to look at him in concern. "Have more pasta," Remus exclaimed and heaped the rest of the bowlful on Harry's plate so that it nearly overflowed. Harry gasped in shock. He had never had so much food before. Smiling at his guardians, Harry began eating again. Sirius and Remus followed his example. Quarter of an hour later, Sirius had finished with Remus. Not long after, Harry still had a plate piled up with pasta, yet he too laid his fork on the table. "You don't have to stop eating just because we have finished, you know," Remus said observantly. He had noticed the coincidence of Harry's mysterious fullness and his and Sirius' empty plates. "I don't. When the Dursleys let me eat with them, I had to stop eating when they had finished." This was the longest sentence Harry had ever voluntarily said in their presence. "You have as long as you want," Remus reassured him. After another quarter of an hour, he too had a clean plate. With a wave of Remus, the plates were all clean and back in the cupboard. Harry watched in awe. "And now, we need to get you to bed," Remus said cheerfully. "Say good night to Sirius and I will come and tuck you in." Sirius looked like he was going to protest about his non-active role in putting Harry to bed, but one look at Remus' face made him shut his mouth. After all, he had hogged Harry back at the Dursleys. Harry ran towards him and hugged his legs, as that was the only part of him he could reach. Sirius bent down and lifted him up. Harry wriggled slightly, but other than that seemed to consent to it. After about 5 minutes of hugging and tickling, Remus began to tap his foot impatiently, so Sirius surrendered his godson. A few minutes later saw Harry tucked up in bed, his arms wrapped tightly around a big teddy bear that had been on his bed. "Remus key," Ed Harry lightly on the forehead and turned to leave when Harry said softly, "Do you mind me not calling you Uncle Mooney anymore?" "Of course not." Remus was slightly surprised by the question. "Do you think Sirius minds not being called Uncle Padfoot?" "I know he doesn't," Remus answered confidently. "Oh good. Because I'm a bit sick of uncles," Harry replied sleepily. Remus smiled as Harry's eyes slowly shut and he tiptoed out, closing the door behind him softly. He went back downstairs and repeated the conversation to Sirius, who shook his head sadly. They spent the next few hours reminiscing on the Marauders' old pranks, and they were just on their way to their rooms when the night was pierced by a terrible scream. The screams echoed through the house. Sirius and Remus raced towards Harry's room. Remus reached the door first. He hesitated, worried about what he would find. Sirius pushed past him. Remus forced his anxieties to the back of his mind so as not to scare the infant further and followed him. Sirius was by Harry's bed debating what to do. Harry was thrashing around. He appeared to be asleep. Remus' first feeling was one of relief. It was only a nightmare. Then he immediately reproached himself. Nightmares could be as emotionally damaging as real life. He started forwards to wake him. He couldn't bear to see his godson in this state for any longer. He was just stretching his hand towards him tentatively when Sirius grabbed his arm. Don't wake him, he hissed. You should never wake someone when they're having a nightmare. It shocks them and damages their brain. That's for sleepwalking, you shouldn't wake up sleepwalkers. You're supposed to wake them up for a nightmare. He was fighting the urge to roll his eyes. Remus went forwards again and shook Harry gently. He thrashed more and his screams raised a decibel. He shook him slightly harder. Harry sat bolt upright and his eyes snapped open, the screams dying in his throat. Sirius sat on the bed and pulled him onto his lap. Harry clung to him and sobbed. Sirius rubbed his back comfortingly. You're safe now, Harry, he murmured. After a final little hiccup, Harry stopped crying. It had worried him that Sirius and Remus had been around him when he had woken up. He hadn't made a noise, had he? He had had a bad dream again, he must have disturbed them. They seemed to have a very different reaction to his Uncle Vernon, they hadn't even hit him yet. In fact, to Harry's surprise, he felt waves of concern coming off both Sirius and Remus, and it made him feel guilty. These people had been nice to him and he had woken them up in the middle of the night. They were sure to get rid of him now. Did you have a nightmare? Remus asked gently. Harry nodded and then buried his head in Sirius' top. He didn't want to see their reaction. His Uncle Vernon had told him often that only brats had nightmares. He guessed now was the time for Sirius and Remus to discover he was a brat. What was it about? Harry kept his head buried and said nothing. He couldn't tell. His Uncle Vernon had told him what would happen if he ever told. The only sound was the clock ticking in the background, and Sirius hated the silence. He waited until he was sure that his godson wasn't going to say anything and then said softly, "Do you want to talk about it?" His question was once again met by silence. It hurt that Harry apparently still didn't trust them, but it had only been one day. They just sat in silence and Sirius began to rub Harry's back again. Harry was still finding relief in the darkness of Sirius' top. He hated everyone looking at him and he just wanted to stay cuddled up to Sirius forever, even though he knew that after this he would be going straight back to the Dursleys. He wanted to tell them about his dream. He wanted to tell them so much that he had to clamp his mouth shut to stop the words coming out, but he knew what the consequences would be, and if he was going back to the Dursleys tomorrow, then it was more than his life was worth to tell the secret now. Finally he found something to say. "Sorry," he mumbled as he finally raised his head from Sirius' top. "Sorry," Sirius repeated uncertainly. "For what?" "For DD disturbing you," Harry whispered. "Harry, we don't care about things like that. Besides, we weren't even asleep. All we care about is you and whether you are okay." After years of no one caring about him at all, he found it hard to believe that he was all these people cared about. Didn't they know he was an ungrateful freak? He finally forced out the question that he had been dying to ask. "Are you going to send me BB back?" He looked at his knees and braced himself for the answer, which he was positive was going to be yes. "Send you back? Send you back? Of course we aren't going to send you back. You are going to live here, Harry, until you are an adult, and even afterwards if you need to," Sirius said loudly. Harry smiled and suddenly felt at peace. He fastened his arms around Sirius and hugged him tightly. Remus watched fondly. "We will stay with you until you go back to sleep," he said kindly when Harry had finally, and very reluctantly, released Sirius. Harry looked at him doubtfully. He knew full well that he wouldn't go back to sleep now. He never did after a nightmare. Were they going to stay with him all night? Sirius lifted him up gently and tucked him under the covers. Then he and Remus settled down on a chair next to the bed and looked at him expectantly. Harry stared right back at them. Half an hour later there was no change. "Why don't you try shutting your eyes?" Remus suggested. Eager to comply to the wishes of his godfathers, Harry immediately screwed up his eyes. He lay like that for a long time, but after years of living with the Dursleys and experiencing exactly what could happen while he had his eyes shut, he felt very paranoid about it and imagined all sorts of things happening. He felt vulnerable with his eyes closed, and at last he could stand it no longer and his eyes snapped open. He glanced across at his godfathers to see whether they had noticed. They were fast asleep. He brought his knees up to his chin and watched them curiously. He felt rushes of love for them as he sat there. His thoughts turned once more to his nightmare. They always replayed in his head for a good few hours after he had woken up. This one was an especially awful one, and it reoccurred regularly. It was the time that Harry had accidentally broken a mug. The actual event had happened over 6 months ago, but it was still raw in Harry's mind. One glance at his aunt's face had sent him running for shelter, but she called out for her husband and he had blocked Harry's only escape route. The picture of his uncle towering over him brandishing a belt appeared in his mind every time he shut his eyes. The blows had landed all over his body and Harry had heard screaming. It was at least 10 minutes into the beating that Harry had realized the screaming was him. He shuddered involuntarily as the memory once again clouded his mind. He needed something to do, something that would take his mind off of the nightmare. He saw a book under Remus' chair. He hesitated before lifting it onto the bed. His uncle would have starved him for a week if Harry had ever done that at the Dursleys, but Harry was starting to realize that not everyone was like the Dursleys, and Remus and Sirius certainly weren't. The book was a murder mystery and Harry got into it easily. He loved reading, but he hadn't often got the opportunity to read at the Dursleys. Dudley couldn't read. Harry knew that and thought that was probably the reason they hadn't liked Harry to read. No one was allowed to beat their son at anything. He wasn't sure how it was that he knew how to read. The Dursleys had never taken the trouble to teach him, and to Harry's knowledge, and he remembered when he was a baby, neither had anyone else. It was just something he knew. It wasn't until the sun shone on the page he was reading that he realized it was morning. He studied the position of the sun carefully. This was another thing that he knew how to do. He worked it out to be 6 o'clock. He should have been up an hour ago. How was he going to make breakfast in such a short space of time? Sirius and Remus were still sleeping soundly, and so he tiptoed past them before running down to the kitchen. He looked around the big room uncertainly. He had forgotten to ask where all the breakfast stuff was last night. He tried a number of cupboards before finally finding one that was full of plates. He reached up and grabbed one as they were too heavy to take a big pile. He put that on the table and reached for the next one. He was just lifting it down when, "Hungry?" a voice behind him inquired. Harry jumped violently and the plate slipped from his grip. He watched in horror as it shattered upon contact with the floor. It was a repeat of what happened with the mug. He was going to get it now. He let out a terrified squeak and backed away. Sirius hurried towards him, anxious to see that he wasn't hurt. The sight of Sirius hurrying towards him terrified Harry, and he ran as fast as he could towards the door. He was fast, but Sirius was faster, and he scooped Harry up and carried him over to a chair. He sat down and gently placed Harry on his lap. Harry knew what was going to happen now, and he couldn't stop the tears sliding down his face. I didn't mean to. It was an AA accident. Please don't hurt me." Sirius wanted to hug Harry and never let him go. How could he think that he was going to hurt him? "Harry, I saw what happened. It was an accident, don't worry about it. And I'm not going to hurt you. I would never hurt you." Harry couldn't believe his ears. He had smashed a plate and he wasn't going to get hit. "I'm sorry," Harry stuttered. "What for?" Sirius was genuinely confused. It was an accident. Harry was now determined to get all his wrongdoings out into the open. Guilt was building up in his stomach and he felt safe on Sirius' lap. "I tried so hard to be good so you wouldn't send me back, but I've been really naughty." Sirius looked at him perplexed. He was no longer sure that they were talking about the plate. "IWW woke you up in the night." Sirius' mouth dropped open in shock. Harry considered having a nightmare as being naughty. He closed his mouth with a snap as Harry continued. "And then you wanted me to fall asleep and I didn't, and I read Remus' book without asking, and I got carried away and I got up too late." Sirius felt this information was coming way too fast. Harry could read. And what did he mean he had gotten up too late? Harry had gotten up before he had himself. "And then I was trying to make breakfast, I really was, sir. But I couldn't find anything, and then I dropped a plate, and I'm really sorry." The tears were coming thick and fast now. "Are you cross?" He wept. Sirius meanwhile was struggling to get his head around the little speech. None of the things Harry had described sounded like crimes to him. And there had been that awful word again, sir. And what had he meant? He was making breakfast. Why was he making breakfast? That wasn't his job. He decided he needed to explain a few things to his godson. "Number 1, you don't have to call me sir. In fact, I would rather you didn't." Harry blushed. That was another thing he had done wrong. "Sorry. Number 2, you have absolutely no reason for apologizing." Harry was looking at him in awe. Sirius began to realize Harry's strange behavior must have been something to do with the things he had had to do at the Dursleys. "Number 3, Waking me up in the night is not naughty and neither is not being able to sleep." He paused for breath. "You can read?" he asked after a short pause. Harry nodded shyly. Sirius decided not to go into it now. "Well, I can assure you that Remus is going to be thrilled about that and not cross at all about you reading his book. In fact, I think he will be rather impressed. And another thing, we will never ever send you back to the Dursleys. And lastly, it is not your job to make breakfast, me or Remus will make you breakfast." Sirius finished cheerfully. "And the plate can be fixed," he said as an afterthought, "and I am certainly not cross." He waved his wand and the plate was whole again and it floated up to the others. Then he wrapped his arms around his godson protectively, and that is how Remus found them when he came down to breakfast. Within 10 minutes everyone was in their own chair with a big bacon sandwich in front of them courtesy of Remus. Harry was eating his very slowly and so Remus and Sirius finished a long time before him. "Don't you like it?" Sirius asked after watching his godson nibble on the same corner for about 10 minutes. Harry assured him that he loved it and Sirius could see no way of making him hurry up after telling him yesterday that he could have as long as he wanted, so he just left him. Meanwhile, Harry was using all of his restraint to not gobble his sandwich up. He wanted to see if Sirius and Remus really did mean what they said about him having as long as he wanted. "You don't have to eat it all if you're full," Remus told him. Harry shook his head and continued his small mouthfuls. "I'm going out later, Harry," Remus said to fill up the time. Harry wanted to ask where he was going, but he was never allowed to ask questions at the Dursleys, and as he didn't want to anger his godfathers he said nothing and simply took another bite of his sandwich. This one was remarkably larger. As if he could read Harry's mind, Remus said, "I am going to see an old friend of mine." Harry nodded and looked over at Sirius to see what he was doing. He had started to read the Daily Prophet. He noticed Harry watching him and he winked. It made Harry feel warm inside. After all, you don't wink at someone you don't like, do you? He was confident that Sirius and Remus had meant what they said about eating times, and he began to eat his sandwich in normal-size bites, much to Sirius' relief, as he wasn't the most patient person at the best of times. "We are going out as well, Harry," Sirius said cheerfully. Harry choked on his sandwich much to Remus' alarm. He recovered quickly and looked at Sirius in shock. Perhaps he had heard wrong. Maybe Sirius had just said he was going out. After all, who would want to be seen with a freak? "Huh," Harry finally managed. "Me and you are going out," Sirius said, much more slowly. There was no mistake, Harry decided. He had definitely included Harry in that plan. He wondered whether he was brave enough to ask where they were going. Sirius had returned to his paper, so it didn't look like he was going to volunteer the information. Harry swallowed his last piece of sandwich and taking a deep breath stammered, I, if you don't mind me asking, SSS sir, where are we going?" Sirius sighed. There was that horrible word again. "We are going shopping," Sirius said brightly, "and you don't need to call me sir." "Sorry," Harry murmured and looked at his plate as a blush crept across his cheeks. The one thing his godfathers had asked him to do and he hadn't got it right. Remus realized Harry had finished and he began to clear the plates away. He cleaned them magically and they flew back to the cupboard. The cupboard door swung open as they approached and shut with a bang after each one. Harry watched them enthralled. "Me and Sirius need to get ready, Harry, so why don't you play in your room while you're waiting?" Remus suggested. "Thank you," Harry said politely before flying up the stairs. Sirius and Remus listened to his footsteps die away and Sirius commented, "That kid is way too polite." Remus had never thought there was such a thing as too polite, but in Harry's case he had to agree. It was unnatural for a 4-year-old to be so. Remus couldn't think of a word to describe it. Sighing, Sirius and Remus separated and went to their separate rooms. They would need to get Harry dressed as well, Sirius thought as he stepped into the shower. He slopped shampoo on his head, and give him a bath, he thought gloomily. Harry was sat on his bed swinging his feet. He looked at his red and gold bedroom proudly. He had already studied every single one of the photos on his wall and he had admired all the cupboards and wardrobes which were, to his disappointment, empty. He had now run out of things to do. He had never needed to think of games to play at the Dursleys because he had always got a long list of chores to do, so now he was stuck. He lay down on his bed and looked at the ceiling. His back began to ache, so he flipped onto his front and his attention turned to his duvet cover, and that's when he noticed something that he had previously overlooked. something that made his heart beat faster and his eyes sparkle. The brooms on the duvet cover moved. They were flying all over the bed. Harry began to try and catch them, but every time he brought his hand down the broomstick would dodge. It looked so funny that Harry began to laugh. He tried more and more enthusiastically to touch one. One time the broom had to curl its handle up to avoid his fingers. Time passed and still Harry sat there trying in vain to catch a broom. Sirius was dressed and ready to go. He came into Harry's room to break the news about the bath. He opened his mouth to speak when he realized Harry hadn't noticed him come in. Curiously he watched him and his face broke into a smile as he realized what he was doing. Sirius didn't know how long he stood there mesmerized by his godson's laugh. It was such a rare noise and it filled Sirius with delight. He took a step forward to get a better view, but a floorboard creaked as he put his foot down and Harry looked up sharply at the direction of the noise. Sirius smiled encouragingly at him. "Are you having fun?" he asked. Harry slid off the bed and nodded before ducking his head. He was acting as though he had been caught doing something wrong, Sirius thought with a frown. "Good. Now we need to get you all ready to go shopping, don't we?" Harry wondered half-heartedly what they were going shopping for. He wasn't that bothered though. He was busy wondering when Sirius would set a punishment for his laughing. He knew that was naughty, the Dursleys had told him so. Freaks like him should be seen and not heard. They certainly shouldn't laugh because that was one of the noisiest things he could do. Sirius was lost in worrying thoughts of his own. He was wondering how to tell his godson that he was going to have a bath again. Thankfully he was saved by Remus, whose voice cut into his train of thought. "I'm going." The voice came from downstairs, probably in the hallway, Sirius thought. "Let's go and say goodbye to Remus," Sirius said encouragingly to Harry. He was thankful to delay the bath for a little while longer. Sirius offered his hand and Harry took it hesitantly. The two made their way downstairs where Remus was waiting patiently. Harry suddenly let go of Sirius' legs and ran to Remus before hugging him hard. "Bye Harry, be good for Sirius." Then with a goodbye to Sirius, Remus left. Harry watched the door shut sadly. He still had Sirius though. Sirius was battling between his emotions. He knew Harry needed a bath, but he didn't want to see his godson scared again. Finally he made a decision. "Harry, before we go shopping you have to have a bath," Sirius said gently. Harry's face paled dramatically, so this was his punishment. "Pete, please Sirius, please don't make me have a bath. I won't laugh again, I promise." Sirius gasped. Harry thought that this was a punishment for laughing. "Harry, having a bath is not a punishment. It is about getting you clean and you are not in trouble for laughing. I like it when you laugh. You can laugh as much as you want." Harry was shaking slightly. "It won't take long Harry, just a little bath," Sirius coaxed. Then Harry did something that surprised even himself. He ran past Sirius and wrenched open the back door. He was outside before Sirius could react. He ran as fast as he could until he saw a big bush which he crawled into. Once he was there his thoughts cleared slightly and he was horrified about what he had done. Sirius was going to be really cross. He would probably hit him or send him back to the Dursleys. After his delayed reaction, Sirius ran outside after Harry. He knew his godson would have ran as fast as possible, and so he didn't pay much attention to the various trees and bushes that he went past. After about 3 minutes of sprinting, Sirius slowed down. Harry would have been tired by the time he got to about this point, and he was sure that he would have found a hiding place around here. "Harry," he called. Harry heard him and longed to run to him, but he knew what he would get, so he just curled up and cried tears that had been threatening to fall ever since he had left the house. "Harry," Sirius called again. Sirius was starting to worry. Fear was filling his body and controlling his heart, which was beginning to ache dreadfully. A large bush suddenly came into view and Sirius' hopes lifted as he caught sight of a shoe poking out from the edge of it. He ran towards the bush. "Harry," Sirius called, a lot quieter this time. "Please come out." Harry knew that Sirius had found him and the game was up. He was going to have to come out now, because if he didn't, Sirius would pull him out and that would hurt. Sirius had no intention of pulling his godson out of anything, but Harry wasn't to know this, so he slipped out of the bush and climbed fearfully to his feet. He didn't dare look at his godfather. Sirius was looking at him worriedly. He could see the tear tracks down his face. Unable to resist the temptation, Sirius scooped Harry up and held him tightly. More tears slipped down his face as Harry realized that the only emotion he could feel from Sirius was certainly not anger, it was love. Sirius began to walk slowly back towards the house, still cradling Harry in his arms. He walked up the stairs and into the bathroom before slowly lowering Harry back onto the floor. He shut and locked the door quickly in case Harry took off again. Running off hadn't even crossed Harry's mind, he was just thankful that Sirius didn't seem cross. Harry had decided to be as cooperative as possible to make up for running off. Sirius knelt down and pulled him towards him gently. He carefully eased off his clothes and with a wave of his wand filled the tub with water. He tested it carefully with his fingers, it was just the right temperature. The bath didn't last long, though to Harry it seemed like an eternity. He had shook the whole time and had been tense throughout the washing. He still flinched occasionally, but at least this time Sirius had Gelcare, which was in the basket that Madame Pomfrey had given him. It was a shower gel that soothed wounds, and from Harry's reaction, or rather lack of reaction, Sirius thought it was quite effective. When the bath was over and Harry was dry, Sirius applied all the various creams and ointments that Madame Pomfrey had prescribed and was amazed at how well behaved Harry was. He knew from the warnings on the bottle that they hurt. He dressed Harry in the clothes he had worn the day before, as they were the only ones he had, but Sirius was soon going to change that. When they were all ready, Sirius led Harry out the front door and into the car. After checking Harry was safely strapped in, Sirius got in the driver's seat and they were off. Sirius had decided to take Harry to a muggle shop because if they went to a wizarding place, Harry was sure to be recognized, and being trailed everywhere wouldn't help Harry's shyness or his paranoia. The closest shopping center was only a few miles away, so it wasn't long before Sirius was pulling into an empty parking space. The place was busy, and so Sirius grabbed Harry's hand. He had already lost him one too many times that day. He led him towards a clothes shop and into the kids section. Harry was looking around in wonder, which made Sirius smile but also feel a bit sad. Hadn't Harry ever seen a shopping center before? Though he knew he probably hadn't. If the clothes he had been wearing when he rescued him were anything to go by, then Harry only ever had Dudley's old clothes. Harry snuck a peek at his godfather. He could feel that he was sad and he didn't know why. He hoped it wasn't at him. Sirius stopped suddenly and Harry leant against him as he waited for him to buy what he wanted. Sirius smiled as he looked down. "What do you want?" he asked cheerfully. Harry looked at him in surprise. What did he mean? "Sorry. What do you want from the shop?" Sirius repeated and waved a hand to indicate the racks of clothes in front of him. Harry's mouth dropped open as he realized what Sirius was saying. He wanted to buy him something. But freaks didn't get things bought for them. Sirius' heart felt like it was going to break when he saw how shocked Harry was. Harry didn't look like he was going to speak anytime soon, so Sirius grabbed a rail and skimmed through it. Every few seconds Sirius would take something out and throw it over his arm. Before long there was more in Sirius' arms than there was on the rail. "Right," he said, "these are all the clothes in your size that are remotely nice, so you just shake your head at any you don't like, okay?" He had decided that the less Harry had to say the faster they were going to be done. Besides, if Harry had to nod at the ones he liked, he probably would only choose one because he seemed to think that the less he needed and the less money that was spent on him, the more likely they were to keep him. According to life's philosopher Remus Lupin anyway. Sirius was soon going to get that idea out of his godson's head. 10 minutes later they had been through every piece of clothing, and apart from a pink top Harry hadn't shaken his head at anything. "Right, so we will buy these then," Sirius said decidedly. Harry couldn't believe his ears. Sirius was going to buy all of that stuff, for him. He was forced to believe it, and half an hour later they had repeated the process for pajamas, socks, pants and shoes. Sirius was pushing 2 trolleys just to fit it all in. Every time he looked at his godson's face, Sirius felt that it was all worth it. In fact, he would quite willingly part with millions just to see Harry smile. After they had paid, Harry had nearly fallen over backwards at the total price. They took the clothes back to the car, and just as Harry was deciding that it would never fit, Sirius waved his hand and it floated in and only filed up half the boot. Then they went back to the shopping center. 3 toy shops, 2 sweet shops and a Nintendo shop. Later they went back to the car laden with more goodies. Sirius had insisted on buying every toy Harry had looked at, and he had also got him a PlayStation and dozens of games. "He's only 4. Remus had exclaimed about 10 times since. Because of all the walking around they had got. Hungry, and so they had had a healthy, nutritious meal of chocolate buttons. First sweet shop, dipped in melted chocolate. Second sweet shop, which Sirius said has always been his favorite snack and Harry newly decided was also his. They also got more sweets so they could eat them later. In the car on the way back, Harry felt happier than he had been for 3 years. He even felt happier than when he was first rescued, because then he just felt relieved and grateful, and now he felt, well, he felt loved. It was something he hadn't felt for a long time, and last year he had even thought that it was even something he would never feel again. He wondered if this is how other children always felt. If going shopping was the norm. When he got back, Sirius filled his wardrobes with the clothes, his cupboards with the toys, and the kitchen with the sweets. Remus arrived back not long after. Harry hugged him hard and nodded very enthusiastically when he inquired if he had had a good time. Then Remus asked him a question that he wasn't expecting. What was your favorite bit? Harry hesitated before answering. All of it, which made Sirius and Remus smile. However, that wasn't Harry's real favorite bit, that was just the bit he said because he wasn't sure if they would like the real answer. Harry's real favorite bit was the fact that when he was shopping with Sirius he felt like he was part of a family, and that was all he really wanted. That night Sirius and Remus were once again woken by screams, and they hurried to Harry's bedroom. Already learning from experience, Sirius didn't hesitate to wake Harry and pull him into a hug. Harry was crying even harder than he had the night before. Did you have another nightmare? Sirius asked anxiously. Harry nodded and more silent tears ran down his face. Do you want to tell me what it was about? Sirius asked hopefully. Harry hesitated. He really wanted to tell him, but he didn't want him to get mad at him. He settled for a non-informative in relation to his nightmare question. Are you cross? His voice trembled slightly on the last word. Cross? Cross about what? Sirius said, startled. IWW woke you up again, Harry replied tearfully. I am not cross about that, Harry, and I never will be. This was all the reassurance Harry needed, and he determinedly decided that he was going to tell Sirius and Remus about his dream. I dreamed I was back at the Dursleys and Uncle Vernon threw me down the stairs, and I cried out for why you and UCC came, but then you said I deserved it and you didn't want me anymore. Harry was sobbing hysterically now. Sirius felt tears coming into his own eyes. He tightened his hold around his godson protectively. You are never going back to the Dursleys, you certainly didn't deserve to be treated the way they treated you, and I will always want you, Sirius said tenderly. Harry's tears slowly dried out and his sobs quietened before stopping altogether. What time is it? Harry asked softly. 3 am, Remus answered quietly. Harry hadn't realized Remus was in the room and he turned to him apprehensively. Do I have to go back to bed? You don't have to, Remus answered, but it might be a good idea or you will be tired tomorrow. Harry nodded obediently, but he hadn't even heard the end of the sentence. Remus had said he didn't have to go back to sleep, and so he wasn't going to. He shivered as his thoughts turned back to his dream. Remus noticed the shiver and he immediately looked around the room for something to distract Harry. His gaze fell on the big teddy which had rolled off the end of the bed. He picked it up and handed it to Harry, who took it gratefully and buried his nose into it. What are you going to call him? Remus asked, cheerfully. Harry seemed to think hard before he said decisively. Prongs. Remus and Sirius shared a look. Why that name? Sirius asked carefully. Harry looked worriedly at his godfather, suddenly worried that he had chosen the wrong answer. Because I remember that's what you used to call my daddy, Harry answered quietly while staring fixedly at the floor. He couldn't bear to look up and see Sirius and Remus angry at him. Is that wrong? No. It's not wrong at all. Prongs is a perfect name, Remus said quickly. Harry looked up and returned the smile Sirius was giving him. Why don't you and Prongs lie back down? Remus suggested. The last thing Harry wanted to do was to lie back down, but eager to please his godfathers he lay down as Remus suggested. Half an hour later he was still just staring at the ceiling, and so Remus gave up. Why don't we have breakfast? He suggested. Harry agreed enthusiastically, and so Remus went downstairs to cook and left Sirius to get Harry ready. Sirius knew what that meant. Remus wanted him to bath him again. He swore silently and invented torturous punishments for him in his mind. Harry watched him warily. You're cross, he remarked worriedly. Sirius at once tried to neutralize his emotions, cursing his stupidity. He kept forgetting that Harry could feel his emotions. "I'm not cross at all, Harry. I am sad though." Sirius decided that this was the easiest way to get Harry in the bath. Harry scooted closer to him and snuggled into him reassuringly. "What are you worried about?" Sirius nearly laughed as he realized how surprised Remus would be if he knew he was so talented at role reversal. However, laughing didn't really fit in with his sad image, and so he just sighed and pulled Harry onto his lap. He had two reasons for this, one to comfort Harry when he broke the news, and two so that he couldn't run off when he broke the news. Sirius did not want a repeat of last time. "I have to give you a bath again." Harry let all of his breath out in a big whoosh and tried to back off Sirius' lap, but Sirius held onto him tightly. "I don't need a bath," Harry exclaimed. "You need a bath ready for the fun day we're going to have today," Sirius wheedled. "What are we doing?" Harry asked suspiciously, though Sirius noted that it was the first time he had voluntarily asked a question. "Are we going shopping again?" Harry brightened considerably. "Nope, something much better than shopping," Sirius said confidently. "Tell me," Harry said excitedly. "Please," he added as an afterthought. Until this moment Sirius had not even thought about what they were going to do that day, but now his brain was going into overdrive. "We're going." Sirius paused as if for effect, but really it was to buy himself more time. "On a woodland walk," he finally finished as if he had planned that all along. Harry's mouth went into a little O of wonder. "Wow," he breathed. Sadness engulfed Sirius' body as he saw how excited Harry was about a simple walk. He immediately resolved to take him on as many special treats and outings as possible. "Breakfast is ready," Remus shouted from downstairs. "After breakfast you have to have a very quick bath, okay?" Sirius compromised. Harry nodded reluctantly, and grabbing Sirius' hand they headed down for breakfast. Harry ate as slowly as possible, but all too soon he was once again sat in the tub. This time, however, he wasn't alone. He had insisted on taking Prongs in with him, and he was experimenting with him by pushing him under the water and seeing how long it was before he came back to the surface. It took his mind off the whole bath. Meanwhile, Sirius' brain was hard at work. He had come up with a perfect solution to Harry's bath problem. He would get him some bath toys. They would take his mind off it. Sirius kept to his promise, and the bath was very brief. He dried Harry and dressed him in another of his new outfits. Prongs had to be dried magically because he was completely sodden. Sirius reluctantly applied Harry's lotions and tried to block out his wincing. They were soon downstairs and ready to go. Harry was bundled up in a thick coat, gloves, hat and scarf as Sirius was worried he would catch a cold. It was decided that Remus would go shopping while they were out because he had missed out on yesterday's expedition. Sirius told him to buy bath toys, and then Harry hugged the werewolf in farewell and they left. There was a small wood not far from the cottage, and so they headed towards it with Sirius tightly gripping Harry's hand. The wood was perfect for a walk as it had fallen trees to clamber over, streams to paddle in, and vast spaces just to run around in. Harry held Sirius' hand and used his remaining hand to keep a tight hold on Prongs, so he relied solely on Sirius when he was climbing so that he wouldn't fall. Harry had never seen so many animals before in his life, and he poked delightedly at the woodlice and ran gleefully towards the birds. There was a few tears when the birds flew off. "I wanted to play with them. I wanted to be their friends," Harry had wailed. But he cheered up quickly when they came to a stream and Sirius said he could paddle in it. They had splashed and splashed and Harry had laughed throughout most of it, much to Sirius' delight. There had been a difficult moment when Harry had dropped Prongs into the stream and he had been carried along by the current, but Sirius rescued him. After a long morning of running and frolicking, Sirius was shattered, and so they had started to head back. Prongs was now dripping wet, but Harry didn't seem to notice as he was still gripped tightly under his arm. His fur was chunked with mud as well, and he would need magic to clear him up. Sirius decided to do it later in case any other little mishaps occurred before they had got back. Remus was already back when they finally returned to the welcoming cottage, and he had already prepared lunch which Sirius and Harry gobbled down straight away. Remus showed Harry all the bath toys he had got, and Harry had clapped delightedly and thanked him lots of times. Remus had also got him a toy dragon that breathed cold fire and flew around. Harry was enchanted by it, and after his lunch he went straight into the lounge and played with it while Sirius was resting. Sirius found that it was lovely to relax and listen to his godson's laughter while Remus did all the washing up. His legs ached and he didn't feel he could walk another step. However, when Harry's laughter was replaced by squeals, he ran towards the lounge faster than he thought was possible. In the lounge, Harry had settled down to flying his dragon. It flew around his head and breathed cool fire onto his face, which made him giggle. Then he started to chase it around the room and try to catch it. He was just reaching out to grab him again when a dark figure appeared right in front of him. He tried to stop but failed, and he bumped right into him. The impact knocked him flat on the ground. The figure looked even more intimidating from the ground, and so he scrambled back to his feet. Sorry, he stuttered. The figure lowered his hood, and Harry recognized him as the person who had been horrible to him when he was lost on Hogwarts grounds. What had Sirius said he was called? Oh yes, Snape. He shivered and unconsciously took a step backwards. Stupid boy, Snape hissed. This phrase had been directed at Harry nearly every day when he had lived at the Dursleys, and it normally made his bottom lip quiver and tears come into his eyes, but this time, all he felt was anger in the pit of his stomach. Sirius had said he hadn't deserved to be treated like that, and so Harry certainly didn't appreciate it off a stranger. He glared at the man. Stupid man. The words came out of his mouth before he could stop them. His eyes widened with fear as the man raised his hand high in the air. He tried to run, but the man was faster, and the blow hit him on the head so hard his eyes watered involuntarily. He squealed and ran as fast as he could towards the door. Sirius rushed into the room just as Harry ran out. They nearly collided in the doorway, and Sirius saw that Harry was crying. Harry, he called worriedly, as his godson disappeared up the stairs. He made to follow him when Snape sneered. Stupid little brat. Sirius span around and finally noticed that Snape was in the room. Snape, what are you doing here? And what have you done to my godson? Sirius snarled. Your little brat insulted me. I just taught it a lesson. Snape sounded happier than Sirius had ever heard him. You better not have laid a finger on him. Sirius roared. He deserved it. Someone needs to teach him some manners. He has perfect manners. You just wanted to pick on him. I bet he didn't do anything to you. He insulted me. Well, whatever he said, I bet it was true. The argument looked as if it was going to go on for a while, but just then Remus ran in. What's going on? He asked worriedly, looking from one man to the other. They were glaring at each other furiously. He hit Harry. Sirius accused. Remus' eyes widened. He deserved it. Snape insisted. You don't have a clue what he had gone through. Remus exclaimed. Snape finally realized that he was outnumbered, and he decided to wrap the conversation up. Look, I apparated here to tell you that Dumbledore wants to see you at 5 p.m. today in his office. I have not got time to stand here and argue about the Potter brat. Goodbye. He said the last bit very snidely, and then he was gone with a small pop. Sirius and Remus looked at each other, and Sirius growled. Where's Harry? Remus asked worriedly. Sirius' eyes widened, and he turned and positively flew to the door and up the stairs. Remus rolled his eyes and followed. They reached Harry's door in a matter of seconds. Sirius stopped and knocked hesitantly. He waited for a while, and after he received no reply, he entered anyway. The room appeared to be empty. Harry. There was no reply, and Sirius began to scout around the room. When he was younger, he would always choose a cramped space to hide in because it made him feel safer, so he targeted small places. He wasn't in the wardrobe or any of the cupboards, he wasn't behind the bookcase or the door. He wasn't anywhere to find, and Sirius was just going to call him again when his eye caught the bed in the corner. Under the bed, he had often used that as a hiding place when he was Harry's age. He shot Remus a look to warn him not to make any loud noises, and then he crept towards the bed and knelt down. He could see a small figure curled upright against the wall. Small snuffles were coming from that direction. He cautiously lay a hand on the small figure, who immediately tensed. Harry, he said softly. Harry rolled over to face him. His emerald eyes were swimming with tears, and tracks marked his face. Sirius had to squash a sudden urge to just grab him and pull him out, and then hold him and never let him go. Come out, Harry. Sirius asked, not ordered, please. Harry looked at him for a long while and then very slowly inched his way towards him. Sirius felt a small amount of satisfaction build up in his stomach. Harry got closer and closer, and then just as he was nearly there, he stopped. Sirius nearly ripped his hair out in frustration. Come on, Harry, he said encouragingly, nearly there. Harry looked at him and blinked his soul-filled eyes. Are you cross? He asked quietly. Sirius was starting to hate, no, detest that phrase. He shook his head very hard. No, I am not cross at all. I just want to hug you and to check you are okay. To Sirius' disappointment, Harry still didn't move. You're not cross about what I said to that man? He pressed. Not at all. Whatever you said, I'm sure I have said worse to him. Harry looked at him in admiration but still didn't come out from under the bed. And you're not going to hit me? This was the one question that Sirius never wanted from his godson's lips ever again. He hated the fact that Harry was always worried that people were going to hurt him. He wished he had the Dursleys in front of him right now. He would soon let them know how he felt about them trampling Harry's emotions and making him into the scared, naive little boy that was in front of him now. Well, his fists would let them know anyway. It felt to Sirius as if Harry would never learn to trust again and certainly would never raise his self-esteem. I would never ever hit you, Harry. Finally, Harry shuffled the rest of the way out of the bed and he threw his tiny arms around his godfather. They stayed like that for a while and then Sirius held Harry out in front of him. Where did he hit you? He asked worriedly. Harry pointed to his head but backed off when Sirius tried to look at it. I'm not going to hurt you, Sirius reassured him. Harry said nothing. Remus walked towards him slowly and knelt down next to Sirius. Does it hurt? He asked sympathetically. Harry looked at him worriedly and nibbled on his lip but he still didn't answer. We can stop it hurting, Remus continued. If you tell us where it hurts. He opened his arms and Harry hesitated before running into them. Remus hugged him reassuringly for a moment before pushing him away slightly and studying his head. There was no blood or bruising but there was a lump and Remus rubbed it gently. Sirius watched slightly jealously but he supposed that Harry was Remus' godson as well, and ever since he had been the one to talk to Harry first in his cupboard, Harry had been coming to him more than Remus and he supposed he had hogged him a bit. Remus stood up with Harry still in his arms. Why don't we go and get your dragon? He asked. Harry nodded. I named him Firenze, Harry whispered. Nice, Sirius remarked as he bounded down the stairs in front of them. The dragon was soon in Harry's arms and he seemed to have cheered up considerably. Is your head better now? Remus asked tenderly. Harry nodded and squirmed to be put down. Remus lowered him to the floor and he sat down and began to play with Firenze. In half an hour we have to go to Dumbledore's office, Harry. You remember him, don't you? The man whose office we painted. Harry jumped to his feet. Is he going to be cross? Is he going to shout at me? Harry said, fear edging into his voice. He isn't going to shout at you or be cross, Remus said soothingly. He is just going to talk to me and Sirius. You can take Firenze and play with him if you want. Harry smiled and nodded before settling back down on the floor. All was quiet as Remus and Sirius watched their godson play fondly. Until the small boy said worriedly. And Prongs, can I take him too? Remus and Sirius assured him he could and then they had to laugh. Harry was finally acting like a child his age when his only worry is whether he could take his teddy on an outing. They still had a long way to go, Remus thought wistfully, but they were progressing. Half an hour later Harry was safely in Remus' arms as was Prongs, and Firenze and the little makeshift family were stepping through the fireplace. When they arrived, Remus let him down straight away. Harry didn't think Dumbledore would have kept his office full of hearts, but he was still a little disappointed when the office appeared just as boringly brown-colored as before. Hello again, Dumbledore greeted them cheerfully. His twinkling eyes shifted from Remus to Sirius and finally to rest on Harry, who shuffled his feet shyly and hid behind Remus' legs. Do have a seat. He gestured to the chairs in front of his desk that Sirius remembered all too well from his mischief-filled school days. So how have we been doing? Dumbledore laced his fingers together and smiled at them encouragingly. Sirius plonked himself onto a chair as did Remus. Harry scuttled towards Remus and he lifted him onto his knee. Sirius tried not to feel jealous and instead concentrated on glaring at Dumbledore. Well, we were doing fine. But then someone sent a great big bullying git to our house and he went and made Harry lose all the confidence that we had helped him build up, Sirius snarled. Dumbledore sighed. I take it you are referring to Severus. Obviously, Sirius snapped. Harry was fidgeting on Remus' lap. He was evidently worried about the tension in the air. Perhaps it would be more comfortable for Harry if we didn't talk about him while he is here, Remus suggested. Sirius agreed wholeheartedly. When his godson wasn't present he could swear at the headmaster as much as he wanted. He still hadn't quite forgiven him for letting Harry live at the Dursleys. Minerva may be free, Dumbledore commented. Harry, do you want to go and play with Prongs and Firenze with a good friend of mine? Remus asked him gently. Harry nodded shyly, and so Dumbledore waved his wand and sent a Patronus to the aged Transfiguration teacher, who immediately sent one back, very enthusiastically agreeing. She is on her way to pick him up, Dumbledore informed them, as if they had not heard the Patronus for themselves. Yes, because we wouldn't want Harry wandering around by himself like last time, thanks to your incompetent staff, Sirius said bitingly. Remus sent him a look that told him all too plainly not to push it. After all, calling Madame Pomfrey incompetent was going a bit far. In Remus' eyes it was their fault for not telling him where they were going. Which reminded him, now Harry, me and Sirius are going to be right here in this office, and Professor McGonagall will get us if you want us, okay? We will come and get you before we leave, Remus reassured him. She's a professor? Harry asked softly, looking distinctly worried. Yes, but don't worry, you will be fine. Harry looked slightly disbelieving and was just about to open his mouth to reply when a knock came at the door. Come in, Dumbledore said loudly. A smartly dressed woman came into the room and her eyes scanned the people in there. She smiled as her eyes dropped onto Remus' lap and she could just see a few tufts of a messy black hair. Harry, this is Professor McGonagall, Sirius said cheerfully. He felt like adding something about how many times she had given him detention, but felt that might make his godson more nervous, so he kept his mouth shut. The rather stern-looking woman softened when the boy turned around to look at her. He had his father's appearance, she noted, but his mother's eyes. Hello Harry, she said in a voice that completely took Sirius by surprise. She had certainly never used that soft a voice on him before. Be good, Remus said sternly as he pulled his godson into a tight embrace. Give Minnie hell, Sirius added as Remus handed Harry to him and he too hugged him. Sirius, Remus exclaimed as Professor McGonagall sniffed distastefully. Come on Harry, she said cheerfully as she offered a hand to him, which he took hesitantly. He allowed her to lead him from the room as he turned and watched his godfathers until he could see them no more. He wasn't sure which instruction he was supposed to follow, Sirius or Remus. If he followed Sirius, he was breaking Remus and vice versa. It was so confusing. He finally decided to just be himself. He stopped abruptly when Prongs fell on the floor and struggled to pick him up with the remaining hand, which was already closed around Firenze. Professor McGonagall bent down and retrieved the toy and then pulled him forwards, carrying the toy herself. Thank you, Harry said politely and somewhat woodenly in Professor McGonagall's opinion. Now what do you want to do? She asked brightly. Harry looked at her blankly. He still wasn't used to being able to choose things, and he was even more reluctant when he didn't know the person. How about we go and play in my office? She suggested warmly. Harry nodded mutely and wondered miserably how long it would be before Sirius and Remus came to collect him. After weaving their way through corridor after corridor and staircase after staircase, they finally reached a door which had a plaque reading, Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House, another plague beneath that said, Transfiguration. Harry wondered half-heartedly what Gryffindor was and what Transfiguration was, but he still didn't quite know where he stood with this new lady, and so he kept quiet. Professor McGonagall sat down on a squishy sofa and patted the spot next to her. Harry reluctantly made his way forwards and sat down gingerly. So Harry, do you like living with Sirius and Remus? She probed for information. Lots. Harry had decided to only talk when questioned directly, and even then to only say the minimum. So the teddy is called Prongs and the dragon is called, she prompted in another effort to get him to open up a little. Firenze, Harry whispered. Did you have lots of toys before you moved in with Sirius and Remus? She asked slightly tactlessly, she realized after the words were out of her mouth. But she didn't know the reason Harry had moved from his aunt and uncle's house, and she hated not knowing. Harry shook his head wordlessly and studied his feet. Why? Professor McGonagall let the word escape before she could stop it, and she silently cursed herself. Because I'm an ungrateful freak, Harry recited. Professor McGonagall gasped. No you aren't Harry, she said slightly more sharply than she intended. Harry jumped and nearly slid off the seat he was perched so precariously on. Professor McGonagall noticed and immediately softened her tone again. You are a very good boy Harry, Remus told me so. Harry looked slightly disbelieving. After all, when would Remus have told her that? The only time they had been in the same room since Harry had lived with Sirius and Remus was a few seconds ago, and no words about Harry's behavior had been passed then. Professor McGonagall noticed his look and said quickly, "Remus came to see me a couple of days ago. He knew I would want to hear about you. I was very close to your parents." Harry did remember Remus going to see an old friend while he and Sirius went shopping. So this was who he went to see, Harry thought curiously. It was strange to think of people talking about him without him there, but he supposed that was what Sirius, Remus and Dumbledore were doing that very second. He hoped they weren't saying bad things. In Dumbledore's office, they weren't. They were discussing how polite he was, how his injuries were healing, how well behaved he was and how he was coping. "He is improving," Remus said decidedly. "But he still has a long way to go. He is so scared of everything." Sirius burst out. "He always thinks me or Remus are going to hit him. It's only to be expected after what he's been through," Dumbledore said consolingly. And so that talk went on and on. Professor McGonagall's office. Professor McGonagall had finally found something to talk to Harry about. She was telling him all about Hogwarts, something which she suspected Sirius I not be too happy about, as she supposed he would want to tell him himself. However, she purposely left bits out. Harry listened spellbound, and though he didn't say much he did appear more relaxed, and he even ventured to ask a few questions. Time passed quickly, and to Harry's surprise he felt a bit disappointed when he heard a knock at the door, which meant Sirius and Remus had arrived to pick him up. "And we will finish this story another time," Professor McGonagall said reluctantly. "I suspect your godfathers will tell you it all anyway. Come in." Sirius and Remus came into the room and Harry ran to them eagerly. Sirius swung him up into his arms and Harry didn't protest. "Have you been good?" Remus asked mock sternly. Harry giggled and buried his head in Sirius' cloak. "Has he been good?" Remus directed the question at his former Transfiguration teacher. "He's been brilliant," she assured him, "a real pleasure." "Thanks for looking after him, Minnie," Sirius said. Professor McGonagall frowned at the nickname but said nothing, as Harry had put her into too good a mood. He really was a delightful child. She was quite envious of Sirius and Remus getting to take him home. "Can I have a word a minute?" she asked suddenly. She needed to tell them about the freak thing. Sirius put Harry onto the ground gently. "Privately," she said, looking pointedly at Harry. Remus wondered if there was more to how Harry had behaved while they were gone than just excellent. Harry seemed to be thinking along the same lines himself because he was looking at her worriedly. "Harry, will you wait just outside the door for a few seconds?" Remus asked. Harry looked at him hesitantly but allowed himself to be propelled outside the door. He hoped the lady wasn't going to say anything bad. He scanned his mind desperately for anything he had done wrong but couldn't come up with anything. "Don't wander off, okay?" Remus said seriously. He didn't want a repeat of last time. Harry nodded miserably and looked at the ground. Remus sighed and went back into the office, shutting the door behind him carefully. Harry pressed his head to the door hopefully, but he couldn't hear anything. He didn't realize that the room had been soundproofed, but he soon gave up anyway. He began to fly Firenze to pass the time. He was having fun before the little dragon flew out of his reach. He scuttled after it and fell headlong down some stairs that he was sure hadn't been there a second ago. He grabbed the dragon and began to scuttle back up, rubbing his head mournfully when he realized his route was blocked by the same man he had seen earlier, Severus Snape. "So you are off gallivanting around the castle again, are you? Just like your father. He was always strutting around when he was here. I bet he was a brat just like you when he was younger," Snape snarled. Harry whimpered and began to hurry down the stairs he had just come up. Snape advanced on him. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall had voiced her concerns to Sirius and Remus about how Harry appeared to consider himself an ungrateful freak, which Sirius and Remus had already been aware of, and they had filled her in on a bit more of Harry's past, which had made her gasp. Overall, the discussion only lasted about 5 minutes, and then with hasty goodbyes Sirius and Remus left the office, as they didn't want to leave Harry alone for too long. They looked around the corridor they had left Harry in. It was deserted. "Harry," Sirius called, feeling a definite wave of déjà vu. "Sirius." Harry's muffled voice sounded very relieved, but to Sirius, concerned, it also sounded very scared. Sirius and Remus ran towards the sound. It led to the potion stairs. Framed at the top, Remus was dismayed to see, was Severus Snape. His hand was raised and Harry was cowering underneath him. Get away from him. Sirius spat and gave him a big shove which sent him stumbling down the stairs. Remus knelt down and held his arms out and Harry threw himself into them, sobbing. Sirius looked as if he was going to say more but Remus shook his head and gestured to the sobbing boy in his arms. Sirius contented himself with a gesture that he strongly hoped Harry couldn't interpret in a silent swear word. Then he marched back down the corridor. Remus got to his feet with Harry still in his arms and followed him, rubbing Harry's back soothingly at the same time. What is his problem? Sirius burst out suddenly. Harry buried his head in Remus' cloak. He could feel Sirius' anger and it was so intense it was scaring him. Any minute now he would get hit. I don't know Sirius, Remus said softly. But you are scaring Harry. Sirius stopped abruptly and held out his hands for his godson. Remus passed him over reluctantly. Harry flailed his arms out desperately, he didn't want Sirius to hit him. It's all right Harry, Sirius murmured soothingly, you're safe now. Relief flooded through Harry as he realized Sirius wasn't cross with him. I didn't mean to leave where you told me to stand but Firenze flew off and I went after him and then that horrible man was there again. Harry broke out into fresh sobs. I know you didn't mean to, it was that, Sirius had to refrain from using a swear word, that man's fault. Harry tightened his grip on Firenze and prongs and snuggled into Sirius' cloak. I love you, he whispered. Sirius stopped dead. Harry had never said that to him before. His mouth was dry and he couldn't seem to force a response out. Finally he managed, I love you too. Harry had watched him worriedly but seemed to cheer up remarkably when Sirius had finally responded. He wriggled round in Sirius' arms until he could see Remus who was striding along behind them. I love you Remus. Remus didn't hesitate before responding. I love you Harry. Neither man could find words to tell that small boy how much those few words had meant to them but Harry could feel their emotions and he felt more contented and loved than he had felt since his parents had died. All was silent for a while as the three treasured the special moment. It was broken by Harry who seemed to have gained enough confidence to ask a question. Where are we going? Back to Dumbledore's office, Sirius replied, his voice had taken on a new light tone. Oh, Harry wondered whether he was brave enough to ask why but decided he wasn't, he didn't want to upset anyone. As if he could read his mind Remus suddenly said. He wants a very quick word with you and then we are going to use his flow. Harry flashed a grateful smile at him before pressed his face back into Sirius' cloak. All too soon they were sat in the headmaster's office and Sirius had placed Harry on the floor. Hello again Harry. Dumbledore said friendly. Harry hid behind Sirius' legs shyly. Sirius reached down and sat him on his knee. So are you happy with Sirius and Remus? Harry nodded and shuffled backwards until he was pressed against Sirius, he felt safer that way. He would be a lot happier if he hadn't just had another encounter with that greasy-haired git, Sirius hissed. The conversation quickly turned to Snape and everyone seemed to forget Harry was there. A heart, Harry suddenly exclaimed, loudly. All three of the men stopped what they were saying and looked at him. Harry blushed and looked at his knees. Sorry, he said softly. No, don't apologize Harry. Sirius said reassuringly, what did you say? It doesn't matter. Harry was speaking so quietly that they had to strain to hear him. On the contrary it matters greatly, Remus said firmly, I'm sure whatever you said was worth hearing. Harry looked at the headmaster who nodded encouragingly at him. There's a heart, Harry said shakily pointing at one lone heart in the corner of the overflowing office. Sirius and Remus exclaimed in delight and Dumbledore smiled. You left one of them? Sirius asked in surprise. Indeed I did, Dumbledore bowed his head. It is a reminder of the big mistake I made in the hope that it will prevent me from making another one. Sirius and Remus looked totally surprised. Besides it was such excellent spell work that it seemed a shame to get rid of it, Dumbledore's aged eyes twinkled. Wow! Harry exclaimed. Sirius looked down at his godson fondly. Remus glanced casually at his watch. Merlin, it's gone 10 o'clock already. We need to get Harry to bed. Sirius lifted Harry onto his hip and after bidding their ex-headmaster goodbye, they stepped into the flow. In a few seconds they were back at their house. Come on Harry, let's get you ready for bed and me and Remus will read you a story, Sirius said hurriedly. Wow, Harry said excitedly. He was soon cuddled up in bed with one godfather on either side. Are you really going to read to me? Harry asked eagerly. Of course we are. Why would we not? Because I'm an ungrateful freak, Harry answered sadly. Sirius and Remus looked at each other. They couldn't let this go on any longer. Harry, you are not ungrateful and you are not a freak. But the Dursleys said I was. Harry protested. The Dursleys lied, everything they told you was a lie. Sirius said somewhat rashly. Harry seemed to think about that, his tiny brow furrowed up in concentration. So if everything they said was a lie, does that mean I'm not a brat? Harry asked hesitantly. Exactly. Sirius said, delighted that his godson was grasping the point. Harry seemed to think some more and suddenly his face lit up. So they lied to me about everything. Harry said, determined to make sure. Everything, Sirius confirmed, ignoring the warning look from Remus, who had seen that the Dursleys had probably told Harry a lot about table manners and unintentionally taught him lots of other things. They didn't want him to think they were lies. So if they lied to me about everything, Harry said slowly. They did, Sirius said quickly. Then my parents are still alive. Harry finished excitedly. Remus looked crossly at a shell-shocked Sirius. Now he had made Harry hopeful and they were going to have to break it to him all over again. I'm sorry Harry, but I'm afraid that bit was true, Remus said sadly. Harry's eyes filled with tears, but he brushed them away. I thought so, I remember it. But I couldn't help wishing. Remus pulled Harry towards him and they hugged. Sirius quickly joined into the embrace. When they broke away, Remus immediately began to read Harry a bedtime story from a book on a nearby shelf. The sooner Harry got to sleep the better. Thankfully he was only on the third page when Harry's eyelids closed. He and Sirius crept slowly out the room, hoping that for once their godson would have the undisturbed night that he deserved. But once again Remus and Sirius were awoken by Harry's frightened squeals. Harry was on Remus' lap this time and Sirius was struggling to keep awake. Harry refused to give them details of the dream, but he did calm down quicker than usual. I will read you a story. Okay, Remus said tenderly as he tucked the boy back in. Yes please, Harry said politely as he burrowed down. Remus picked up a book randomly and started to read it aloud. He paused every now and again to peer hopefully at Harry to see if he was asleep, but he stayed stubbornly awake. 3 books later he was still awake and Remus was starting to lose his voice. I can't read to you anymore Harry, Remus said at last as he laid the 3rd book on the bed. Please, Harry begged, just one more. As Remus looked into the pleading eyes of his godson he knew he couldn't say no. Sighing he picked up another book and croaked his way through Wally's Jungle Adventure. At the end he closed it with a snap and looked expectantly at Harry, who jumped out from under the covers and onto his lap. Please Remus, just one more. I feel sleepy now. Remus continued to look skeptical and so Harry added, I do, honestly. I just need one more. My voice is nearly gone Harry, Remus complained. One more. Harry clasped his hands together and rubbed against Remus. Remus chose the shortest book he could find and began to read once again. When he had finished Harry closed his eyes and then said thoughtfully, I think I need one more. No Harry, absolutely not. I am not reading you any more stories. Harry picked up a book and crawled over to Sirius. Siri read, he said cheerfully, holding the book up. No way. Not me. I am way too tired, Sirius said quickly. Tears filled Harry's emerald eyes and his bottom lip trembled. Sirius melted. If I read this book, then you have to go straight to bed the second it is over, okay? Sirius compromised. Harry nodded enthusiastically and then a mischievous glint came into his eyes. I don't want to hear this one as my last book, he said slyly. Can I choose another one please? Sirius agreed tiredly and Harry crossed the room to the bookshelf and scanned the shelves eagerly. He selected the fattest book he could find and then settled back on Sirius' lap. Remus smirked as Sirius looked at the book disbelieving. You said he could choose which one he wanted, Remus teased. Sirius contemplated throwing the book at his friend's head, but, unwilling to let Harry see violence, he opened it instead and began to read as fast as possible to get it over with. 1 hour later, but it felt like at least 10 to Sirius, he finally turned the last page and the book was over. Bed, Sirius said mock sternly. Sirius couldn't understand how Harry could not want to sleep. His dearest wish was for his head to meet his pillow. His eyes kept shutting by themselves. Harry grumbled, but he climbed back under the covers obediently. He was sleepier than he thought, and it wasn't long before his eyes slowly closed and Sirius and Remus gratefully left the room to return to their own comfy beds. It felt as if Sirius had only shut his eyes for a few minutes when he felt hot breath on his face. He wrenched his eyes open and found himself looking straight into the emerald eyes of his godson, who backed away the second he realized his godfather was awake. I didn't mean to wake up SS sir," Harry stuttered. Sirius reached over and pulled his godson towards him and held him tightly. "I know you didn't, I would never be cross about something like that, and you don't need to call me sir," Sirius reminded him gently. "Sorry," Harry whispered as he snuggled into his godfather. "What time is it?" Sirius yawned, thinking about how he was going to get Harry back to bed. 10 a.m., Harry answered quietly. Sirius shot up in bed, making Harry squeal in fear. Sirius caught him just before he rolled off the bed. "Sorry," he apologized while fighting to restrain a smile that was threatening to break out on his face as he looked at his godson's befuddled expression. "I was just surprised that it was so late. Is Remus awake?" Harry shook his head and lay back against his godfather. "How about I get dressed and make breakfast while you wake Remus up?" Sirius suggested as he stifled a yawn. Harry looked absolutely horrified at this idea. "I can't wake him up. He will be cross." Harry panicked. Sirius patted his godson lightly on the forehead and said tenderly, "I solemnly swear that he won't be cross." Harry didn't know the true meaning of these words, but Sirius was going to tell him soon. He clambered out of bed and lifted Harry onto the floor. Harry looked slightly disbelieving but padded out of the room under Sirius' amused gaze. As Harry disappeared from view, he turned to sort through his wardrobe, his mind filled with images of his precious godson who was fast becoming the person he loved more than anyone else. The said godson was currently hovering outside Remus' door as he wondered exactly how he should set about the impossible task of waking up his godfather without getting hit. Should he knock or just walk straight in? While he was dithering, Sirius came out of his room fully dressed. "Just go straight in, Har," Sirius told him encouragingly before disappearing down the stairs to make breakfast. Harry looked at the foreboding wooden door, took a deep breath and let himself in. Remus was lying on his back on the bed, sleeping peacefully. Harry crept towards him gingerly. He really did not want to do this. He reached the bed and looked at him hopefully, as if he could wake him just by willpower. Remus stayed stubbornly asleep. Harry climbed onto the bed unwillingly. He looked down at Remus just as he had done to Sirius to see if he was awake. It didn't work with Remus. Harry reluctantly held his arm out and nudged his godfather very gently. Nothing happened. Harry did it again, slightly rougher, and Remus shifted uncomfortably but stayed asleep. Harry shifted back on the bed slightly. He had no idea what to do now. In the end, he just nestled against him and hugged him tightly. Remus opened his eyes and looked down to see his godson laying next to him. "Hey Harry, sleep well?" he asked softly. His voice startled Harry, who immediately leapt to his feet and towards the end of the bed. "Don't be mad. Sirius told me to wake you because he's making breakfast and I didn't want to, but I did it nicely so you wouldn't hit me." Please don't be mad." Harry burst into tears. Remus was slightly shocked by Harry's reaction. "I'm not mad, Harry, and I would never hit you." Remus pulled Harry onto his lap. Harry's sobs quietened as Remus held him. "Did you say Sirius was making breakfast?" Remus asked suddenly. Harry nodded and looked at his godfather inquisitively. "Then I reckon we should eat it before it goes cold," Remus said cheerfully, waving his wand to transfigure his pajamas into some jeans and a t-shirt. He offered his hand to Harry, who took it eagerly, and the pair disappeared down the stairs. "I don't know how much will be edible though," Remus said softly to Harry, who giggled. "I heard that Mooney," Sirius protested. Maybe he didn't say it quietly enough. Soon all three of them were sitting at the table with Sirius' nearly edible breakfast, which Harry was loyally picking his way through and Remus was stabbing with his fork. "I am going out today," Sirius said cheerfully. Remus looked up in surprise. "You are?" Sirius nodded as he had his mouth full. Harry was watching him worriedly. "You aren't going out, are you?" he asked Remus. "Of course not. We wouldn't leave you by yourself." Remus was quite surprised by Harry's question. Harry immediately lost the worried look in his eyes and settled once more to eating his breakfast. "And it will give you a chance to talk to Harry about tomorrow," Sirius said airily as he waggled his fork in Remus' direction. "Tomorrow?" Harry asked, worry once more coming into his green eyes. I will explain later, Remus said, shaking his head at Sirius crossly. Sirius crossed his eyes at him and poked his tongue out childishly. It made Harry giggle, though he immediately stifled them, apologized and went back to silently eating his breakfast. You can laugh, Harry, Remus said gently. I don't want to get into trouble. Harry didn't look up from his breakfast. For laughing? You won't get in trouble for laughing, Sirius exclaimed. Harry smiled at them, reassured, and began to eat his breakfast with more vigor. You never said you were going out, Remus accused, going back to the old conversation. I forgot, Sirius said simply. Where are you going? Remus asked. Just out with someone, Sirius said mysteriously. Remus immediately knew he was talking about a girl and looked at Harry to see if he had twigged, but he was obliviously trying to cut up his sausage, his tongue stuck out in determination. Do you want a hand? Remus offered. Thank you, sir, Harry said gratefully. Remus cut it quickly and handed it back with a quick reminder of the unnecessary title of sir. But I will bath Harry for you before I go, Sirius promised generously. Harry froze, his fork filled with sausage poised in midair. Sirius suddenly realized his mistake. I don't want a bath, Harry said quickly. You can have a fun day with Remus when you have had your bath, Sirius wheedled. Why don't you eat your breakfast and we will talk about it afterwards, Remus said firmly. He could see them forgetting breakfast and he didn't want his godson to go hungry. Harry ate very slowly, but his plate was soon clean. He stared at his plate and ignored the eyes of his godfathers, which he could feel were on him. Suddenly he felt strong arms slipping around his waist and pulling him into the air. He struggled desperately. I don't want a bath, I'm not dirty. Sirius carried him all the way up the stairs towards the bathroom. Remus shook his head and began to clean up after breakfast while he wondered what he should do with Harry all day. He wanted something he knew Harry would like. He puzzled for a while. What did Harry really like? Reading. It suddenly came to him, he would take Harry to the library. Smiling, he got ready to go out and then sat at the kitchen table with a paper while he waited for the bath to finish. Die to go and all clean, he heard Sirius say cheerfully as he came down the stairs. Sirius and Harry entered the room. Harry looked adorable in a set of dungarees and Sirius was beaming at him proudly. The clock in the lounge began to chime and Sirius looked at his watch absent-mindedly. Oh, I've got to go, he exclaimed, and he planted a key on the top of Harry's messy black head and waved cheerfully at Remus, and then he was gone. Are you ready? Remus asked, turning to his godson eagerly. For? Harry asked apprehensively. He did not want another bath or anything equally horrible. Well, as you like reading so much, I thought you might like a trip to the library to choose yourself some books. We are getting through the ones you have at the minute very quickly. Harry agreed enthusiastically, and the pair were soon on their way to the local library, Harry tightly gripping Remus' hand. 1 hour later saw them sitting side by side next to a big pile of books. Remus was sorting through a shelf. How about this one? Remus asked, showing Harry a book with a picture of a dog on the front. Harry nodded, took it off him and added it to the pile. Soon Remus decided they had enough. Let's go and check them out, he said happily. Harry watched curiously as the woman stamped the books and then handed them back to Remus. Remus grabbed his hand and they went back out into the sunlight. Don't you have to pay for them? Harry asked, indicating the bag in Remus' other hand. No, Remus said, surprised. We are just borrowing them. After we have read them we give them back. Haven't you ever been to a library before? Harry shook his head. Remus frowned but said nothing. When they got back in, they settled on the sofa and Remus read Harry one of the books. And then another. And then another. When Remus felt that he really couldn't read anymore, they just sat together and Harry felt his eyes closing, but then he suddenly snapped them open when he remembered something. What about tomorrow? He inquired. Remus sat up slightly straighter and Harry felt a wave of nerves coming from him. You see, Harry, I'm a bit different to you, Remus began hesitantly. Different? Harry repeated, confused. Well, I am different once a month because Harry, I am a werewolf, Remus finished and then closed his eyes as he waited for Harry to be scared, angry, sad. However, he heard no reaction and he opened his eyes to see what his godson was doing. Harry noticed Remus looking at him. I knew that, he said cheerfully. My daddy told me when I was little. He explained how you can't help it and you are perfectly normal the rest of the time. Remus shut his eyes and sent a silent prayer to James Potter. God, he loved that man. He pulled Harry into a tight hug. Just then a door banged. "I'm back," Sirius yelled and walked into the living room with a big smile on his face which grew wider when he saw his godson and best friend. "I take it he took it well. He already knew," James told him. Sirius looked surprised but then he laughed. "Well, that sure makes it easier, doesn't it? So who is babysitting tomorrow?" "Babysitting?" Harry asked, horrified. "Tomorrow is full moon," Remus informed him. "But you're not a werewolf too, are you?" Harry asked Sirius. Sirius laughed and shook his head. "No, but I need to go with Remus." "Can't I come?" Harry begged. Both Sirius and Remus shook their heads firmly. "I will be good," Harry begged. "Sorry, Harry, it's too dangerous. I can only go because I can change into a dog." Harry's eyes filled with tears. "I don't want a babysitter," he wailed. Remus and Sirius exchanged looks. Maybe this was going to be harder than they thought. "I don't want a babysitter," Harry repeated a little louder. "But Harry, you need someone to look after you," Sirius explained. "Sirius can look after me," Harry all but shouted. "I can't, Harry, Remus needs me," Sirius said patiently. "I need you," Harry wailed and tears slipped down his face. "I need you," he repeated as he realized how true it was. Sirius scooped Harry up and placed him on his lap. "It's just one day each month," Sirius said gently. Harry sobbed harder. Until that moment it hadn't even occurred to him that this was going to happen every single month. Sirius rubbed Harry's back reassuringly. "It will go really fast, Harry," Remus said soothingly as he sat on the sofa beside Sirius. "I need you," Harry repeated. "You will be fine without us for one night," Sirius said uncharacteristically firmly. "I don't want you to go," Harry sniffled. "I know, Harry," Sirius said, going back to softer tones. "But you will have a nice babysitter to play games with and we will be back soon." "I need you though." "Why?" Remus asked suddenly. He couldn't understand how a babysitter wouldn't take care of Harry's needs. The question surprised Harry and he couldn't put the reason into words. He wasn't even sure what his reason was. "I just want you," he said quietly. "I know, Harry, but you will have a lot of fun with the babysitter," Remus murmured. He knew that Harry didn't have a specific reason. "I won't let her give me a bath," Harry suddenly exclaimed. It was only Sirius and Remus he trusted to give him a bath. "I will give you a bath before we go," Sirius said and cradled his godson closer to him. All was silent for a minute but then Harry jumped off Sirius' lap and landed on the floor. "I need you," Harry shouted and he ran out of the lounge. Sirius and Remus heard him running upstairs and his bedroom door open and then close. Sirius sighed. "Perhaps you should just stay with Harry," Remus suggested tiredly, running a hand through his golden hair. "And leave you alone." "I can't do that. If I do then Harry will expect it to happen every month and you can't do it alone all the time. Besides he will become a brat if we always let him get his own way," Sirius said sensibly. Sirius' words surprised Remus. He had never thought that Sirius Black would be the one who would be sensible. Remus agreed and settled down with a book. When the room got so dark that he couldn't see the words, he shut the book and sighed. He couldn't be bothered to turn on the light. He looked across at Sirius. He was asleep. He hoped Harry was as well. He got up and crept out of the room so as not to wake Sirius and padded to Harry's room. The light was still on and there was a small ball under the duvet. Remus sat on the edge of the bed with a plop. He knew Harry wasn't asleep. "Harry," he whispered, giving his godson the chance to pretend to be asleep but hoping he would answer. "Go away," Harry's muffled voice replied. Remus wondered whether to tell him off for that but decided against it. After all, he was upset. A mild scolding would suffice. "I will not go away, and I do not like you talking to me like that," Remus scolded mildly. Harry felt his face heat up and butterflies come into his stomach. What had made him say that? Remus was mad at him now and was sure to hit him. "Sorry," Harry mumbled. "Apology accepted, but I want you to come out from under the covers or you will suffocate." Harry came out hesitantly and looked up at his godfather timidly. Remus took note of Harry's flushed cheeks and fearful expression and pulled him onto his lap. "You have to have a babysitter tomorrow night, Harry, but it will go really quickly and you have nothing to be afraid of," Remus explained calmly. Harry nodded and pressed tightly against Remus. "Are you cross?" he asked worriedly. Remus smiled and shook his head. A look of relief flitted across Harry's face and he nestled as close as he possibly could into Remus. They stayed like that for a while before Remus noticed Harry's eyes begin to close and he tucked him into bed. "Love you, Remus," Harry whispered. "I love you to Harry," Remus replied and kissed Harry on the forehead. Then with a final smile at his godson, Remus went to his own room, leaving the door open a crack in case Harry needed him. Harry wanted to ask Remus to read him a story, but he didn't really think he deserved it considering what he had said to Remus, and so he rolled over and tried to get to sleep. That night he didn't have a nightmare. It was the first night in a long time. It could have been to do with the fact that he only slept for a few minutes at a time and then he would wake up worrying about Remus being cross with him or about the babysitter and would toss and turn for a bit before dropping off for a few more minutes. Finally at about 5 o'clock he couldn't stand it anymore. He slipped out of bed and across the hall. He hesitated slightly outside Remus' door. Did he dare to go in? No. Instead he went to the lounge and started to climb onto an armchair. "Harry," a voice asked sleepily. Harry jumped violently and slid off the chair that he had nearly climbed into with a bang as his bottom came into contact with the hard wooden floor. Tears filled his eyes and Sirius bounded over to him and scooped him up. "Are you okay, Har?" he asked concerned. He sat on the armchair with Harry on his knee and checked him over quickly. Harry nodded unconvincingly. Remus hurried down the stairs. "What is going on, Sirius?" he exclaimed. He caught sight of Harry. "Harry, what happened?" He hurried forwards. "I couldn't sleep because I kept thinking that you were cross with me and worrying about the babysitter, and then I wanted to apologize again but I didn't dare come into your room and so I came down here to wait for you, but Sirius was here and now I am in trouble again." Harry buried his head into Sirius. "You aren't in trouble," Sirius exclaimed. "And I am not cross with you and there is no need to worry about the babysitter because it will be fun and of course you may always come into my room, don't hesitate to come on if you can't sleep," Remus added. Harry felt reassured and cuddled into his godfather's arms. Within minutes the three were fast asleep. If only Remus knew how fun it really was going to be. The doorbell rang just as Sirius was bringing a freshly bathed Harry down the stairs. Harry ran into the lounge and left Sirius to answer the door. He watched Harry disappear out of sight and sighed. He hoped Harry would be okay with the babysitter. He opened the door to reveal a pretty young woman standing on the doorstep. She lived opposite, which was the precise reason Sirius had picked her, because Harry had seen her around and so hopefully wouldn't feel so awkward around her. She was a muggle but he hoped that it wouldn't matter. "Hello," she said breezily as she stepped into the house. "Hello," Sirius replied, somewhat taken back by her forwardness. "You must be Sirius, I am Jenny. I have seen you and the little darling wandering around, and Remus, where is he?" Sirius blinked. Little darling. Harry was not going to like that. He is in the kitchen," Sirius said weakly. "I am here," Remus said cheerfully as he walked through the kitchen door. "And where is the sweet little child I get to look after?" she asked excitedly. Sirius raised his hand vaguely towards the lounge. To Sirius' alarm, Jenny began to make her way towards the door. "Harry," Sirius called quickly to warn Harry, "why don't you come and meet your babysitter?" Harry remained stubbornly silent. Sirius mentally shrugged. Oh well, he had tried. "Oh, isn't he precious?" Sirius heard Jenny coo. He stifled a chuckle and went into the lounge to rescue Harry. He nearly laughed out loud at the sight that met his eyes. Harry was enfolded in a big hug and as he caught sight of Sirius he glared at him angrily. Sirius was just about to save him when Remus came in. "Right, he has had a bath but he still needs his tea. The emergency contact number is on the fridge. He has no allergies that we know of and he needs to be in bed by 8 o'clock, Remus instructed. "We will be fine, we will have a lovely time, won't we, darling?" Jenny released Harry in order to key him. Harry backed away quickly, wiping his cheek furiously as he did so. Sirius spluttered with laughter and Harry turned to face him with a look which would have killed a lesser man. Harry folded his arms across his chest and cast a wary look at his babysitter. "Is there anything else you need to know?" Remus asked seriously. The babysitter shook her head. "Well, we best go now," Sirius said cheerfully. "Bye, Harry." Harry unfolded his arms. "Why, you're going? We have to but we will be back soon," Remus said tenderly. "Do we get a hug?" Sirius asked hopefully. Harry shook his head in a perfect imitation of his babysitter. Sirius pouted in an attempt to hide. The hurt he really felt. With a chorus of byes they left the house. They were halfway down the path when a little voice yelled, "Wait." Harry barreled towards them and threw his arms around their legs. "Bye," he said softly. Sirius picked him up and held him close before passing him to Remus. The babysitter came up behind them. "Oh, how absolutely adorable, isn't he a lamb?" she simpered. Harry was starting to dislike her and her darlings and lambs and preciouses. Remus put him down and he sat on the gate and waved until they were out of sight. They had to get out of range to apparate. Harry realized. "Why don't we go and play a game?" Jenny suggested. Harry was still watching the place his godfathers had once stood. Why did they have to leave? As he sat there, a horrible thought crossed his mind. He tried to shake his head to get rid of it, but it was persistent. What if they weren't coming back? It would make sense. They could leave Harry with a over-enthusiastic molly-coddling weirdo and make a fast escape. That's why they both went. They weren't coming back. Harry's tummy suddenly felt like it was playing host to a hive of bees who were swarming around trying to get out. His hands felt like ice and his heart hurt. They had left him, just like everyone always left him. Tears prickled the back of his eyelids and he swallowed hard. Jenny was patting him on the head like he was a dog. This thought nearly made Harry laugh. What is wrong with me? He thought. 1 minute he wanted to cry and the next he was trying not to laugh. Suddenly his feeling of fear, confusement and misery disappeared. They were replaced by anger. Why should he always have the good things taken away from him? Why did Sirius and Remus have to build his hopes up just to shatter them? Did he really not deserve any happiness? Anger coursed through his veins and he jumped off the gate with a bang. "Oh good, are you going to play now?" Jenny asked hopefully. "No." Harry snapped and stomped back towards the house. "Are you hungry, love? We could have tea," Jenny suggested, following him into the house. "I'm not hungry," Harry shouted. "Why don't we watch TV?" Jenny asked, determined to find something that she could do with her young charge. "Just leave me alone," Harry yelled and ran up the stairs to his room. He lay on his bed and closed his eyes, trying to calm down. He heard the babysitter tiptoe up the stairs. She was singing softly. He sat up quickly and brushed his sleeve across his face to catch any stray tears. Why should he calm down? It was them who had left him with a weird woman. He was entitled to be mad and give this woman a hard time. "It's not her fault," a little voice in his head whispered, but he pushed it to the back of his mind. Life wasn't fair to him, so why should he be fair? Dear, you are in a state, aren't you, love?" the patronizing woman exclaimed as she entered the room. "Why don't you come and draw?" A devilish idea suddenly crossed Harry's mind. Under normal circumstances he wouldn't do it, but today, he was going to give this babysitter hell. "Yes," he said decidedly, "let's draw." "Oh good. Come on then, sweetheart," Jenny said, relieved. But Harry had ran off in front of her and down the stairs to the lounge where he had some pens that Sirius had bought him from the toy store. He hadn't used them yet and he wasn't going to use them now. Picking up a handful, he threw them up in the air like confetti. "Harry dear, I meant draw with them, not throw them." Jenny finally reached the room. Harry ran to the cupboard and began to throw all of his toys around the room. "Now Harry, I really think you ought to Santo OWWW. Jenny was cut short as a stuffed elephant collided with her head. Harry rushed out of the room and into the kitchen where he began to throw open cupboards and grab random items of food. Crisps, he ripped them open and scattered them over the floor. Chocolate frogs were released to hop around the kitchen and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans were used for target practice, the target being the babysitter. When the kitchen was successfully flooded, Harry ran into the garden. Jenny was still spluttering. He ran to the hose pipe and turned it on before hiding behind the door. Harry, where are you?" Jenny called as she ran outside. Harry took his cue and jumped out of his hiding place, letting his babysitter get the full blast of water. He waited until she was totally soaked and then dropped the hose and ran into the house, leaving his dripping babysitter to clean up his mess. He went into the lounge and hid behind the heavy curtains and looked outside. 10 minutes later his babysitter's voice filled the house. "Harry, come here." She didn't sound very happy. At least she's lost all her deers and lambs, Harry thought with the trademark Potter smirk. He listened to his babysitter panic as she frantically searched for him. He couldn't believe he was actually getting his own back on an adult for the way they all treated him. He closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. When he woke up, daylight sun was filling the room. He smiled slightly as he remembered the previous day. But deep down he couldn't help feeling bad. After all, he knew how it felt to be stamped on by the world. He was just going to come out and apologize to his babysitter and maybe clear up the mess when he saw a sight that made his heart stop. Sirius and Remus were walking up the path. But they weren't coming back. Harry panicked. But they obviously were, and Harry knew he was going to get into so much trouble now. He heard the door open and his godfather's laughing, which was normally a sound which filled Harry with joy, but today the only emotion he felt was dread. Was he good? Remus asked cheerfully. What is all this mess? Sirius exclaimed, his observant eyes picking up what Remus had missed. He has not been good. He has been Jenny searched for a horrible enough word. I take it you aren't going to say lamb, Sirius said quirkily, causing Remus to dig his elbow into his ribs. Nightmare, Jenny finally finished. Harry shuddered. He had first-hand experience of just how bad nightmares were, and this lady thought he was one. Where is he? Remus asked solemnly. I don't know, the babysitter exclaimed. I have looked everywhere for him, and he made all this mess and he soaked me with the hose pipe. Sirius spluttered with laughter but contained himself after a glare from Remus. Harry knew he had to go up to his room now before he was too late. He leapt from behind the curtain and flew up the stairs with speed he had acquired from living with Dudley. Sirius and Remus only half-heartedly tried to grab him. Jenny was still spluttering with rage. Sirius paid her extra and managed to propel her out the door. And then Jenny Ned. See you another time, bye, Sirius shouted. When their house was free from babysitters, Sirius and Remus looked at each other and began to wave their wands, cleaning everything up. In normal circumstances, Remus would have made the child who made the mess clean it up, but Harry had already done far too much cleaning at the Dursleys, so they did it for him. When everything was back to how it should be, they climbed the stairs to Harry's room. There was a small lump under the bedclothes. What have you been up to, Harry Potter? Sirius asked, but he didn't sound very cross. I'm sorry, Harry sobbed. Sirius reached under the covers and pulled his godson out. Harry's face was streaked with tears. He sat him down on his lap. Why were you so naughty, Harry? Remus asked, not unkindly. I thought you weren't coming back, Harry howled. We would never leave you, Harry, Sirius said loudly. The three hugged for a long time. Are you cross? Harry asked anxiously when they finally broke apart. No, they laughed. But don't ever be that naughty again, Remus said sternly. Once we will let you get away with, but lots of times, he mimicked, cutting his throat, which sent Harry into peals of laughter. Well, maybe not ever again, Sirius said thoughtfully. You need a bit of fun. Just don't make it a regular thing, Remus said, rolling his eyes in Sirius' direction. And I will take you to apologize to Jenny tomorrow. I will draw her a picture. Harry exclaimed, his eyes shining. He was much more animated now he knew his godfathers weren't going to hit him. He cuddled into bed with one godfather on either side of him and fell asleep listening to stories of the torture Sirius and Harry's father James had inflicted on their unfortunate babysitters. When Harry woke up the next morning, he smiled happily at his godfathers who had fallen asleep next to him. He lay back down and wondered what they were going to do today. What had he done yesterday? A faint blush crept across his cheeks as he remembered. He wondered if his godfathers would be cross today. Perhaps that was why they hadn't shouted yesterday. They were saving it all up for today. Harry buried his head in his pillow to stop tears that were threatening to fall. He was certain that was what they had planned. Hey, Harry heard Remus exclaim softly. He was obviously awake then. You will suffocate, Harry, Remus explained as he lifted the pillows off his godson. Harry scrambled up and onto Remus' knee. What's the matter? Concern laced Remus' voice. Are you cross? Harry whimpered. Cross? What about? Remus was trying to hide his confusement. He held Harry out a bit to look at his face. Salty tears were slowly running down his cheeks. What's the matter, Harry? Remus was starting to get really worried. You and Sirius are going to be cross about yesterday, Harry sobbed. Remus pulled Harry close and hugged him hard. Harry buried his head in Remus' top and wept. We are not cross at all, Harry. Today you are going to apologize to Jenny and then we can forget about it. Harry wrapped his arms around Remus tightly and hoped that he could tell how grateful he was without him actually having to communicate it. He hiccuped as he attempted to stem the flow of tears which were now pouring down his cheeks. It was then that Sirius decided to wake up. He blinked slightly as his eyes adjusted to the sunny room, and he smiled lightly as they came to rest on his godson, who was still entwined in Remus' arms. His expression darkened when he saw Harry was crying. "What's going on?" Sirius demanded. He swung his legs around to face the pair and waited for an answer. Harry looked at him pleadingly. He didn't want him to shout. Thankfully, Remus answered. "Harry thought we were going to be cross about yesterday," he explained. "Why would we be cross? We already talked to you about it." Harry wiggled out of Remus' arms and launched himself into Sirius. They stayed like that for a while before Harry broke the silence. "Why are you so nice to me?" Remus and Sirius shared a look. "What do you mean?" Sirius asked gently. "Why are you nice to me? Why do you feed me? Why do you hug me and hold me?" "Because we love you, Harry," Remus said slowly, as if he was pointing out the obvious, which to him he was. Never had anyone said those words with his name in a sentence, and Harry instantly felt warm inside. He snuggled closer into his godfather's chest. "But I don't deserve to be loved," he said wistfully. Sirius' mouth dropped open. He tried to correct his godson but found he was unable to talk, so he just opened and shut his mouth, making him look remarkably like a goldfish. "Everyone deserves to be loved," Remus said slightly more sharply than he intended. "Especially you," Sirius found his voice at last. "But I am bad." "No, you are not, Harry." "Who told you that?" Remus had a pretty good idea though. "The Dursleys," Harry mumbled. "Well, they have no idea what they are on about. You are not a bad boy, you are a very good boy actually." Harry looked at Remus in wonderment. Then he immediately looked downcast again. "But I do bad things." "What like?" Sirius asked with genuine curiosity. "Like not doing chores fast enough," Harry said sadly. "You shouldn't be doing chores at your age, they should do their own cleaning, the lazy," Sirius said viciously. "Language," Remus exclaimed. Sirius just rolled his eyes. "And lying," Harry added. "I had to lie about stuff like when I got a black eye, they made me tell the school I was fighting." "That wasn't your fault," Sirius said indignantly. Inside he was fuming. "And I kicked Dudley once." "And how many times has he kicked you?" Remus retorted. "And I steal stuff," Harry said the last one so quietly Remus had to strain to hear him. "You what?" Sirius asked. As he had no werewolf hearing, he had no hope of hearing the last confession. "You steal stuff," Remus repeated uncertainly. Harry nodded worriedly. Sirius' mouth dropped open for the second time that morning. "'Cause the Dursleys used to say I couldn't eat for like a week when I didn't finish my chores, and one time they said I couldn't eat for 2 weeks because I set this bush on fire by accident, and I got really hungry and I thought I was gonna die, so I had to take some food," Harry gabbled in an effort to get his godfathers to understand. Why had he opened his big mouth? He had really blown it now. Sirius really laughed. Here he was picturing his godson going around in a mini balaclava taking televisions, and he meant he pinched an apple or two from the Dursleys. "That was from your house, so that's not stealing," Sirius said soothingly as he studied Harry's scared expression. "Anytime you are hungry you can just take something out of the cupboard now you are here." Harry hugged both of his godfathers. He wished he knew the words to say how much he loved them. "I love you" sounded so understated. "Let's get ready for breakfast then," Remus said after a long pause. "I will cook, you get Harry ready, meet you downstairs in 5 minutes." It was actually only 3 minutes before they were assembled around the table with a potion of porridge in front of them. Harry was the last one to finish eating. He seemed to savor every mouthful. Sirius rocked back slightly on his chair as he waited. "What shall we do today?" he mused. "What do you want to do, Harry?" Harry blushed and shrugged. He stared at his bowl as if it was the most interesting thing in the world. "Why don't we just stay around here today?" Sirius suggested. Harry agreed, and so it was settled. "Why don't you play outside while we wash up, Harry?" Remus said, looking pointedly at Sirius and putting great emphasis on the "we." "Don't you want help?" Harry asked quietly. "No thank you, you play outside." And so Harry wandered outside. He had just settled down on the grass when something caught his eye and he gasped. It was a large stripy snake. It wriggled around near Harry's feet with surprising agility. "SS stupid humans, SS always SS getting in my way," the snake hissed. Now Harry had never seen a snake, but he had read about them, which is how he knew that this scary creature actually was a snake, but in everything he had ever heard about them nothing had ever mentioned their ability to talk. "You can talk," Harry asked excitedly. He kneeled down next to the snake. He didn't seem to fear for his safety, but after all he was bigger than the snake. Of course I can talk, can't everyone? Harry wasn't sure what to say to this. He had met quite a few animals and none of them had shown any sign of talking, yet this snake was very clearly speaking. Well, humans can, but I never knew animals could. Is silly boy, of course we can speak, you just can't understand as we all speak different languages. Harry was getting more and more curious. He loved finding out new things and this particular nugget of information sounded very interesting. Every animal speaks a different language. Harry checked he had understood. That's what I said, the snake said impatiently. So why do you speak English? How dare you insult me? I do not speak such a common language. Harry looked confused, but he hadn't yet acquired as much information as he wanted, so he decided not to press the point and scare the snake away. I do apologize, sir, Harry said meekly. Yes, well, I should think so. The snake sounded quite pleased with his new formal address, though he tried to hide it. If you don't mind me asking, sir, if you don't speak English, what language do you speak? Harry was still determinedly keeping polite. I speak the language of the snakes and a very fine language at ISSSSSSS too. Harry blinked. Then how do I understand the language? Harry asked. Sir, he added hurriedly when he saw the snake's expression. The snake answered the second the, sir, was added. You speak the SSSSS snake language. But how can I? I only know English. I have never learnt another language. Very few human SSSS can SSSSSSSS speak the language, they are few and far between. You are actually the only one I have met, the snake admitted. This did not actually answer his question, and Harry was about to ask him again when he caught himself. The snake must have deliberately dodged his question, which meant he probably didn't know the answer and was too proud to admit it. Harry did not want to upset him again, so he decided to just rephrase it. How do you learn the language, sir? If only animals can speak it and the humans don't know the language, then how do they speak to them to learn the language? Humans SSSS do not learn the language, they are born knowing it. That answered Harry's previous question on how he could speak it. Why didn't the snake just say that the first time, he thought crossly. But he was still keen to know more about his newfound talent, and so he bit his tongue. If anyone was listening into our conversation, would they understand it? Of course SSSSSSE, not SSSSSSSSSS, stupid boy. It would just sound like hisses to them. The snake had obviously noted the absent, sir. Harry hurried to correct his mistake. Like hisses. Cool. So even the words I am saying would sound like hisses, sir. The snake relaxed slightly at the renewed use of his current favorite title. Yes. Harry was thinking hard. But I may never see another snake, sir. Indeed, the snake didn't seem bothered with this new dilemma. He seemed more interested in the frog that was hopping at the base of a nearby tree. Harry sat up straighter as an idea suddenly came to him. I could keep you as a pet. And then I could talk to you all the time. It would be so cool. Harry gabbled excitedly. The snake had prickled slightly at the first pet, but now he was looking nothing short of furious. I am a SSSS snake. The king of creatures SSSS. You called me SSSSSSSSSSSSIR, yet now you want to keep me as a pet. Harry immediately saw his mistake and deflated. Oh no. Please, sir. The snake began to slither off. Please come back. But the snake ignored him. He tried to run after it, but the snake was faster than it looked and had soon disappeared into the undergrowth. Harry was just debating whether he should try and follow when there was a shout behind him. Harry. It was Sirius. Harry ran over to him and Sirius swung him up into his arms. Hey kiddo. Did you have fun? Harry nodded enthusiastically. You can tell me all about it in a minute, but we need to go and see Remus first. Sirius was amazed at how bouncy Harry suddenly seemed to have become. Whatever he had played outside had obviously been good for him. They walked into the lounge where Remus was sitting on the sofa with a book. Sirius sat on the other end of the sofa and placed Harry in the middle. Tell me and Remus all about it then, Sirius said keenly. Well, I went outside and there was a big snake. Sirius cut him off. A snake? A real snake? Well, yes, Harry answered. Why would he be so excited about a pretend snake? One that slithers. Sirius asked worriedly. Yes. Harry was starting to worry about his godfather. All snakes slither. What did it look like, Harry? Remus queried quickly. Well, it was stripy, Harry offered hesitantly. Remus closed his eyes. It was an adder, he muttered, an adder. How do you know? Sirius asked, hoping that his friend was wrong, though he knew it wasn't likely. Well, it wasn't a grass snake, and adders are the only stripy snakes in Britain, Remus replied knowledgeably. Did it bite you? Sirius suddenly exclaimed. No. Harry sounded horrified at the thought of his friend being vicious. Well, what happened? Remus asked impatiently. Sirius looked at him in surprise. Remus was always patient. I talked to it and it told me. Harry was cut off again. You talked to it? Yes. As in actually spoke to it. Sirius was deathly white. And it spoke back to you. Remus was not faring much better. Harry nodded. Perhaps that was a bad thing to do. His godfathers didn't seem to like the idea very much. And that is definitely what happened. You aren't playing. Remus checked. Yes, sir. Is that bad? Are you cross? Harry felt close to tears. How had he managed to upset his godfathers again? Sirius and Remus looked at each other, horrified, when they realized they were scaring Harry. It's not bad, and we aren't cross. We are just surprised, Remus said soothingly. Harry immediately looked much more comfortable. I was surprised at first too, but the snake told me everyone can talk, they just have their own languages that only they can understand, and he said I was speaking the snake language, and if anyone came over they would just hear hissing. And I asked him how I knew it because I didn't know any language other than English, and he says you were born knowing it, Harry gabbled. Harry is a Parseltongue, Sirius said in bewilderment. Harry is a Parseltongue. We need to tell Dumbledore, Remus said as he stared at his godson in disbelief. Harry's heart beat faster and his hands felt sweaty. Why do we need to tell Dumbledore? Is he gonna shout at me? What's a Parseltongue? Is it something bad? Why are you looking at me like that? Are you cross? Harry said as fast as he could. All of the questions he was longing to know the answers to were all bubbling out of him. We need to tell Dumbledore because he said to inform him if you showed any more talents, Remus explained, taking one question at a time. And it is, going to, not, gonna, and he is not going to shout at you. Harry blushed. Sorry, he said quietly. Remus pulled him into a hug, and so Sirius continued to answer the list of questions as he felt they really ought to answer them before they went to Dumbledore. A Parseltongue is just a person who can speak to snakes, and it is not bad at all. In fact, it is probably very useful. We are looking at you because you surprised us, that is all. We aren't cross at all. Harry leant over and gave him a quick hug as well. We really ought to go and see the headmaster, Remus reminded them. Are you okay putting your shoes on by yourself? Sirius asked Harry. Harry nodded and raced upstairs. Sirius waited until he heard Harry's bedroom close, and then he sighed and raked a hand through his curly hair. We shouldn't have been so surprised. After all, Dumbledore did warn us that he would show some other powers, Sirius said somewhat critically as he looked at Remus. You were surprised as well. Remus protested weakly. Don't look at me like it was all me. Besides, when Dumbledore said he would have other powers, I had no idea he meant, well, I mean, little Harry a Parseltongue. There has only been about 2 of them ever recorded. Sirius was just opening his mouth to reply when Harry padded into the room, prongs and Firenze tucked under his arms. Ready? Remus asked brightly. Harry nodded and took the hand Remus offered him. Sirius grabbed his spare hand and led the way to the fireplace in the kitchen. Remus picked Harry up and they flowed to Dumbledore's office. They soon discovered that the old man had company. Harry smiled slightly as he saw Professor McGonagall and remembered the time he had spent in her office last time he was at Hogwarts. His smile faded quickly as he saw the man she was standing next to. It was Severus Snape again. Hello. This is a pleasant surprise. Do sit down, we have nearly done now. Dumbledore's electric blue eyes were twinkling. A few minutes later, both McGonagall and Snape had filed out of the office. And what can I do for you? Dumbledore asked. You said to report to you if Harry showed any more talents, Sirius said stiffly. It was going to be a while before he talked to Dumbledore properly again. After all, it was his fault that Harry hadn't lived with his godfathers in the first place. So you have discovered another one. Dumbledore leaned forward interestedly, seemingly not noticing Sirius' unfriendly tone. Harry is a Parseltongue, Remus informed him. Dumbledore leaned back and scrutinized Harry. Well, how interesting. Interesting in what way? Sirius bristled. Oh, I do apologize, I am not explaining myself, am I? No, Sirius retorted rudely. Dumbledore didn't seem to notice. I was merely congratulating myself. I did rather presume that speaking to snakes would be one of Harry's special talents, but I find it rather interesting that it was proved correct, because if I am correct about that, I may be correct with my other theories. How would you ever guess that being a Parseltongue would be one of his talents? They are so rare, Remus asked in surprise. And why does Harry have special talents anyway? Sirius added. I can answer both of your questions at once, Dumbledore said. Go on then, Sirius replied coldly. Harry pulled on his trouser leg. What's the matter? Sirius looked down at his godson. Harry lifted up his arms, symbolizing he wanted to be picked up. Sirius obliged and set him on his knee. Dumbledore smiled lightly before continuing. Well, my theory is, and it is slowly being proven correct, that when Voldemort's spell rebounded off Harry, Voldemort lost all his powers. So he isn't dead? Sirius interrupted. I believe he is still living but is hiding away from the wizarding world. Anyway, when Voldemort lost his powers, I believe Harry somehow gained them. Voldemort was a Parseltongue and so Harry is a Parseltongue, Dumbledore explained. So that's why Harry is more magical than other children his age? Remus asked. Dumbledore confirmed, this with a nod. Is that why Harry is a genius? Sirius probed for more information. No, Harry would have been a genius even without his little encounter with Voldemort, and his fire talent is not one he shares with Voldemort, and neither is his talent for feeling emotions. But then this is the first talent he has shown that has been connected to Voldemort, so how did you have your other theories? Remus asked in confusion. I have always had these theories on the way Harry defeated Voldemort. He held up his hand to stop the questions that Sirius and Remus both began to ask at once. I do not think now is the time to share them though. All you need to know is that I had my theories and I thought it was only fair to warn you of them before you left with Harry. However, I didn't want to indulge too much information in case it was proved wrong, so I just let you think that the reason was the talents he had already shown. As his guardians, I think it is only fair that we know everything, Sirius complained. Dumbledore ignored him and looked at Remus. So what other talents did Voldemort have that you think Harry might have got? Remus asked. Dumbledore pondered this question for a moment. It's hard to say, he said at last. Voldemort had many talents that he kept in secret, and so even I don't claim to know them all. I am aware that he can fly. Fly, Remus repeated. Fly. Sirius was clearly astonished. Harry looked the most surprised of them all. I can fly, he asked excitedly. You may be able to fly but you may not be able to, Dumbledore said. He was trying not to let the boy get his hopes up too much. Harry didn't seem to hear him. Can I try? Oh please, can I try? Harry begged, turning his big emerald eyes on his godfathers. Remus closed his eyes in horror. Why did they discuss this in front of Harry? He had visions of his godson diving out of his bedroom window with fake delusions of flying. Absolutely not, Sirius said firmly. He too had had visions of broken necks. Harry pouted. I definitely don't think you ought to try it, Harry. If you have the talent, it will appear when you least expect it. Harry blushed. He still wasn't used to the aged man addressing him. And other than that, I really can't say. Those were the only two which were well known, Dumbledore explained quietly. And now perhaps you would like to visit Hagrid, Harry. Dumbledore suggested. He has been so desperate to see you again, and under normal circumstances this time. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Harry looked up at Sirius, who nodded. Yes please, sir. Harry's voice was very quiet. We will be right here if you need us, Sirius said encouragingly. And we will come and get you when we are done, Remus added. Harry nodded. Why don't you walk Harry down and then come back up, Dumbledore suggested. Sirius and Remus agreed, and so the three left the office. Harry was cuddled up in Sirius' arms. Harry felt butterflies in the pit of his stomach. He wished he could just stay in Sirius' arms forever. He didn't want to reach Hagrid's house. Harry had run away from him at their last meeting. Maybe he would be cross. Far too soon for Harry's liking, Remus was knocking on a wooden door. He smiled reassuringly at Harry, who attempted to return it but couldn't quite manage. The door swung open with such force that Harry took an involuntary step backwards. Sirius, Remus, Ari! Hagrid exclaimed as his eyes settled on the smallest of the three. Hello, Harry said shyly. We must go, Hagrid. Dumbledore is waiting for us, Sirius explained, pulling his godson into a quick hug. Be good, Remus instructed firmly as he hugged Harry as well. Then with cheery waves they were gone. Come in, Hagrid bellowed, can't have you wastin' away on the doorstep, can we? Harry scuttled in and Hagrid slammed the door with a bang, causing movement in the far corner of the room. Fang! Harry exclaimed. The massive dog bounded over to him and Harry stroked it happily. Oh yeah, I forgot had met Fang. Harry blushed as his mind once again went back to his previous encounter with the giant man. I am sorry I ran away, sir, Harry apologized quietly. No problem. I expect I am quite scary when have never met me before. The second that was out of the way, Harry relaxed. He found that Hagrid was very easy to talk to and the time was soon slipping away. Dumbledore's office. Meanwhile, Sirius and Remus had returned to Dumbledore's office. So how is he getting on? Dumbledore asked. He is still improving and he is trusting us a lot more, Remus said. But he still always thinks he is going to get into trouble when he doesn't seem to have done anything, Sirius added. And he never wants to voice his own opinions, Remus finished. Dumbledore pondered that. Well, he will adjust eventually, Dumbledore said encouragingly, and he will soon discover that you will never hit him. I hope so, Sirius sighed. As for his reluctance to voice opinions, well, it all boils down to his lack of self-confidence. The only thing you can do is let him know that his opinion is worth something to you, Dumbledore explained. How can we do that? Remus asked interestedly. Ask his opinion about every little thing, Dumbledore answered, and try to always include him. This sounded like a good idea and Sirius and Remus agreed to work on it. After a few more minutes of small talk, the pair bid the headmaster goodbye and went to find their godson. Harry found that he was sorry to say goodbye to Hagrid and Fang, but Sirius promised that he could see them again soon. Did you have fun? Remus asked as the three walked back towards the castle. Harry nodded and grabbed his godfather's hands. Remus shot Sirius a look, but Harry's lack of words hadn't escaped Sirius either. Do you like Hogwarts, Harry? Sirius tried to engage his godson in some kind of conversation. Harry once again nodded non-verbally. Sirius inwardly sighed but didn't ask any more questions because he didn't want his godson to work out what he was doing. They quickly reached Dumbledore's office and flowed home. Right, now you need to apologize to Jenny, Remus said decidedly, before we forget. I am going to draw her a picture, Harry exclaimed. Sirius and Remus smiled at each other. Harry ran upstairs and retrieved an unused pad of paper and a brand new pack of felt-tip pens. I've never had my own paper and pens, Harry said excitedly. Sirius smiled at him sadly. Harry settled down at the kitchen table and looked around at his godfathers. What shall I draw? He asked. Sirius fought a chuckle. What do you think she would like? Harry pulled a face, a lamb or a heart or maybe some flowers. Sirius and Remus both burst out laughing. She wasn't that bad, was she? Remus asked. One look at Harry's face confirmed that she had indeed been that bad. You draw whatever you want, Remus advised eventually. He and Sirius settled down with a book and left Harry to it. In the end, Harry compromised and drew something he thought she would like but wasn't pink or overly girly. He drew a big squirrel in the middle of the page and decorated it with a little border of walnuts. He laid down the last color and looked at his godfathers expectantly. He didn't want to disturb them by telling them he had finished, and so he just sat patiently and watched them. Sirius felt as if someone was watching him. He lowered his book and looked straight into his godson's eyes. Finished? He asked cheerfully. His words startled Remus, who immediately put his book down as well. Harry nodded and pushed his drawing over to Sirius, who picked it up carefully. Remus leant over his shoulder. Sweet Merlin, Sirius whispered as he studied the picture. Remus was speechless. The picture was amazing. It was absolutely brilliant. Neither of them had ever seen anything like it. The squirrel was done in fabulous detail and the coloring was very neat and made it look 3D. The walnut border was minuscule and yet was very detailed with tiny pencil strokes. This is brilliant, Harry, Sirius exclaimed. Thank you, Harry whispered. Did you do lots of drawing at the Dursleys? Remus asked. He was trying to find an explanation for his godson's extraordinary talent. He couldn't remember either James or Lily being very artistic. I wasn't supposed to, Harry admitted, but when I was locked in the cupboard I did little drawings. I had to use the back of old receipts and broken pencil leads though. Sirius felt anger bubble in his stomach. You can draw as much as you want now, Harry, Remus said quickly, and if any of your colors run out just say and we will get you some new ones. Harry blinked. It was so hard to get used to his godfather's kindness and generosity. Thank you, he exclaimed. Let's take your drawing to Jenny then, Remus said. They helped Harry into his coat and set off down the street. Jenny lived just across the road. Remus rang the bell and shot Harry an encouraging look. Hello, he greeted when she answered the door. Hi, she said casually. Harry wanted to see you, Sirius announced and pushed his godson forward slightly. Jenny looked at him suspiciously. I am sorry I was so naughty, Harry stuttered nervously. I drew you a picture. Jenny smiled lightly and held out her hand for the picture. She gasped as she studied it. Did you draw this yourself? She asked in amazement. Yes, Harry answered. Jenny looked at Sirius and Remus who confirmed it with a nod. It's wonderful, she cooed. Aren't you a darling to draw me a picture? Harry inwardly pulled a face. He had hoped he had exaggerated the memory of her patronizing. I tell you who you just have to meet. My friend Nancy is coming to see me next week and she would love to meet you. I will tell her what a sweetheart you are and you must come around for tea. Thank you, Harry said politely. He hoped that Nancy was nothing like her friend. Anyway we must go, Remus said. Goodbye, Harry called. The three quickly walked back to their own house. Sirius didn't start laughing until the front door was firmly shut behind him. She is that bad, he exclaimed. No wonder you were so naughty, she's awful. I can't believe we left you with her. Sorry. Harry smiled and bounded up the stairs to put away his pad and paper. He is so tidy, Remus exclaimed. What 4-year-old doesn't have an adult tidying up after them? Sirius just shrugged as Harry chose that moment to return. What do you want for tea, kiddo? Sirius asked him brightly. I don't mind, Harry answered uncertainly. Come on, you can choose whatever you want, Sirius coaxed. Harry looked worried. There must be something that you really want, Remus said. Well, there is one thing, he said after a short pause. What is it? Sirius leant forward eagerly. Chinese, Harry asked hesitantly. A Chinese takeaway it is, Sirius said happily. His godson had finally made a decision. Remus fished some menus out of the cupboard and handed them around. What do you normally have? Remus asked him, spurred on by Harry's recent communication. Well, I have never had it before but the Dursleys had it quite often and I could smell it through the cupboard door and it smelt lovely, Harry replied. Remus clenched his hands angrily. How he wished he could go near these people on a full moon. Well, we will order a bit of each sort so that you can try everything, Sirius said firmly. Harry's eyes shone. Wow, he gasped. Sirius ordered chow mein, curry, rice, spring rolls, ribs, chop suey, everything. Harry ate as much as he could but there was still a sizable amount left when they had finished. I loved it all. Thank you, Harry said gratefully. His eyes were slowly closing and so Sirius carried him upstairs and tucked him into bed. Night Harry, he whispered as he keyed at his godson on the head, but Harry didn't hear him, he was already asleep. The next morning Sirius woke up early and he lay in bed for a minute just thinking about his godson. Sirius. A voice startled him out of his very happy thoughts. Hey, Remus, Sirius replied lazily. Why do you have a stupid smile on your face? Remus asked, hiding his own smile which was threatening to break out. Just thinking about Harry, Sirius replied, smiling even more widely as he said his godson's name. Remus laughed. I bet he will be wondering where we are. Huh. Sirius squinted up at his friend, he will probably still be asleep. At 11 o'clock. Remus teased. Sirius shot up in bed. It's only 6, he exclaimed. Your clock has stopped, Remus smirked. Why didn't you go to Harry? Sirius said accusingly. I only just woke up myself, Remus admitted. Well, you make breakfast and I will get Harry ready super fast, Sirius planned. Remus agreed and headed downstairs. It only took Sirius 5 minutes to have a shower and get dressed and he was soon creeping into Harry's room. He padded over to the bed and knelt down. Harry was awake, his eyes were open and Sirius found himself looking right into them. Hey, kiddo, Sirius greeted cheerfully. Harry didn't respond. Harry. Sirius said worriedly. Harry just stared unblinkingly at him. With a wave of his wand Sirius made the lights come on. Perhaps Harry was hurt. Sirius studied Harry's face. Tear tracks were still visible and Harry's eyes looked watery. Harry! Sirius exclaimed. He pulled his godson towards him and cradled him gently. What's the matter? He asked concernedly. I had a nightmare, Harry sobbed. You should have come and got me. Sirius exclaimed. I thought you would be cross, Harry stuttered. I would never be cross about anything like that, Sirius explained, shocked at his godson's answer. How could anyone be cross about a scared child seeking compassion? Oh, Harry snuffled. Do you want to talk about it? Sirius asked tenderly. To Sirius's surprise Harry nodded. Do you promise not to be cross though? Harry asked apprehensively. I promise, Sirius said quickly. He doubted that his godson had done anything too serious. Well, it all began at school. Harry started hesitantly. We had our first spelling test and we got a little spelling sheet which we had to learn. Sirius nodded to show that he was listening. So I took them home and did my normal chores and everything. Harry stopped looking nervously at Sirius. You're doing well, keep going, Sirius said encouragingly. And then Uncle Vernon came home, Harry said and his eyes clouded with tears again. Sirius rubbed his back reassuringly. And Dudley told him all about the test and how he was going to be the best. Sirius could tell how this story was going to end. After all, that human pig would never have been able to beat a genius. And then they finished eating tea and Uncle Vernon waited until Dudley went upstairs and then he demanded that I brought my spelling sheet to him. Sirius tightened his grip on his godson. And he ripped it into little tiny pieces so that ICC couldn't learn them so that Dudley would beat me. But he didn't. Because I already knew the spellings and so I got them all right and he got some WW wrong, so he went home and told Uncle Vernon that I had beaten him and he got really cross. Sirius' tummy flipped as he thought oh how scared his godson must have been. He said I must have copied Dudley and I didn't. Sirius. I didn't. Harry howled. Sirius hugged him really hard. Of course you didn't, Sirius said soothingly. And then I said that if I had copied him how come I got more than him? Good point, Sirius said looking at his godson fondly. And he got really cross and said I must have swapped sheets with him so that I got his sheet and got it all right. Ridiculous, Sirius growled. And so I showed him my sheet and how it was in my handwriting and then he said I must have learnt them in secret from Dudley's sheet and that I stole Dudley's sheet. Harry clung to Sirius harder, and I didn't. Stupid man, anything to cover up the fact that his son is an ignorant, retarded pig, Sirius said hotly. Sirius! A voice exclaimed. Sirius spun around. Remus was standing in the doorway. Who are you talking about? You are going to make Harry into the most foul-mouthed little kid. Remus trailed off as he caught sight of Harry's face. Harry! Remus hurried into the room. What happened? He asked Sirius. Harry had a nightmare, Sirius said heavily, and he is just telling me about it. Can I hear about it too? Remus asked Harry hopefully. Harry nodded, so long as you promise not to be cross. I won't be cross, Remus promised. So far, Harry has had his first spelling test at school and beaten Dudley, and that pig Vernon is making up a whole load of stuff about Harry to excuse Dudley, Sirius explained. You used to go to school? Remus asked in surprise. He hadn't thought he was old enough yet, but if he used to go then they needed to get him enrolled into the local school soon. Dudley turned 5 and had to go and so they sent me as well, to get rid of me, Harry sniffled. That's horrible, Harry, Remus said gently, but do you want to carry on telling us about your dream? And I said that I didn't, but he got really cross and he took off his belt and started hitting me with it, Harry continued obediently. Sirius tensed. He hit you with his belt? He snarled. Harry nodded. Remus' face turned white. And he said that I was horrible and ungrateful and a freak and I should have died with my parents, Harry sobbed. Well, you are not horrible or ungrateful and you certainly are not a freak, Sirius said soothingly, and how dare he talk about James and Lily and to say you should have died too. Remus didn't even attempt to warn him about his language. It's not true, Harry, he said disturbed. And it really hurt and he kept going and going for ages and there was blood everywhere, Harry carried on. Sirius itched to put his hands around Vernon Dursley's cruel neck and break it off so he could never say hurtful things again. He would break his arms off at the same time so that he could never hurt anyone again, but he knew that he couldn't. Harry needed him and he would be no use in Azkaban. And then he stopped, but he hadn't finished because he said I needed my SS soul cleansing because I was evil. Harry stuttered. This part of the dream was still raw in his mind. Evil. Sirius spat. He beats you up and he says you're evil. And he dragged me to the bathroom and turned the taps on and he made the water boiling hot and then he threw me in and the water hurt SS so much and he held me underwater and I couldn't breathe and everything went black. Sirius wished for something to throw. If this story got any worse he was going to have to leave the room. And when I came round I was still in the water. And it was agony, Harry whispered. And so I told him it was too hot and I begged him to add some cold water and so he did. He did. Remus repeated in surprise. Harry nodded miserably. He drained all the water out and refilled the tub with freezing water and that hurt just as much. And he left me there for ages and I wasn't allowed to move and then he threw me back in my cupboard and it was so cold. Remus felt close to tears himself. As he looked at his godson's innocent face he wondered how anyone could raise a hand to him let alone beat him. Though this sounded more like torture to him. Did he ever do it again? He asked shakily, afraid of the answer. Harry nodded. Quite often, he admitted, so when you bathed me that first time I thought it was a punishment and then that time I was laughing and Sirius said I needed a bath I thought that was a punishment. And I know you aren't like them but I can't help always thinking of baths of punishments but I do trust you and I am sorry. Harry was crying in earnest now. You have no reason to be sorry, Remus said dismayed. It's those. Remus had to refrain from using Sirius' choice of language when he made reference to them. Those horrible people's fault that you feel like that and it will get better. He understood now why his godson detested baths so much. He found that it wasn't surprising after what he had been through. Sirius didn't trust himself to say anything. Whatever came out would be a swear word. Harry wriggled out of Sirius' grasp and hugged Remus. Sirius softened at the cute sight. Did you make breakfast, Moony? He asked. He was starving after all of that emotion. Yes, but it would have gone cold by now, Remus answered. What do you want for breakfast, Harry? He hadn't forgotten Dumbledore's advice. Harry shrugged. Come on, you can choose anything, Sirius wheedled. But Harry wouldn't say and so Remus had to choose. All day they tried to ask Harry his opinion and all day Harry shrugged. What shall we play, Harry? Shrug. What color shirt should I wear? Shrug. Why don't we go to the shop? Shrug. What shall we have for dinner? Shrug. It was really starting to annoy Sirius. It wasn't Harry's fault. He understood that, but when he thought of the reason his godson was this way his blood boiled and it made him even more determined to get his godson to speak. Well, he would just have to keep trying. Maybe he should tell his godson not to shrug, it was worth a try. What drink do you want, Harry? Sirius asked. And I want a proper answer, not a shrug. Harry had been just about to shrug but he stopped himself just in time. He stared beseechingly at his godfather. He really didn't want to answer. What if he said the wrong thing? Sirius tapped his foot slightly to remind Harry that he was waiting. He was determined to get an answer. If he answered this time and Sirius praised him really enthusiastically then it would make him want to answer the next question and then the next and then soon he wouldn't think about it, at least that was the plan. Finally Harry found an answer which he wouldn't get shouted at for. Whatever you have, sir. Sirius resisted the urge to slam his fist into the table, he had been so close. There is no need to call me sir, he said eventually. Sorry. Harry flushed. He always forgot but at least Sirius didn't seem cross. He thankfully took the orange juice that Sirius offered him. His answer seemed to work. For the rest of the day whenever someone asked him a question he replied with, whatever you're having. That night after he had gone to bed Sirius and Remus were discussing it in the kitchen. There is nothing we can do, Remus said frustrated. There must be something, Sirius exclaimed. He is too clever, Remus said somewhat proudly. Whatever we ask him he is going to answer, whatever you're having, so that he still doesn't have to make a decision. He is just too scared of saying the wrong thing. What we need, Sirius said slowly, is a situation where he can't have what we are having and has to choose for himself. When would a situation like that arise? Remus asked interestedly. Sirius' eyes were beginning to glimmer just like they always did when he had an idea. Well, I fancy a pint in the pub tomorrow and I am sure you do too. Sirius said wickedly, think of all the drinks Harry can choose from all night long. I wonder what he will have. Remus began to laugh. His friend could be very clever when he tried. The next morning was spent pleasantly. They all had a lie-in, then they had a nice dinner. What do you want, Harry? Whatever you're having please. It was after dinner that Sirius decided to inform Harry of the night's plans. We are going out tonight, Harry, he started cheerfully. We are? Harry asked suspiciously. Yes, I thought we would go out for a meal, Sirius explained as he started the washing up. Me as well? Harry asked in surprise. Of course, Remus exclaimed. You would take me out for a meal. Harry was determined to make sure. It was so hard to believe. Why would we not? Remus asked, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized his godson. You might have to buy me something, Harry explained. Of Sue, we fully intend to, Sirius interrupted Remus. You will have plenty of drinks and a meal. But why would you spend your money on me? The Dursleys always left me behind, Harry asked in confusion. The Dursleys are a waste of space. We would be honored for you to come with us and we spend money on you because you are our godson and we love you, Sirius said firmly. Harry hugged them gratefully. Thank you, he whispered. He couldn't wait to leave but thankfully the time passed fast. They played games until 5 o'clock that evening when Remus declared, to Harry's joy, that they ought to start getting ready. Right, we all need showers, or baths, he looked at Harry pointedly. And we need to get changed and be ready in say half an hour. Okay, but I want to get Harry ready, Sirius bargained. You always get Harry ready, Remus whined, sticking his bottom lip out jokingly, but underneath his jesting there was a layer of seriousness. You can do it next time, Sirius promised before whisking Harry upstairs before Remus could argue. 1 hour later, Harry had put up quite a fight about the bath and the bathroom had to be unflooded. They were all ready. Are we taking the car? Sirius asked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Yes, and I am driving, Remus said quickly. Sirius and driving didn't really mix. He hadn't yet worked out what traffic lights did, or the flashy light things as he called them. And he seemed to find the whole concept a game, and a racing game at that. He couldn't bear to have anyone in front of him and he used very dodgy techniques to overtake, often forcing cars into hedges or different lanes. All in all, Remus decided they had a much better chance of getting to the restaurant in one piece if he drove. Sirius pouted but didn't pursue it. If he wasn't driving then he could sit in the back with Harry. The drive was only supposed to take 10 minutes but with Sirius in the car it took much longer. Drive faster, Moony, Sirius demanded when they reached the 30-mile-per-hour zone. What are you stopping for? He had Ned when the traffic lights were on red. Overtake him. Overtake him. He had yelled when they were on the motorway, as well as, put your foot down, Moony, and get round them all, we can still win. But the very worst in Remus' opinion was what happened when they were cruising down the A49. Look, Moony, this car wants to race. Put your foot down and really rev her up, we can win easily. Oh, if you pull across now you can block them and then they will be stuck behind us. Come on, Moony, look, it's flashing its lights at us, it wants to play. Remus had rolled his eyes and looked in his rear view mirror. It was an ambulance. Chuckling slightly, he pulled closer to the side in order to let the car past. What are you letting him overtake you for? Sirius had exclaimed. We are never going to win now. He began to sulk. Remus decided it was very much like looking after two kids, except one was much better behaved and it wasn't Sirius. He glanced at Harry in his mirror. He was sitting straight up attentively and very uncomfortably in Remus' opinion, and was staring woodenly straight ahead. He wasn't even blinking, which Remus had always thought was impossible not to do. Are you comfortable, Har? Remus asked. Yes, thank you, Harry replied politely. You don't look it, Remus remarked. This alerted Sirius to his godson's presence, which he seemed to have forgotten about due to his charge's quietness. No, you don't. Sit back a bit, it's much comfier, Sirius advised, gently pushing his godson against a chair. And relax, I'm driving, not Sirius, so you will be fine, Remus said with a sly look at Sirius, who scowled at him. Harry obediently relaxed against the car seat. The Dursleys told me I had to always sit like that in the car, Harry confided, and I am not allowed to make a sound. Well, we are not the Dursleys and we do not have the same rules as the Dursleys, and you may sit however you like in the car so long as you wear a seatbelt and you can look whichever way you would like and be as noisy as you like. You could help block out Sirius, Remus joked, earning himself another dark look. Harry quickly settled into this new routine and was soon giggling away with Sirius. "Honk that woman, Remus," Sirius ordered, "that dress looks awful on her." "Honk that man. Is that pink he is wearing?" "Honk that woman. She is a complete babe." "Honk that boy, I want to know where he got his shoes." "Honk her, she looks like she might be annoying." "Honk him, I want to see him jump." "Honk this cyclist, I want to see if he falls off." He did. Remus obliged, not for Sirius' benefit but for his godsons. Harry seemed to be having a lovely time, chuckling and clapping his hands. They had to take a few long cuts to avoid some angry people, but it was worth it, and they still arrived before 7 o'clock. They entered the pretty little pub that Sirius had chosen. "Can I help you?" a pretty bartender asked. Okay, maybe this was the reason Sirius had chosen the pub. "2 pints and air. What do you want?" Sirius asked Harry. He knew exactly what his godson was going to say. "Whatever you are having, please," Harry said quietly as he looked around the pub in awe. It was obvious that he hadn't been to one before. "Remus and I are having beer," Sirius said, hiding a smile. "Oh," Harry said worriedly. "You look over here, Harry, at all these nice non-alcoholic bottles and you choose which one you want," Remus said kindly, pulling his godson over to a pretty display. "Which do you want?" Remus asked after a short pause. "I don't know," Harry whispered. "Anyone you want," Remus repeated patiently. "You choose one for me," Harry suggested. "No, you choose one," Remus said. He turned to look for Sirius. He was still at the bar. Looked like he had taken the opportunity of his companion's absence to chat up the girl behind the bar. Remus smiled and shook his head. Some things never changed. "This one please," Harry suddenly said decisively. He pushed a red bottle into his godfather's hand and then looked at him apprehensively. He was waiting for the shouting and the smacks he was sure to get for choosing something. "Right-o," Remus said happily, and taking Harry's hand he led the way back to the bar and put it on the bar. "That will be £5.60 then please," the girl said, smiling brightly. She seemed to have given Sirius a piece of paper which Remus would bet money had her telephone number written on it. Sirius had grabbed Harry and was moving away from the bar quickly. He yelled that he would find a table, and had taken the drinks. Remus made his way towards the table Sirius had chosen. He felt like commenting on the fact that he had paid again, but he restrained because Harry was already looking slightly worried. Remus smiled reassuringly at his godson, who returned it weakly. "Thank you," he whispered as Sirius pushed the berry drink across the table so that it stopped right in front of him. Sirius started up a conversation with Remus and they kept trying to draw their godson in. Harry was still studying the pub closely, trying to absorb everything. Remus wondered whether to inform him that with Sirius they would probably be here a lot, at least as long as the landlord didn't decide to have a change of staff anytime soon. "Are you ready to order?" a well-dressed man asked boredly. "Give us 5 minutes," Sirius replied. Remus reached over and grabbed a couple of menus, one of which he handed to Harry. "Choose whatever you want," Sirius said with a smile at his godson's shock. The three were silent as they studied the menu. Harry peeked round his to look at his godfathers, perhaps they were joking. But no, they looked perfectly serious. Harry's attention turned back to the mouth-watering pictures in his menu. "Can you read it okay?" a voice from behind him inquired. Harry jumped violently. "It's just me, Har," Sirius said gently. Harry blushed profusely. How long had his godfather been behind him? "Yes, thank you," Harry answered quickly. Sirius nodded and returned to his seat. Harry tore his attention away from the appetizing pictures and onto the print underneath. "Kids' appetizing options," the caption read. "Cheese and tomato pizza," said the first picture. "Mouthwatering spaghetti and meatballs," read the next. "Beef burger and chips, macaroni cheese, pasta, sausages and mashed potatoes, roast meal, chicken burger, soup." The list was endless. "I think I am going to have a steak," Sirius said decisively. "What are you going to have, Mooney?" "I think I will have the roast chicken and chips," Remus answered. Harry scanned the menu anxiously. How was he supposed to decide? He shrugged helplessly. "Keep looking," Sirius said encouragingly. Harry settled for choosing a meal randomly. After all, they all looked nice. "Could I have a chicken burger, please?" he asked timidly. "Sure," Sirius answered, trying to cover up his happiness that Harry was finally making decisions. The waiter was at the table in seconds and Sirius ordered quickly. Harry had another 2 drinks before the meals came and he chose the second one without even being prompted. To Harry's amazement and delight, the waiter carried all 3 plates at once. However, Harry looked horrified when his burger was put in front of him. It was massive. Harry actually struggled to pick it up, and as for taking a bite out of it, it was going to be impossible. Not only that it was surrounded by thousands of chips, and yet the plate still managed to hold a massive pile of baked beans. Harry knew he would never manage to eat it all. His godfather's plates were even bigger. "Eat up," Sirius said cheerfully as he dug into his own. "I will never eat it all," Harry whispered worriedly. "Just eat what you can," Remus soothed. Harry nodded and tried to wrap his small hands around the colossal burger. He finally managed and brought it to his mouth and tried to take a bite. There was no way that it was going to fit. It was worse than impossible. He looked at his godfathers helplessly. Sirius chuckled, but Remus took pity on him and squashed it down firmly. Harry thanked him quietly and grasped his burger and was finally able to take a bite. He chewed it gratefully. "It was yummy." "Nice?" Remus inquired. Harry nodded enthusiastically. He managed to eat nearly all of his burger, quite a few of his chips, and even a spoonful of beans. He didn't feel so bad about the stuff he had left because Remus had left some too. In fact, even Sirius didn't manage to finish all his. After they had eaten, it was quite late, and so they decided to go home. The ride home passed much like the journey there, and so Remus was pleased when the house finally came into view. He was starting to get a headache. Remus demanded to do Harry's bath, and to his immense surprise, Sirius agreed instantly. He didn't have much time to ponder it, however, as unfortunately Harry had overheard him. Half an hour later, Remus finally managed to coax his godson into the tub, and he made the bath as brief as possible. He found that he loved it, the way Harry clung to him and the way he splashed around with the bath toys. The very best bit was getting to carry Harry into his room afterwards. The part he didn't love nearly as much was reading countless books. Finally, his godson drifted off to sleep after Remus had promised that Sirius would be up really soon to say goodnight, and Remus returned downstairs where he found Sirius on the phone. It looked like he had been for a long time, judging by the comfortable position Sirius was in. Remus went into the kitchen to give his friend some privacy, but even from there he could help hearing the odd word. "Yeah, sounds great, who? I suppose, I'm just not ready, Harry, tomorrow night. See you then." As he heard his friend put the phone down, Remus hurried to look busy. He didn't know exactly why, it just seemed the thing to do. "I told Harry you would say goodnight to him," he said softly when he heard Sirius come up behind him. Sirius nodded and went up the stairs, a small smile on his face. Remus sank into a chair unless he was wrong, which he rarely was. Then Sirius had been taking to a girl. He hoped his friend wasn't going to go back to his old ways and have a different girlfriend every day, because nothing could be worse for Harry than that. It wasn't long before Sirius was back and sitting opposite Remus. "I am going out tomorrow," he said casually. Remus was just about to nod when he remembered something. "I'm going out tomorrow. You know I am," he exclaimed. "Where are you going?" Sirius asked. "For tea with Minerva." "Well, you can't go," Sirius said somewhat selfishly. "Mine's been planned for ages while you have only just decided, so I should get to go," Remus argued. "Well, take Harry with you then," Sirius was determined to win. "I can't, we are going to Buster's and they don't allow children," Remus retorted. "Well, go somewhere else then. The table's all booked. I'm not changing all my plans because of your impulsiveness. You take Harry with you. On a date, are you mental?" "Well, what do you suggest?" Remus challenged. "Harry will have to have a babysitter," Sirius said decisively. "Oh yeah, Harry will love that," Remus said sarcastically, "and I'm sure Jenny will be the first to volunteer." "I wasn't thinking of Jenny," Sirius said with a gleam in his eye. "I meant someone Harry will really like." "Who?" Remus asked interestedly. Sirius just shook his head and put his finger to his lips. "Why can't I know?" Remus demanded. "Oh, you can know later," Sirius answered with a smirk. "When is later?" Remus hated it when his friend went all secretive. He could see no reason why he couldn't be told about the babysitter. After another good hour of trying to worm it out of his friend, Remus went to bed. He listened for Sirius coming up, but the creaking noise of him footsteps never came, at least not until Remus had dropped off into dreamland. The next morning Sirius was making breakfast before Remus had even considered getting up. This was a rare phenomenon in itself, and Remus was considering if he was perhaps still asleep when Sirius himself bounded into the room. "Morning, Moony," Sirius sang, pulling back the curtains violently. "Did you bash your head or something?" Remus asked slightly moodily. "That sunlight hurt. I make breakfast out of the goodness of my heart, and I come to let cheeriness into my best friend's day, and what do I get? Insulted." Sirius did his very best injured look. "Well, you normally don't get up like before lunchtime, so I was merely inquiring if there was something wrong with you," Remus snapped back. Sirius' good mood deteriorated. "Well, excuse me for smiling. Someone has to." "Are you saying I don't smile?" Remus demanded. "Yes, that is exactly what I am saying," Sirius retorted. "Please don't be mad at each other," a small voice said worriedly from the doorway. Sirius and Remus' heads snapped towards the noise. Harry was framed in the doorway, his face streaked with tears and his thumb in his mouth. "Harry!" Remus exclaimed. Harry ran towards him and Remus lifted him onto the bed. "It's okay now," Remus soothed. "We aren't mad. You were being mean to each other," Harry sobbed. Sirius and Remus exchanged worried glances. "We were just disagreeing," Sirius said quickly. "We weren't being mean to each other." You said that Remus doesn't smile," Harry accused, "and he does." "I know he does, I shouldn't have said that," Sirius said, looking apologetically at Remus. "And you said there was something wrong with Sirius," Harry informed Remus with a stern look that nearly made Sirius chuckle, and he would have done if he hadn't been worried about giving Harry the wrong idea. "Yes, I shouldn't have done that," Remus said softly. "You both ought to apologize to each other," Harry said suddenly. Remus and Sirius both looked at their godson in astonishment. Their charge had just told them to apologize to each other. Talk about role reversal. "Sorry, Sirius," Remus said meekly. "Sorry, Remus," Sirius replied. He felt just like a naughty schoolboy again. "That's better," Harry said in such a good school teacher voice that Sirius and Remus actually did start laughing. "What's so funny?" Harry asked indignantly. Neither of them answered, but Sirius pulled Harry towards him and began to tickle him unmercifully until Harry was squealing with laughter as well. The three were all giggling away when Remus suddenly rose from the bed. "What's that smell?" he asked. Sirius stood up and sniffed the air. "That's my breakfast," he exclaimed and scampered down the stairs, Harry hot on his heels. Remus laughed to himself and after dressing quickly, followed. The breakfast was still fairly edible, and truth be told Remus couldn't tell much difference from that meal and the normal rocks Sirius dished out and labeled food. Harry didn't seem to notice a difference either and was gobbling it down enthusiastically. The day was spent preparing for the babysitter, and although Remus asked him several times, Sirius still refused to name the babysitter, and despite Remus' best marauder attempts he could find no clues or way of finding out. Harry was still oblivious of what the preparation was actually for, and the godfathers wished to keep it that way as the second Harry found out there was going to be bedlam. "So have you bathed, Harry?" Remus asked, running a hand through his hair. "No, I thought we could do it tomorrow morning," Sirius replied. "But he needs a bath every day," Remus exclaimed. "But he isn't dirty," Sirius argued. "Don't start arguing again," Harry said anxiously. Remus' mind drifted back to that morning. He pictured little Harry at the doorway again and he frowned suddenly. He turned around to look at his godson. "Harry, you know this morning when you came into my room," he began. Harry nodded. "Were you beeping your thumb?" A blush crept across Harry's face as he nodded shyly. "Is that bad?" he asked hesitantly. "No," Remus said quickly, "I just hadn't seen you do it before." "I don't normally," Harry said, chewing his nail anxiously. "I'm sorry." "There is nothing to be sorry for," Remus said, gently taking Harry's finger away from his mouth. "I was just concerned." "Harry," Sirius decided to tell his godson about the babysitter while he was quiet. "Tonight both me and Remus are going out, so you are going to have a babysitter." Harry blanched. "But you are coming back?" he asked. "Of course," Sirius confirmed and waited for the inevitable outburst, but it never came. Harry seemed to have accepted it. "Aren't you upset?" Remus asked in surprise. "No," Harry shrugged. "You said you were coming back and I trust you." Sirius pulled Harry into a hug and Remus smiled at him fondly. They were just pulling apart from the embrace when the doorbell rang. Harry raced to the door. On the step was a young woman dressed in tight jeans and a t-shirt which pictured some sort of rock band. Her hair was pink and spiky and her face broke into a smile as she looked down at the small boy. "Watch her, Harry," she greeted with a chuckle. Harry stumbled back slightly and collided with Sirius' leg. Sirius bent down and set his godson back onto his feet. "Hey," Sirius greeted excitedly. Remus came out of the lounge to see what was going on. "Nymphadora," he exclaimed. "Do not call me that," Tonks said threateningly. Harry whimpered slightly and moved to stand behind Sirius' legs. "This is Harry," Sirius introduced, twisting his torso round and lifting Harry into his arms. Harry immediately hid his head in Sirius' top. "Harry, this is my second cousin Nymphadora Tonks, though I think you should call her Tonks unless you want to be hexed into oblivion." This sentence certainly didn't cause the soothing effect Sirius intended, hexed into oblivion. Harry certainly didn't want to be left alone with this woman. Harry wrapped his arms around Sirius' neck tightly. "We are going to have so much fun," Tonks exclaimed, pulling 2 large bags into the house and dumping them on the floor. She also set another box gently on the floor next to it. It was a very unusual box which seemed to have too many holes and to be used for anything. "Send a Patronus if you need anything or if anything happens," Remus instructed. "Whatever," Tonks waved this off impatiently. "You have learnt Patronuses, haven't you?" Remus asked anxiously. "No, but they can't be that hard, right?" Tonks answered dismissively. Catching sight of the men's disbelieving faces, she quickly added, "We won't need anything anyway, but if we do then I will just flow you." The godfathers didn't seem to be that reassured, and even Sirius was having second thoughts about the appointment. "How did you get out of your lessons?" Remus changed the subject quickly. "Oh, Sirius persuaded McGonagall that he really needed me. She believed him. After all, you are going out with her, so she can't really refuse, can she?" Tonks answered. "So, are you going?" Tonks was impatient to be left alone with Harry. "What? Oh yes, sorry," Remus said, dazed. He reached over and keyed at the top of his godson's unruly hair. "See you, Har," he whispered. Sirius attempted to put him down, but Harry just tightened his grip and refused to let go. "Come on, Harry," Sirius pleaded. "I have to go." "No," Harry exclaimed. "I want to come with you." Sirius softened. "You can't, Harry, but we will be back before you know it." Harry shook his head obstinately and kept his vice-like hold on Sirius' neck. Sirius sighed. He guessed Harry wasn't as happy about the idea after all. "We are going to have much more fun than them," Tonks exclaimed. "You wait until you see what I bought with me." "What have you bought with you?" Sirius asked suspiciously. Tonks merely shook her head. "Only me and Harry can know that." The box suddenly began to rock, and then with a slight touch of Tonks' hand was still again. This only seemed to prove Sirius' suspicions. Remus was looking more alarmed by the minute, knowing Tonks it could be anything. She thought that everything was cute and didn't seem to mind if it was dangerous. Funnily enough, she got on very well with Hagrid. But Tonks now had Harry's attention just as she had intended. "What is it?" he asked shyly. Tonks put her finger on her lips. "We have to wait until they have gone," she said secretively. "But I don't want them to go," Harry protested. "Then you won't find out what it is," Tonks answered, her eyes twinkling. Harry thought this through. He really didn't want his godfathers to leave, but he did want to know what Tonks had brought with her. It sounded really exciting and he knew his godfathers would come back. To Sirius' relief, Harry loosened his hold on his neck and slid to the floor. He hugged both of his godfather's legs and padded over to the strange girl. He took hold of her hand and looked at his godfathers expectantly. They soon took the hint. They fled gratefully out of the door before Harry could change his mind. Tonks certainly knew how to care for children. The second the door shut behind them, Tonks locked it in case they came back and led the way over to the box. She opened it gently and carefully lifted the contents out. A wriggly tail, a moist pink nose and 4 rather dirty paws bounded over to greet Harry. It was a puppy, and a very friendly one at that. Harry gasped and began to pet it enthusiastically. "What's her name?" Harry asked quietly. He was still quite uncertain of the babysitter. "His name is Toffee," the young girl answered, settling on the floor comfortably. "Where did you get him?" "I found him," Tonks answered. "He was abandoned in Hogsmeade, but you mustn't tell anyone because you aren't allowed pets at Hogwarts, and I couldn't bear for him to be taken away. I hide him in my dormitory." The whole concept excited Harry. He thought this pretty girl was the most interesting person he had ever met in his life. I know Sirius and Remus won't tell on me, but I still don't want them to know just in case they let slip to anyone who would snitch, the girl explained. Can he play ball? Harry asked happily. Tonks nodded, and so Harry and Toffee raced outside and began playing games with a small tennis ball. Tonks couldn't seem to get the rules of the games however much she watched. In fact, they didn't seem to be any rules, but the two seemed very happy regardless. It was at least an hour later that the two collapsed on the grass, exhausted. It was just beginning to get dark, and so Tonks bought her 2 young charges indoors. So what's in the other bags? Harry asked curiously. This one just has Toffee's stuff in, Tonks answered, yanking one bag up to indicate it and then throwing it back down. What about the other one? Harry had not missed the fact that she had deliberately left it out. Oh, that. Tonks' eyes glimmered mischievously. It doesn't contain anything very interesting. Harry found this hard to believe, but maybe a little interesting. He asked hopefully. Tonks knelt beside the bag and peeked in it, hiding her wide smile. When she surfaced, her expression was totally serious. Maybe a little, she said carefully. May I see? He asked eagerly. Tonks seemed to consider. Wheel, please. Harry clasped his hands together and blinked his emerald eyes at her appealingly. Maybe, she said at last. Whoopee, Harry said cheerfully and dived towards the bag. Tonks quickly pulled it up out of his reach. I will go through it with your help, she said firmly. Harry nodded and sat on the floor ready. Tonks did the same. She smiled as she dug her hand into the bag. I may have accidentally let it slip that I was coming tonight, and everyone at school was very excited, she admitted. Harry looked at her expectantly. What did this have to do with the contents of the bag? They all wanted to get you something, she continued, looking down at Harry's shocked expression. It's full of presents. Tonks nodded. Harry clapped his hands excitedly. Well, that's very interesting, not a little. He argued. I know, Tonks admitted, I was only teasing. Harry stuck his tongue out at her and was very surprised when she did it back. They both began to laugh and nearly forgot about the presents. How could you forget about presents? Sirius had exclaimed when the story had been retold to him later. Of course, being a 4-year-old, Harry did not forget the presents for long, and he was soon ripping them open. There was a vast assortment of things: toy Quidditch players, toy wands, soft toys, coloring books, small reading books, a toy castle, a big red ball which Tonks said was called a quaffle and that Bill Weasley had taken from the supply cupboard for him, and of course a whole lot of sweets from Honeydukes and pranks from Zonkos. Remus groaned on seeing them. Harry was overjoyed and sat on the floor drawing pictures for every single person who had sent him a present. The pictures got quite smudged because Toffee spent a lot of time sitting on them and pawing Harry to get his attention. Tonks helped by thinking up topics for the pictures, which ranged from flowers to flobberworms. They finally finished and decided to have tea because it was 8:00 and they hadn't eaten yet. Tonks didn't think Remus or Sirius would be very happy if they came home to find she hadn't fed their godson. Harry found Tonks' way of cooking very unusual but very yummy, mostly anyway. First of all, she fetched every single pan in the house and put them on the hob. Then she opened every single cupboard, looked at the clock, and then told Harry that they had 2 minutes to shove everything they could find in the pans. Ready, steady, go, she shouted. Harry was in charge of the lower cupboards and the fridge while Tonks did the higher ones. When Tonks declared time up, Harry sat panting on the floor while Tonks turned the hob on and cooked everything for 5 minutes. Then she dished everything up so that they had a bit of everything. Harry found that chocolate, celery, baked beans and crisps surprisingly made a very nice mixture, but red peppers, Mars bar, wafer thin ham, tomatoes, potatoes, cereal and carrots didn't taste nice at all. The meal left a lot of mess, but Tonks reassured Harry that with a wave of their wands Sirius and Remus could clean it up. It was 9:00, but Tonks still had something she wanted to do. Let's play another game, she suggested. Harry readily agreed. Okay, so we have to go in the garden, Tonks said decisively. Harry looked through the window at the pitch black outside and then back at Tonks with a look of pure disbelief. So you have to hold my hand really tight, yeah? Because Sirius will kill me if I lose. You. Harry nodded reluctantly. Or maybe you should wait inside, Tonks said thoughtfully. By myself, Harry exclaimed. No, you're right, better not. And so Tonks and Harry slipped outside and to Harry's surprise bought a hosepipe back in. Harry watched as Tonks connected it to the kitchen tap. Have you got a swimming costume? Tonks asked, though it sounded slightly strange as she had her tongue sticking out as she concentrated on the Muggle plumbing system. Yes, Harry said in confusion. Go and put it on while I do this, Tonks requested. When Harry returned downstairs, the kitchen was no longer a kitchen, it looked just like a jungle. There was massive trees everywhere and numerous animals slithering around. Then there was a little stream going through it, so that was what the hose pipe was for. And the floor was no longer tiled but was sand. We are going to play jungles, Tonks said with a grin. And so Harry climbed, swung and leapt his way through the jungle for the next 2 hours. He also swam, splashed and paddled his way through the river and petted, played and chased the animals. The river seemed to have flowery stuff in, and the more Harry swam the cleaner he got, and despite the tree climbing and animal cuddling, he seemed to stay that way. When there was a crack outside signaling one of the Godfather's return, Tonks quickly made the jungle disappear with a wave of her wand and scurried into the lounge, where she settled both herself and Harry down with a book and tried to look as if they had been reading for a while. Tonks, Harry whispered. Tonks replied, her eyes darting from her book to the front door. That was fun. Tonks smiled at the boy. Good, she replied. That was my version of a bath. Harry looked at her in wonder and immediately resolved to ask Sirius if he could have that sort of bath in future. A second crack suddenly pierced the air, and then the front door opened and both Godfathers entered. Sirius! Harry shouted, running towards the door. Remus! He wrapped one arm around each of his Godfather's legs and grinned up at them. They smiled and Remus lifted Harry into his arms. Did you have a nice time? Remus asked. Harry nodded enthusiastically. Did you? Both Sirius and Remus said that they had. They tonked Tonks and attempted to give her some money, but she refused, claiming that she ought to pay them for letting her spend time with such a lovely little boy like Harry. Then she had disappeared into the fireplace armed with bundles of thank you drawings. After a very long account of every little thing that had happened while they were gone, Harry was taken up to his bed. When Sirius headed towards the bathroom, Harry gleefully told him that he had already had a bath, and Sirius had been amazed because Harry didn't normally trust anyone except his Godfathers to give him a bath. Harry was soon tucked up and Sirius and Remus had gone back downstairs. The last thing Harry heard before he drifted off into dreamland was Sirius tripping over the hose pipe. Who put a bloody hose pipe in the house? Harry smiled contentedly. It was a shame he wouldn't be awake to see Sirius' reaction to the firework in his wardrobe and the blabbering potion in the kettle and the disappearing charm on the front door key and the... But Harry had fallen asleep. The next morning Harry bounded down the stairs more cheerfully than Sirius or Remus had ever seen him. Hey Har, Sirius greeted with a smile at his godson's cheeriness. Remus was leaning on the counter puzzling over a large book and hadn't seemed to notice his godson's arrival. Hey Remus, Harry called and padded over to where his godfather was standing. Hey Harry, Remus muttered distractedly, not looking up from the massive manuscript. Remus always smiled at Harry when he came into the room. It just wasn't normal for him to be too busy or too involved in something else. Harry had become accustomed to having his godfather's attention and felt quite hurt that he wasn't getting 100% of it. He decided to get a better look at what his godfather was reading. It must be a very good book to get Remus so involved. He jumped up and grabbed hold of a big brass cupboard doorknob, wrapping his hands around it securely. Remus was studying his book so intently that he didn't even notice. Harry began to pull himself up onto the counter where the book that Remus was poring over was. He had nearly succeeded when the cupboard swung open. Harry squeaked and tried to hold on, but his fingers were slipping. Harry's heart beat faster and he tried desperately to get a better hold on the doorknob, but he was scared. He was scared and his hands were sweating. He was scared. His hands were sweating and his hands were slipping. He was scared. His hands were sweating and he slipped. He yelped as he fell through the air, anticipating the pain from the hard impact of the floor, when suddenly two strong hands plucked him out of the air and two masculine arms wrapped around him and held him tightly. You're okay, a voice whispered soothingly into his ear. Harry burrowed closer to his rescuer thankfully. The two stayed like that for a while, just holding each other as the full extent of what had just happened washed over them both. Harry's breathing was just starting to calm down when he realized that it didn't know which godfather his rescuer was. He pushed back on the warm body of one of his godfathers and the person obligingly held him out in front of them. Harry's emerald eyes pierced a set of amber ones. Remus had saved him. Thank you, Harry said softly, and Remus gathered him back up into a hug. Sirius suddenly entered the room loudly. Harry hadn't even noticed that he had left. He must have gone out before Harry even began climbing. Distracted Remus from his book. Harry. I didn't think that was possible, Sirius teased. The two began to jokingly exchange insults, and Remus had just opened his mouth to reply to the latest when Harry spoke. Remus can stand on 2 feet though. Huh, so can I. Sirius looked confused. Even when there are hosepipes around? Harry asked with a giggle. Sirius took a minute to register what his godson had said, but then his face cleared and he lunged at Harry. Harry backed off alarmed, but Sirius merely scooped him up and began to tickle him mercilessly. Harry began to giggle uncontrollably. I'll give you hosepipe, you little monster, Sirius said, his slate-gray eyes twinkling with laughter. Harry just laughed harder. It wasn't for another, very loud, 10 minutes that they called a truce. Remus had watched the episode in amusement for the first few minutes but had now returned to his book. Harry's face still shone as he looked at his godfather, who mirrored it perfectly, because finally Harry was beginning to joke around and laugh like a normal child. His joke had been so similar to the sort of thing that James used to say that Sirius felt his throat getting quite clogged up and so turned away to look out of the window for a minute to keep a lid on his emotions. Why are you sad? Harry asked in confusion as he lightly pulled his godfather's sleeve. Damn, he had forgotten that Harry could feel his emotions. I'm fine, Sirius said, smiling down at his godson. I was just thinking. What about? Harry demanded. Sirius looked at Remus helplessly. He couldn't lie to his godson, but he really didn't want to tell him the real reason. Oh Harry, you should have seen Sirius yesterday after all your pranks, Remus said quickly, finding a new topic to talk about. Oh, I wanted to see, but I feel asleep, Harry said, looking quite downcast. Well, why don't we get the pensive and then you can see my memories of it? Remus suggested. Harry nodded enthusiastically. Yes please. But let's make your hand better first, Remus said firmly. His hand? Sirius said worriedly. What's the matter with his hand? Well, I expect it's a bit sore from hanging onto the cupboard. Does it hurt, Harry? Remus answered and reached for Harry's arm. Sirius still looked confused and was about to inquire into what cupboard his friend was talking about when Harry answered. A little bit, Harry said cautiously. Whenever the Dursleys claimed they were going to make something better, it normally meant they were going to make it a whole lot worse. Harry began to slowly back away, but Remus still managed to grasp his arm. What are you going to do? Harry asked fearfully. Just run it under the tap for a bit and then put a bit of cream on it, Remus said reassuringly as he began to lead Harry gently to the sink. No, Harry said and began to twist wildly to free himself from his godfather's grip. One of the favorite tricks of the Dursleys was to pretend to be nice and then run the injured part under boiling hot water in the pretense of just running it under the tap. Harry! Remus exclaimed as the boy strained to get free, bending Remus' fingers the wrong way at the same time. Harry, calm down. Sirius pushed back his chair and strode forwards to give his friend a hand. Harry saw him coming towards him and began to cry. There was no way he could get past them both. He didn't stop trying though. Tears flowed down his face as he thrashed around trying to get free. Remus now had hold of both of his arms and was attempting to soothe him, but the reassurances fell on deaf ears. Sirius tried to put his arms around him, but he was wriggling too much and all he managed to do was get hit a few times. He looked helplessly at Remus, who didn't seem to be faring much better. How were they going to calm their godson down? Remus sighed. They had tried to soothe him and it hadn't worked. There was only one other way he could think of. He just hoped he was doing the right thing. Harry Potter, Remus said angrily, stop it right now. Harry had never heard Remus speak like that. Even Sirius had only heard that tone from Remus a couple of times. It worked though. Harry immediately stopped struggling. Remus had one hand on each of his shoulders and Sirius's arm was around his waist. Harry just stood frozen in place, tears flowing down his cheeks. Guilt tore at Remus' heart, but he knew that that was the only way to stop his godson, and now he could make it all up to him. He hadn't really done anything wrong by taking that tone with him, had he? After all, he was only going to wash his godson's hands under the tap. Harry hadn't needed to act that way. It was unacceptable for him to act that way, and so really hadn't he done the right thing? But he couldn't imagine Harry acting that way unless he had a good reason, but what reason he could possibly have, Remus had no idea. Now Harry, Remus said, rubbing his godson's back soothingly. I'm sorry, but I just needed to get your attention, okay? All I want to do is make your hand better. I am helping you and I don't want to get my fingers broken for my trouble. Remus' words were scolding, but his tone was soft and gentle. Harry nodded and scrubbed at his face with a sleeve. Remus waved his hand and a tissue appeared out of thin air, which Remus used to mop Harry's face. Then he carefully picked his godson up and held him at the right height for the tap, which Sirius turned on. Sirius was staying close by just in case he began to struggle again, Harry noticed. Remus looked at Harry expectantly, but his godson made no attempt at putting his hands under the water gushing from the tap. He hadn't even seemed to notice Remus looking at him. His eyes were fixed on the water and Remus was slightly disconcerted to see the fear haunting the emerald orbs. But why would Harry be scared of washing his hands? He had done it loads of times before and not seemed to mind in the least. Surely baths were worse than hand washing, and Harry had seemed to be more cooperative about them. Why are you worried about washing your hands now, Harry? Remus asked softly. You have done it loads of times before. Not when my hands are hurt, Harry answered so quietly that Remus nearly missed it. But it's going to make your hands stop hurting, Remus assured him. I don't need water, Harry argued, it doesn't even hurt that much. I would feel a lot better if you put them under the tap just for a minute, Remus said persuasively. Harry said nothing. There's nothing to be scared of, Harry, Remus continued. I'm not scared, Harry exclaimed, snapping his eyes up to look at his godfather. His eyes betrayed the fear he felt though, and Remus noted it with a sigh. Of course you aren't, he agreed, that's why you are going to put your hands under the tap. I won't, Harry said defiantly and crossed his arms. He didn't want to let on to his godfathers how scared he really felt. He would rather they thought he was naughty than cowardly. You will, Sirius said suddenly, and he reached over and gently uncrossed his godson's arms. No, Sirius, don't, Harry pleaded, tears falling heavily from his eyes once more. It will only take a minute, Sirius said kindly. Sirius put one of his godson's small hands in each of his big ones and carefully held them under the tap. Aye, it's not boiling hot, Harry said in surprise. Of course it isn't, Remus said, exchanging a look with Sirius. Sirius gently rubbed Harry's hands together and then released them and turned off the water. He grabbed a towel and began to gently dry his godson's hands as well as his own. When he had finished, Remus carefully lowered Harry to the ground and opened the cupboard Harry had fallen off earlier. He rummaged around for a while and then brought out a little clear plastic container. He squatted down to Harry's height and showed him the container. This will make your hands totally better, he explained. What is it? Harry asked warily. It's a cream that Sirius, your father, and I invented a long time ago, Remus answered, smiling slightly as he remembered its invention. Why did you need it? Harry asked curiously. When we were at Hogwarts, your dad and Sirius went through a stage of loving tree climbing and they used to choose a branch and see how long they could hold on for. I'd forgotten about that, Sirius said, smiling reminiscently. We used to have competitions and everything. It used to make a terrible mess of their hands though, so we invented this, Remus finished. My dad used it? Harry asked excitedly. Remus nodded and Harry held his hands out eagerly. Remus smiled as he put a little cream on his own hands and then began to rub Harry's hands between his own. When all the cream was absorbed, he returned the tub back to the cupboard and sat at the kitchen table with Sirius. Harry watched them talk for a minute and then padded over to Remus. Can I have a hug? He asked. Remus smiled and lifted Harry onto his lap and wrapped his arms around him. I'm sorry, he whispered. Why did you not want to do it so much? Remus asked, taking advantage of his godson's return to docility. I thought the water would be really hot, Harry said and burrowed tighter against his godfather. Why would the water be hot? Remus asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. We were making your hand better. The Dursleys used to pretend to be nice and say they would put a cut under the tap and then they would make the water scalding hot and it would really hurt. Harry sniffed as he tried to stop tears that were threatening to fall. We aren't the Dursleys, Remus reminded him, and we would never do anything like that. I'm sorry, Harry repeated. You don't have to keep apologizing, Harry. I've already forgotten about it, Remus reassured him. But I hurt your fingers, Harry protested. You were scared, it was understandable, Remus said firmly. Harry didn't bother to contradict him and to insist that he wasn't scared. I am sorry too, Harry, Remus murmured. Harry looked at him, eyes wide in amazement. I shouldn't have spoken so angrily to you, Remus explained. If I had known you had such a good reason I never would have said that. I thought you were just acting up and being difficult. Harry still looked shocked. No adult had ever apologized to him before, actually no child had either. No one had ever apologized to him. He wasn't too sure what he was supposed to say, and so he just hugged Remus even tighter. I love you, Remus, he whispered into the folds of Remus' shirt. Remus caught the words and a small smile turned up the corners of his lips. He was happier than he had ever been in his whole life. Sirius' feelings were the complete opposite. He watched the two from across the table and he felt a knot in his stomach tighten slightly. Harry had always used to go to him. It wasn't that he didn't want Remus and Harry to bond, but he had hoped that it wouldn't happen yet. He wanted his godson to himself. Sirius was not used to sharing and he didn't like it one little bit. Jealousy roared inside of him and he felt like getting up and taking Harry away from Remus and putting him on his own lap. But he merely swallowed and quickly started up a conversation instead. Where is the pensive, Moony? He asked, and was disgusted to hear that his voice shook slightly. Remus cast him a questioning look and Sirius shook his head in reply. There was no way he was going to share the thoughts that were swimming through his mind with Remus. Remus just wouldn't understand. I think it's in my office, Remus answered at last. I'll get it. He lifted Harry back to the floor and disappeared up the stairs. Harry sat on the floor and looked up at his other godfather. What's a pensive, Sirius? He asked curiously. It's a magical object which you can put memories in so that you can watch them again, Sirius answered, glad to hear that his voice sounded normal again. I've never heard of one before, Harry stated. They are very rare, Sirius answered, although Harry's statement hadn't exactly been a question. Actually, I only know of one other person who had one. Who? Harry asked interestedly. Dumbledore, Sirius said shortly. He was still quite bitter about the man. The man whose office we painted? Harry asked innocently, putting a smile back on his godfather's face. Yep. Me and your dad spent a lot of time in his office when we were younger, so we studied all of his stuff, and the pensive was your dad's favorite, and so we made a replica of it. It belonged to my dad. Harry said in awe. Sirius nodded. He left it here when he went into hiding though. Harry nodded and looked up excitedly when Remus came in. He looked slightly disappointed when he saw what he was carrying. He had expected well, he wasn't sure what he had expected, but it wasn't this. The object just looked like a very big fancy goldfish bowl. Remus put it on the table and then lifted Harry onto the table besides it. Harry looked down in fascination. He had never been allowed to sit on a table before. Remus put his wand to his head and pulled out long strands of white substance and added them to the bowl. Harry peered into the bowl curiously and to his delight saw them all swirling around. It looked so cool. Wow, Harry whispered. Remus and Sirius smiled at each other. Now what you have to do is put your face into the water, Sirius explained. Harry looked horrified. The Dursleys used to love shoving his head underwater. It would be horrible to be submerged under all that water. We'll be right with you, Sirius said quickly as he saw his godson's horrified expression. I will go first so that I can catch you, Remus said cheerfully. Harry looked at him in horror. If Remus was going to catch him, that meant he had to fall first. But how could he fall in that little bowl? And then you go after Remus, Sirius decided, and I will help you go in and then follow. Harry nodded reluctantly and Remus bent over and lowered his head into the swirling water. Harry watched enthralled as he fell into the bowl and then leant forwards and looked down. There was no sign of his godfather. Sirius. Remus is gone. He's drowned, Harry cried. He stuck his hands into the water and began to search it frantically, splashing water everywhere. Save him, Sirius, Harry demanded desperately. Sirius had no idea how to deal with a hysterical child. Why was Moony never there when he needed him? Harry, stop it, Sirius pleaded and tried to grab hold of his arms. Remus is fine, he just went through the pensive. You can't get him out like that. If you keep splashing water you will ruin the memories and never get to laugh at my expense, Sirius added on a lighter note. Harry stopped splashing and giggled. Sirius sighed in relief. So just bend your head forward and put it in the water, okay? Harry nodded but he didn't look too sure. Can you drown? He asked nervously. Sirius struggled to contain a chuckle. No, you can't drown, I promise. What if I do it wrong? Harry asked. It's totally impossible to do it wrong. Sirius couldn't help smiling this time. The Dursleys said I do everything wrong, Harry muttered. The smile instantly vanished from Sirius' face. The Dursleys were a load of, and then Sirius lapsed into the worst swearing Harry had ever heard. It was even worse than the time Uncle Vernon had fallen down the stairs. Harry giggled. You had better not tell Remus that I said any of those words in front of you, Sirius said quickly, and don't you dare say any of them yourself. Moony will know you learnt them off me. Harry giggled again. Now come on, let's get on with it or Remus will think we have been kidnapped or something. Harry nodded and moved closer to the pensive. He looked in and began to lower his head reluctantly towards the strange water. He gasped slightly as the water lapped gently across his face and pulled his head out quickly. I can't do it, Sirius, he whimpered. You nearly did it then, Sirius said encouragingly. Try again. Harry sighed and lowered his head once more towards the water. This time he kept going even when his face reached the surface of the water. He hated breaking through the water but he was determined to show Sirius that he was brave and so he kept going. Suddenly the water was gone and he was falling from a very high place. Panic filled him and he opened his mouth to scream but no sound came out. Then suddenly he was in Remus' arms. He cuddled up against him for a few seconds and then Sirius landed with a bang next to them. You were a while, Remus observed looking over Harry at Sirius, did you have some problems? A few, Sirius growled. Remus was about to speak again when Harry interrupted. While we are at our house, he said in amazement. He watched as Remus and Sirius came in and he saw himself greet them. Well, actually he got a bit scared when he saw himself greet them. It was horrible to see another one of himself. Then he watched as he went upstairs to bed. He saw Remus sit at the kitchen table and Sirius wandered into the lounge. He suddenly stumbled and nearly fell to the floor. He reached out for something to hold on to and just managed to grab the sofa. He flicked the light on to see what he had fallen over. Who left a bloody hosepipe in the house? He shouted. Shush, Remus said coming into the lounge, you'll wake Harry. Sirius grumbled and made his way to the kettle. I need a drink, he exclaimed. Do you want one? Remus shook his head and yawned. He rested his head on his hands and closed his eyes only to be awakened by Sirius blabbering away. I hate cats 'cause I'm a dog and dogs don't like cats. I like my godson though and my friends and I hate Snively. He's a teacher at Hogwarts, you know Merlin knows why. I like Hogwarts, I went there, you know. Was just like a home to me. I learnt lots of spells such as, air, accio. I met my friends there too. They were my best of friends. Did you know that young defense teacher we had in third year was pregnant and not just really fat? I never knew that till someone told me the other day. Rectifio, Remus said quickly pointing his wand at his friend. Sirius rubbed his head. Huh, I think you just got a little taste of a blabbering potion, Remus said with a chuckle. You, Sirius started. Innocent, Remus held up his hands. But it couldn't possibly be Harry, could it? Sirius said in shock. Let's see. The son of James Potter, famous marauder. Currently being raised by 2 more marauders and already has a hosepipe on his record. You're right. Couldn't possibly be Harry, Remus said, a grin plastered over his face. Sirius scowled. What did he choose me for? He demanded. He hardly chose you, Sirius. The potion must have been in the kettle so it could have been either one of us who drank it. It's all of those parcels he got off Tonk's friends, Sirius grumbled. Don't even pretend you aren't proud, Remus said. Sirius nodded, maybe a little bit, he admitted. At least it shows that he is finally getting over his past. Remus began to laugh. What's so funny? Sirius demanded. I was just remembering the things you said. I can't believe you didn't realize that teacher was pregnant. Well, if you're going to take the piss I'm going to bed, Sirius snapped. Lock the front door as you go up, Remus called. Sirius swore under his breath and grabbed the door key. He walked over to the door and lifted his hand up to lock it when he realized the key was no longer in his hand. He began to search the floor. Nope, it wasn't there. So where in Merlin's name was it? What are you doing on the floor? Remus asked. I had the key like 2 minutes ago and then I walked to the door and it was gone, Sirius answered in frustration. Almost as if it disappeared, Remus said, a glint in his eye. Are you suggesting that it had a discovering charm on? Sirius asked. Remus nodded. But Harry wouldn't be able to do that, Sirius protested. Don't forget that Tonks was with him, Remus reminded. Oh great. Trust her to go and gang up on me. You wait till I see her. It's hardly ganging up on you, Sirius. It could have been either of us that went into the lounge over the hosepipe and either of us that drank tea and either of us who locked the front door. It was just bad luck that it was you each time. Remus couldn't help it, he began to laugh again. Sirius glared at him and stamped upstairs. He went into his room and slammed the door behind him. He had to admit his godson was good. Remus smiled from downstairs and went up to bed himself. He was just getting into his pajamas when there was a loud bang from the next room. Sirius, are you okay? He called. There was a bloody firework in my wardrobe, Sirius shouted back. And you can't tell me that was aimed at both of us. Remus just laughed and got into bed. A few minutes later he heard Sirius chuckling to himself as well, and then his eyes shut and he was off into dreamland. The memory went dark and the whole room seemed to spin, and then with a bang the three were in exactly the same place as before, but this time the pensive lay in front of them. Wow, that was cool, Harry exclaimed. Sirius and Remus chuckled. Sirius plonked himself down at the table and began to read the Daily Prophet. Remus scanned the room for something to do. His eye fell on the book he had been so absorbed in earlier. He smiled as he realized that he never finished it. I'm going to finish my book, he said. He crossed the room and leant on the worktop. He quickly became engrossed again. Harry looked around. Both of his godfathers were reading. He was bored. He walked over to where Remus was standing and looked up at him. He really wanted to look at the book, but he certainly wasn't going cupboard climbing again. He pulled on Remus' trouser leg. Remus muttered distractedly, looking down at his godson. Can I look, please? Harry asked shyly. Remus picked his godson up and sat him on the worktop. Together they both read through the book, which turned out to be about defense. Remus glanced casually at his watch when they had finished. Merlin, it's nearly 11 o'clock, he exclaimed. And, Sirius said, looking at Remus suspiciously. We are going out for dinner, remember? Remus reminded. No. Sirius still looked confused. Harry's babysitter Jenny invited us for dinner to meet her friend like a week ago, Remus said impatiently. Can't we cancel? Sirius asked pleadingly. No, it's too late, Remus snapped. We are supposed to be there in an hour. Right, I will get ready, you get Harry ready and then you get ready while I look after Harry, Sirius said logically. Remus agreed, and so Sirius disappeared upstairs. Right, we need to get you ready as fast as possible, Remus said to Harry as he bustled him out of the kitchen. Can I have a bath? Harry asked on their way up the stairs. What? Remus said in shock. He thought he must have misheard. A bath. May I have one, please? Harry repeated. I thought you hated baths. Remus said, annoyed. It was typical that the one time he didn't want Harry to have a bath, Harry wanted one. Tonks gave me a really fun one last night, Harry explained. Remus considered. He wanted to encourage his godson to like baths, but if they did have one it would have to be really quick. Okay, but it has to be really, really quick, Remus replied. Just like Tonks did it. Harry persisted. How did Tonks do it? Remus said tiredly. Well, first of all she turned the kitchen into a jungle with big trees and animals and lots of little streams, and then… Harry! Remus shouted. Harry cowered and Remus immediately felt guilty. Look, Harry, Remus said, kneeling down next to Harry and lifting his chin to force his godson to look at him. I shouldn't have shouted, but I just explained we have to be quick. Don't you think making jungles would take up way too much time? Harry said nothing. Come on, Remus said, lifted his godson up. You can have a normal straightforward bath. He filled the tub magically and quickly popped Harry into it. The bath didn't last long, and in 5 minutes Harry was completely ready to go. He hadn't said a single word to Remus since the man had shouted at him. It was another 10 minutes before Sirius bounded down the stairs. About time, Remus said crossly. Sirius pulled a face. Why don't me and Harry play a game while we are waiting? Sirius suggested. If Harry wants to, Remus replied on his way up the stairs. You want to play a game, Harry? Sirius asked. Harry shook his head. Sirius looked at him in shock for a minute and then crouched down so that he was at his level. What's up? He asked concernedly. Harry shook his head again. Remus, what's up with Harry? Sirius turned round to look at his friend but found that he had already gone to get ready. Sighing, he turned back to his godson and began to try and find out for himself. Come on, I know something's the matter, Sirius wheedled. Harry said nothing. Sirius sat on the floor and pulled Harry onto his lap. Harry couldn't hold back RTHE tears any longer, and to Sirius' horror he began to sob. Harry, what's the matter? Sirius said anxiously. Remus is cross at me, Harry sobbed. Sirius wasn't sure what he had been expecting, but it wasn't that. He didn't look very cross when I saw him, Sirius said comfortingly. He's really cross, Harry assured him. He clung to Sirius as he wept, and Sirius couldn't help feeling slightly satisfied that Harry was in his lap searching for comfort and not Remus, like it had been that morning. He could feel his jealousy ebb away, and he couldn't help wishing that Remus would come back down the stairs and Harry clinging to him. How do you know? Sirius inquired. He could only remember a couple of times when he had seen Remus cross. He shouted at me, Harry choked between sobs. Sirius shifted slightly on the floor and looked at his godson in amazement. Remus had shouted at him. Actually shouted. He could count the amount of times he had ever heard Remus shout on one hand, and those times had all been for good reasons. What could have made Remus shout at Harry? Harry was so sweet and polite and good. Sirius couldn't imagine ever shouting at him himself. He wasn't too sure what to say, so he just rubbed his godson's back comfortingly. Harry had just stopped crying and was about to get off Sirius' lap when Remus himself came down the stairs. Are you ready? He asked, running his hands through his hair and looking at them expectantly. Harry is upset, Sirius said accusingly, his gray eyes piercing Remus' gold ones. Really? What's the matter, Harry? Remus asked, bending down to his godson, who whimpered and backed away as far as he could. Remus looked at Sirius questioningly. As if you don't know, Sirius said bitterly. Remus skimmed through everything that had happened that morning, trying to think what could have upset his godson. The cupboard. No, he was past that. The pensive. No, he had seemed fine after that. While he was getting ready, Remus suddenly remembered the bath incident. Surely Harry wasn't still upset about that. Because I shouted at him, Remus said with a frown. So you admit you shouted at him? Sirius said, slightly surprised to hear it out of his friend's mouth, although he had never thought Harry had been lying. Well, yes, of course I do, Remus said, puzzled. But surely he isn't still upset about it. Of course he is, Sirius shouted. He thinks you are really mad at him. He probably thinks you are going to hit him or something. The Dursleys used to shout at him and hit him, so he associates shouting with getting hit. But I am not cross with him anymore, Remus argued, and he knows I would never hit him. How does he know that? Sirius roared. He thought you would never shout at him and you did, so how does he know you won't hit him? I am hardly the sort of person who goes around hitting small children, Remus said, raising high voice slightly as he became more frustrated. Well, I never thought you were the sort of person to go around shouting at small children and scaring the living daylights out of them, so what do I know? Sirius shouted back. Harry isn't scared, Remus said, though he didn't sound sure. Sirius grabbed hold of his godson and pulled him forwards. Look at him, Moony. Look at his little tear-stained face. Look at the fear in his eyes. How could you do that to him? Remus looked at Harry in horror. I only shouted his name, Remus said weakly. Even Sirius had to admit that if Remus had only shouted his name, then Harry was overreacting slightly. He could envisage himself shouting Harry's name if he thought he was doing something wrong or dangerous, even if it was only to get his attention. Please don't argue, Harry stuttered. Look, Harry, Remus said softly, I am not mad at you at all, and I'm sorry I shouted at you. Harry hugged Remus tightly. That was the second time someone had apologized to him. Normally it was him apologizing to other people. Sirius felt quite bad about yelling at his friend when really he hadn't done much wrong. Sorry, Moony, he muttered. Remus nodded his head to accept the apology. It's 12:15, Harry informed them proudly. Remus and Sirius had no time to dwell on the fact that Harry could tell the time. We are so late, Remus exclaimed. They hurried out of the house as fast as they could and practically ran to Jenny's house. They tried to get their breath back as they stood on the doorstep. Jenny opened the door straight away. Oh, you're here, she exclaimed. Sorry we are late, Remus said guiltily. Harry peeked out from behind Sirius' leg and caught Jenny's eye. Oh, it's my little lamb, she sang and dived forwards and picked him up. My friend just can't wait to meet you. She carried him inside. Harry looked at his godfathers mournfully over her shoulder. Sirius chuckled and they followed him inside, shutting the door behind them. Nancy, you have to meet this little dear, they heard Nancy simper, he lives across the road and he is a real sweetie. They followed the sound of her annoying voice. Oh Jenny. Put him down. Poor thing, he looks absolutely mortified, someone else replied. Sirius and Remus presumed it was the girl called Nancy. They entered a door on their left where they presumed the voices were coming from and were just in time to see Jenny placing their godson on the floor. The second Harry saw his godfathers he ran to stand behind them. See Jenny, you scared him, Nancy teased. Jenny pulled a face at her friend. Remus, Sirius. This is my friend Nancy. Nancy, these are my neighbors Sirius and Remus. Nancy felt eyes boring into her and she turned round to look straight into a pair of amber orbs. Nancy Gaia, Remus said softly. Remus Lupin, she replied, her eyes twinkling. Do you two know each other? Jenny asked. I used to work with Remus, Nancy replied and Remus nodded. Harry soon found that Nancy wasn't anything like Jenny and was really nice, but she spent the whole time catching up with Remus, which left him and Sirius with Jenny. They didn't stay long though because, according to Sirius, they had to do some Christmas shopping. Harry personally thought that he just didn't want to be stuck with Jenny for very long. Remus didn't want to go yet and Harry was worried for a minute that they were going to start arguing again, but they just decided that Remus would stay there and talk to Nancy more while Sirius and Harry went shopping, and then Remus would be waiting at home for them when they got back. Harry left the house very thankfully, though he wasn't very keen on shopping at all. They went in Remus' car and Harry found that Sirius was a better driver than passenger and he didn't honk at anyone. The supermarket was massive and people were running around in all directions for last minute Christmas presents. Harry gripped Sirius' hand tightly. Everyone was so big and was in such a rush. Sirius himself was in quite a bit of a rush. They had been through at least 5 different aisles before he finally found what he was looking for, which turned out to be, much to Harry's disappointment, nothing interesting at all and was just a bog-standard Christmas pudding. Harry knew he wouldn't get to eat any anyway, the Dursleys never let him. He didn't really see why Sirius asked him which sort he should get. How was Harry supposed to know what Remus and Sirius would prefer to eat? Let alone get excited choosing it. He wasn't very excited about Christmas period, after all he wouldn't get to celebrate. Christmas was for nice little children with parents, not little brats like him. Harry wished Christmas was over already and everything could just go back to exactly how it was before. After the Christmas pudding they went to the frozen aisle where Sirius shoved a massive turkey into the trolley. Harry looked at it wistfully but slightly critically. Why was Sirius buying such a big turkey for only himself and Remus? Then they were onto the frozen puddings and Harry couldn't take it anymore. He was surrounded by all of his favorite things and he couldn't eat any of them. It was almost as if Sirius was teasing him. He looked up at his godfather. Sirius was totally engrossed in the instructions on a strawberry cheesecake. If it's hard to do then we aren't having it, Sirius murmured, presumably to Harry. We are only having things that you take out of the box and put on the plate for pudding, other than the Christmas pudding of course. Remus will have quite enough on his hands cooking the turkey and all the vegetables without doing pudding. Besides, I am in charge of puddings and I certainly don't want anything too strenuous. If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what if stories.